Good morning, everybody. Nice to see you all fresh in the morning. And we begin the session of mostly dealing with the bones. Animal bones. Yesterday it was human bone, and it has come in the newspaper in a big way, so that Times of India, Indian Express, and everywhere. So, first is Professor Joglekar. He is retired head of the Department of Indian Archaeology and Ancient History Culture, Department of Deccan College, Professor of Bioarchaeology. After being engaged in research and postgraduate teaching since 1987, studied animal remains from 90 sites. You could add 3-4 more also. There are plenty which you have. And 2 from Mauritius, and 1 from Sri Lanka, 1 from Iran, and 1 from Turkmenistan, ranging from Upper Palili to late medieval context. Published 13 academic books, 248 research papers, and 44 other books, including translations, guided 18 students for PhD degree and 6 for postdoctoral research, chief editor of Man and Environment, and Annals of Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute. At present, honorary director, academic development program at the Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute, Pune, and guest professor at the School of Art Science, IIT Gandhinagar. I invite Professor Joglekar to deliver the talk. Where is Santi? Can I sit here? Can I sit here?
Thank you very much, Professor Mohanty, for a very generous introduction. At the outset, I will like to thank the organizers, government of Tamil Nadu also, and my friend K. Rajan for inviting me and here and give an opportunity to talk about my subject to especially young people, the students who are listening here. Most of my talk is oriented towards the students so that they understand. Point. This is the next slide. This one. Okay. So you can have a presentation. I am going to talk about the importance of faunal studies in archaeology, because as all of us know about, archaeology is for reconstructing the past human behaviors, how they lived, what they ate, what they were doing. So here, how the faunal studies can help to have a better understanding of the human behavior in the past. And that is my focus today, to bring into forefront that if careful study of faunal remains is done, of course with good excavations, then what stories the bones can tell. In short, what archaeozoology is, or study of faunal remains, is the tripartite relationship between humans, animals, and environment. All of us are also interested in understanding the past environments. So this is a tripartite interaction, humans, animals, and environment, which can bring to our notice what happened to humans. And this is not a one-way or one-directional relationship. All three interacted with each other in the past. And then that picture we want to reconstruct. This branch of archaeology is not new at all. It began in the mid-19th century itself. The beginning was very shaky at that time, but especially after the advent of new archaeology, this branch grew very fast as a part of scientific studies. As they increased in archaeology, the study of faunal remains also increased. This branch began formally in India with establishment of the laboratory at the Deccan College, Archaeology Laboratory, by Dr. P.K. Thomas, or our teacher. So since 1972, it has got a formal shape in Indian context. Otherwise, people were studying animal bones, but most of the collections were selective, or some sites used to give some results, some sites were giving some other results. So this was a kind of thing. Now faunal material from over 175 sites has been studied by our laboratory alone, and the total number in India will go to about 220 or so. So you can see that 3/4 of the contribution of faunal studies in India is from Deccan College Laboratory. Unfortunately, we have no material from Tamil Nadu earlier than the recent excavations. So Tamil Nadu is totally missing from our map. Otherwise, from all sites we have studied material in the Deccan College Laboratory. My colleagues, Arti Deshpande, is going to talk later, and my students who are also here, you will understand how this laboratory has contributed to understanding of faunal remains. This is especially for the students to know that such laboratory is there in India. But this is not enough. In 1988, V.N. Mishra, the very famous prehistorian and anthropologist, wrote that Indian archaeologists are still sadly not fully aware of the value of faunal remains for environmental reconstruction. He focused on that. In many cases, the animal material was either not collected or collected very selectively. The science of archaeology has gotten the international recognition and structure with establishment of ICAS, International Council of Archaeology. And so it is a very formal and a very, crystalline branch of scientific study in archaeology. The scenario, let's see what is the scenario. We see lots of excavations going on from ASI, state departments of archaeology, university departments. They are going on. Sometimes during salvage also we get animal remains, sometimes during road construction or formal excavations as well. During such activities, cultural material, including animal bones, comes out. But mostly, the faunal material is given secondary priority. And this is what I'm talking after 35 years of experience in the field. It is still given up second priority. They are collected and stored in the godowns or cupboards, but sometimes they remain there only forever. So this is still the story. In 1995, Dr. Thomas, my teacher, and me together, we wrote this comment that most of the time the material is permanently lost if it is not collected correctly, if it is not passed on to the experts, and the archaeologists do not provide archaeological input to what material has been collected. This has been a story all over for several decades, that material will be collected, faunal expert is sitting in somewhere, material goes to the expert, it is being studied isolatedly, and then the connection between the context, the archaeological context and the cultural context is not often made. Now, the system is now changing over some last 10-15 years, but mostly this comment is still valid. So what I thought, that taking this opportunity to talk at general level, let me tell the students what possible explanations or interpretations faunal remains can give to us. Of course, subsistence related activities such as food choice, butchering and cutting practices, cooking techniques. We can talk about hunting and fishing activities, the methods of hunting and fishing, processes of domestication, uses of animals for food, labor, milk, wool or such things, paleopathology like human pathology, animal diseases, animal pathologies, bone breakages, dental caries, and so many things can be seen. Season of occupation of a site, because many times humans used to go to the site, especially during Mesolithic period, that's what we have observed in Ganga Valley. People used to go seasonally on the Oxbow lakes, hunt there, make a camp, come back somewhere, and again next year they will come back. So many sites could be seasonally occupied, and one can find out this. Of course, I am not giving all the examples for all such interpretations. The breeds of utility animals can be found out. Breed formation can be seen. Breed disintegration can also be seen. So breed formation and breed disintegration can be seen especially with metrical studies or use of statistical techniques. I am not covering that. Then intra and intersite use of the space. Because we know when we live in any place, we use the space in a particular manner. So this is what we call activity areas in archaeology. So there may be some cooking areas, there may be some dwelling areas, some areas where threshing would have been done, somewhere animals may be butchered, somewhere waste is discarded, etc., etc. So such kind of intra and intersite use of space can also be found out. Then rituals, animals are intimately connected with human psychology, and in a lot of rituals, animals do appear all the time. So can we see some such things from archaeological record? And we can see trade and cultural contacts. This is a very important topic because we think that in past people did not have long distance contacts, but it is not so. Animal remains can tell us that even during Chalcolithic period or even before that, people had long distance contact. May not be, they are not traveling to 2,000 kilometers or 5,000 kilometers, but there may be some internal exchange mechanisms through which goods have come to them. And then environmental settings and the changes in the environment. That is, of course, now let me begin straight away with the examples. This is the site of Kaute, a Chalcolithic site in Maharashtra, excavated long ago, and the material was studied also long ago. Here there were 3 localities which were just 100 to 150 meters away from each other, but 3 distinct mounds and 3 distinct localities. The material was collected from different localities, and when I studied it from statistical point of view, I got to see that the animals, wild animals especially, which are represented in 3 different mounds, are not same. Now around the site, the animals are same, obviously. You cannot have on the left hand side only black bucks and right hand side only deer, something like that. Animals were same around, but their utilization was differential, and it was statistically significant. Now the question is, what does it mean? People are same, animals are around same, but they are utilizing differently. So probably they were doing specialized utilization or a conscious choice of which animals to be hunted by whom. And then when this picture came out, I just started looking at the ethnographic parallels and found out that in Maharashtra there is a community called Pardhis. They are specialized hunters. Their name itself is hunting community. So, but they have 3 subgroups. One are called Sase Pardhi, one are called Harin Pardhi, and one are called just Pardhis. So the Harin Pardhis will hunt only deer. The Sase Pardhis will only hunt small game like hare or mongoose or something like that. They will not hunt deer at all. So no overlapping hunting strategies they had. These communities are still present in Maharashtra. So such work tells us that such things are possible, that people are living in the same area, but they are using different animal spectrum. And then this is the example. I'm not saying that there were socially distinct groups at that time in Chalcolithic period, but it may be the beginning of specialization and conscious choice of what to hunt and what not to hunt. This is another very interesting example from Mantai. Prematilaka is here. From Mantai? He's here. This site is, you have seen yesterday in the presentation, the site is just across Tamil Nadu coast. And this was a port site, port city site. But of course the habitation goes from Mesolithic period onwards till medieval period. Now here, very interesting case is found that these people have hunted monkeys and consumed them. So there were 2 types of monkeys. One is called torque monkey, which is Macaca sinica, and other is the Langur, Presbytis entellus. Both these types of monkeys were hunted and consumed, and not in 1 or 2 numbers. You can see that when MNI is calculated for one context, the context is from 1st century CE to 2nd century CE. 242 monkeys were there. They were perhaps trapped in one episode, cut, charred, consumed, and we have got the remains of this. These are some of the examples of that. Then we have this Langur presbyterenterus. Again, we had 98 femora of 29 adults for 12 young and 3 juveniles, around 40-45 animals. 3 episodes like this I have found at Mantai, all dated to about 1st century CE to 4th century CE. Now, the interesting thing is, monkeys are not supposed to be eaten in India and in Sri Lanka also. There is one example, only one reference, that the Aborigines as Vedas from Sri Lanka used to occasionally hunt monkeys. In India, there was a tribe of Bihor from Odisha, and one sub-tribe of this is still existing today. Till now, they were hunting monkeys, only one tribe in the country. Otherwise, there is a stigma attached to that. And nowadays, they deny that they are eating monkeys. When the ethnographers went there about monkey hunting strategies, they said, no, we don't eat monkeys because it's a Hanuman or something. But here, they were regularly hunting monkeys and perhaps trapping them in a net so that you can catch 100, 200 monkeys at a time and consume. We still do not know how to explain this behavior because nobody else is eating monkeys, but Mantai had, and port city had monkeys consumption, monkeys being consumed. Now I will come to a site called Damdama in Uttar Pradesh. Many of you must have heard the name of this. It's a Mesolithic site on Oxbow Lake, a transit camp or hunting camp like of thing. Now here, the birds, aquatic resources, and other resources I have classified in this manner. And what I found that there is a distinct cyclical trend in this. That the consumption of birds, aquatic resources, and other mammalian resources was not uniform. It clearly had a cyclical trend, also statistically significant with Kendall-Tau value. 2 phases of increase and 2 phases of decrease has been found in this case. The trend suggests there was a decrease from lowermost layers 10 to the uppermost layer 0, that is surface. We see reduction in mammals compensated by increase in the birds. Okay? This is statistically done. Then increase in mammals mainly compensated by decrease in aquatic resources. Then another decrease phase comes and another increase phase comes. So the balancing of the resources has been done very carefully. It is not random at all. That Kendall-Tau suggests that. Even the rank correlation coefficient is strongly suggesting that this is not a random behavior. Now we come to another example. Now that's adequate. I can explain otherwise in questions. Valki is another site, a Chalcolithic site in Maharashtra, supposed to be the satellite site of Inamgaon, famous site in Indian context. There, what we did, me and Dr. Anupama Kshirsagar from chemistry laboratory, we studied the site at micro level by putting 1 by 1 meter grids, and the material collected from those grids was transformed onto maps. So she studied nitrogen content, she studied phosphorus content from each square, and I studied bones from each, classifying the bones in 2 categories. One is high meat parts, because all parts of animal body are not consumable. So some have high value, some have low value. So putting that together, high value meat bones versus non-high meat value bones, to understand if there are any special butchering areas or special discard areas or waste areas. And then the excavators had some hypothesis that these are huts, these are dwelling pits, these are threshing floors, these are storage bins, these are chicken storage areas, etc., etc. So like this, when we plotted, we found that 78% of the postulates were made for the structures. They matched using nitrogen, phosphorus, and meat areas. So this is a micro level work. Then coming to the site of Damdama, again the same Mesolithic site. This site, entire material we have studied. Around 8,000 bones have been studied from this site. Interesting part of this Damdama material is that most of the specimens, that is almost 99% of the specimens, the fragments are not more than 3 centimeters. They are such fragmented material. But in the area which is marked here, and many of you may not be able to see this red marked area which is on the southeast corner of the site, there large bones were stored. Of what? Of white buffalo, gaur, and large cattle. So this area was storage part for these bones, whereas all other areas in the main site, they had only small bone fragments. There they were almost complete scapula, almost complete humerus, almost complete tibia were stored in this area. Now, we don't know what for, but the archaeologists have postulated that this could be area of storage for making bone tools. And it may be true because large number of bone tools have been found from Damdama. Unfortunately, this report is not published and it will never get published now because the material is lost physically. Now coming to a site of Budhyal, which Professor Padaya excavated in Karnataka. There we could identify a specific area as butchering area, a platform made using conchers and some other material by pressing it and making it a hard area. And on this platform, we found materials which are discarded in the primary discard, such as cutting the phalanges. Cutting the phalanges or cutting patella area, which is useless. So such kind of primary discard bones we found on this site. And then again, nitrogen content was studied to find whether really blood had fallen there and nitrogen has got increased. And yes, when Anupama Kshirsagar studied it, she found that yes, this had very high nitrogen content. So probably this floor was used repeatedly for cutting animals, primary butchering of animals. Now coming again to Ganga Valley, there is a site called Raja Nal Ka Tila in Uttar Pradesh. Several horse bones have been found. Now why I am showing you, because it is still intriguing why these bones are like this. There were 4 bones, horse bones, which were charred out of 12 from one context. There were 4 bones charred out of 15 in another context. And they had butchering marks, cut marks. So horse bones were cut, some of them are charred. So probably this is an evidence of consumption. Now there are 2 possibilities. One is that it's just errant behavior of cutting horses and eating, which is actually not likely, because most of the time horses were not consumed. Or other could be some sacrifice or some ritual related activities. We still do not know, but these bones are there which show marks of charring and cutting. Very recently, from one NBP context, I have found from a site called Khapura, which is near Ayodhya. It's an NBP site, and there also consumption of horse has been found recently. I have just finished that material last month, not published yet. Now coming to the very famous site because of rice domestication issue, Lauradeva in Uttar Pradesh, Sant Kabir Nagar district, which is on the lake. The site is on the lake. This is especially for students who have not heard about this site. This site, of course, the whole material has been studied entirely. There is one area which is marked by red arrow. This area, a heap was found, heap of bones was found. Not like a pit, but it is other way around. Heap of bones was found. And what interesting part of these bones, it shows that there were total 220 fragments in this heap. Many of them were charred, more than half were charred. There were cut marks on these bones also. So no doubt that these bones were part of consumption activity. Several bones were there. And interestingly, because after measurements and looking at the patina and other things, we can find that the minimum number of individuals one is less than 3 months, very young, hump bull. We have 3 animals between middle age, 3 animals between further advanced middle age, and 5 animals which are over 42 months, and is really adult ones. So many animals Together, 12 individuals are represented in these 220 elements. Then their weight I have calculated using a formula. Again, statistical work is required. Fat-free carcass weight is about 156 kilogram. If you double of that, it is a normal weight of the animal. And then the height at the withers is about 95 to 105 centimeters. So these are medium tall cattle. This is one episode. This is what I want to show you. 12 individuals were cut, consumed, and one heap is there, which is looking like almost undisturbed since the heap was there. This was sealed by some layer. So the bones did not get exposed to taphonomic conditions more, and therefore the bones were nearly intact as they were left. So probably these were some offering kind of thing. Imagine 12 individuals being cut and consumed. It must have been some community feast, because it could provide about 1800 kilogram of meat at one time. So to consume, you must be some 50 to 70 people must have gathered and consumed ceremonially. We don't know it because there is no other evidence from the site. But this heap perhaps is suggesting that it was a communal feast. Now, again back to Mesolithic site of Damdama, back again. This is a pygmy hog. It is a pig-like animal of the size of a domestic cat, very small one. Now this is a tall grass where wet environment is required. Tall grass animal, which is at present found on the Tarai regions of Indo-Nepal border. It is called Sus salvanius, or now the Porsula salvania. This is found in several layers at Damdama. Now, Damdama is at least 450 kilometers away from the natural habitat of this pig. This is not one or two. Several layers and number of animals in this. So how come this animal, which is supposed to be 400 kilometers away, had landed up in the mid-Ganga valley, where there is no chance of any such environment at all in those days? So this is again a question. There are just two slides now left. This is again from Mantai, Sri Lanka. All the material has been studied entirely, and I think Arti has also studied some part. Several shells are also there, edible, non-edible, etc. One of them is a gastropod shell. This looks very nice when it is live. This is an archaeological specimen, but the live ones look so nice that you will be tempted, even adults get tempted to pick it up. They have beautiful magenta, yellow, crimson red bands on them. But it's a very notorious deadly pest. This is called giant African snail, Achatina fulica, or earlier known as Achatina fulica, simply. This is 1st, 2nd century CE material from Sri Lanka, a port site. Now, conventional wisdom was blaming the Portuguese or Vasco da Gama for bringing these shells accidentally from the African coast. And then it is supposed to be that they have come to Indian subcontinent from that point. But now, the occurrence in such early period in Mantai suggests something else. They have come from some trade mechanism, which I cannot say as a zoologist how the trade happened, but some sort of connection to Africa must have been there in 1st, 2nd century through sea network, from which this pest has come to India. This pest is so deadly, if it comes to orchard or a farm, within 1 week, it will destroy 10 hectares of orchards or 10 hectares of farmland. It is such dangerous. There is no control mechanism. It comes and goes now also. Now coming to rhinoceros, some examples. They have been found in Harappan context from Gujarat, even Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. Recently at in Rajasthan site, where it is not supposed to be there, but plenty of rhinoceroses have been found. They have been found in Mesolithic context at Damdama, Mahada also in Uttar Pradesh, and recently, again I'm not getting the name correctly, Selva Kumar's site, rhinoceros bones have been found. Abhayant can say, Mulapalayam have been found. So, and of course, Kishore Basa is here. No. At site of Gopalpur in Odisha a long time ago, rhinoceros has been found. So once upon a time, rhinoceroses must have been a larger distribution, and obviously the environment also must have been different in those periods. And truly last slide, Chairman sir. This is from a site of Gaurang Patna. Again, Basa sir is not here, but other excavator, Professor Mohanty himself is here. The material has been studied entirely. Of course, it has a lot of faunal remains, fish, molluscan shells, so many things are there. But this is a coral piece of coral called Heliopora species. Interesting part of it is that this is not native to the Odisha. It cannot be found from Chilika coast because it never existed in Chilika or near Orissa coast. This is found only in Andaman Sea and Lakshadweep at the moment. Now we have stories that a lot of people were going from Orissa to far eastern countries and having trade of a lot of things. A lot of stories in literature are there. But this is the first evidence that actually people went to Andaman Sea, they collected it and accidentally must have collected this and got deposited into the habitation site of Gaurang Patna. So these are some of the examples which are making us to rethink about the conventional wisdom about history of animals, also history of people, trade contacts, cultural mechanisms which they have adopted to meet each other, and of course subsistence and other things I am not covering in this. My purpose was to just bring to your notice that, look, animal bones are important as pottery. This oblique comment is for archaeologists. As good as pottery, animals' bones can also give you a lot of interpretative frames, sometimes new frames of reference, and in which new interpretations can be done. Thank you very much.
So the paper is open for one question only. So if at all anyone has anything to ask. Yeah, please.
Very nice, interesting presentation, sir. Actually, in the bones, you explained horse bones. Is it the continuation of Ashwamedha practice of this thing in the community, feast? Because the horses were sacrificed in huge.
Okay. No, that's why I didn't say anything very specific, because we have only two such places now. One is this Rajanar Katira and another one which I said Kapura. But for interpreting like as an Ashwamedha sacrifice or some such thing, we need also some associated material which supports. These have come in one context, just discarded bones. So we don't know whether actually ritual was done there or not. But they show marks of cutting and consumption. That is what, as a zoologist, I can say. But there is no other parallel evidence for this. It could, but we don't know.
Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much. It was very nice, eye-opening presentation. My concern is what method you use to identify the bones? The comparative methods or some new?
No, I didn't get what you're saying.
The methodology used to identify, yes.
Okay. No, we have an archaeozoology lab where we have comparative collections of over 250 species. And this has got developed slowly. And also we make keys, identification keys.
Mostly anatomical comparative
Anatomical
studies.
features, of course.
Because the new method used like Zoom MS, the zoology,
I know.
yes. That
But
kind of method are the new method but are using now. Anyway, okay, no problem.
Most of the time it is not required.
Okay.
Unless there is something like discriminating between two very closely related species,
Yes,
we can use that method.
Okay.
But otherwise, anatomical features are quite good enough.
It is good enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Joglekar Sahab. So now I invite Aarti Deshpande Mukherjee, and I will not read too much because it's too much, so that it will take time. because she has a long list of publications and she has worked in many sites. And at present, Aarti is associate professor in geoarchaeology in the Department of Archaeology, Deccan College. So she has studied the bones from various sites, including South Asian protohistory, Harappan archaeology, ethnoarchaeological interpretation of the bones, and coastal archaeology. Until that, she has 5 PhDs and 3 MPhils and 22 master students she has mentored. As one of the few participant Indian archaeologists engaged in studying animal remains from protohistoric and historic sites period, her research is focused in studying dynamics of past human-animal interactions during the Quaternary and the use of faunal remains of paleoenvironmental proxies. She has been collaborating with ASI, State Department of Archaeology, University of Calcutta, MS University Baroda, HNBG Garhwal University, RTM Nagpur, Archaeology, State Department of Tamil Nadu, and she has done the analysis from Birana, Junikaran, and Tuhatab, and then many other sites. So I invite Aarti to give us her presentation.
Yes, thank you, Professor Mohanty, for introducing me. A very good morning to all of you. And at the onset, I would like to. Okay, no, okay. At the onset, I would really like to thank the organizers, the Tamil Nadu State Department of Archaeology, for their invitation to participate in this conference, where both me and my student are able to come here and present with you whatever research we are doing so far on the faunal remains from sites in Tamil Nadu at the invitation of the State Department. And to begin with, yes, so this is the title of my presentation, a very long title. So as Professor Joglekar has been, we often say this, that these are faunal remains somehow have always been a very neglected part of most archaeological investigations. But of course now realization is much more, and believe me, when we treat archaeology as a very scientific discipline, archaeozoology has really contributed in a very major way across the world, where we are reconstructing all kinds of subsistence pattern, seasonality studies, paleo-environmental study, paleoclimatic studies, finding out temperature and so many things. So archaeozoology is really a very broad-based discipline. There is a lot of scope, and especially for us in India, we are so, I think, lucky that you take any archaeological site, you are bound to find a bone, and you can get so much of information out of it. So to begin with, when we, as he has already mentioned, that we have been at Deccan College, we have been involved in the analysis of so many different sites, material from right from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, but somewhere Tamil Nadu remained in isolation. We never had an opportunity to study any of this material coming from there. Some material, I think from T. Kalupatti, I had done for Professor Selva, I don't know if he's here, and that was when I was a PhD student, but then that was it. So in 2021, when we received this material from the Tamil Nadu State Department of Archaeology, it was like a blessing that, this is going to be something very exciting that we could start with. And here, I would like to add that we have started our analysis for many of the sites which was given to us, the material, and it is going to be also taken up by my student, Tarannum Kaur, who is here and her PhD is based on it. So at the end of maybe 2 years, she should be coming out with a very, very good thesis on our understanding of the human-animal interactions in Tamil Nadu between the Iron Age period to the historic times. So, Iron Age in Tamil Nadu, you see, you have so many archaeological sites. Many of them have been excavated. A lot of emphasis on burials and their architecture, the kind of objects you get, human remains. It is acceptable, and it is, yes, these things are definitely have been a big concern for your department and for your state here, because they have always dominated your archaeological assemblages. But when you think about it, I mean, in this last 2 days, we've been seeing people talking about metallurgy, there is bead making, there is so many other activities which the ancient people in Tamil Nadu were conducting. But has anybody ever thought about, of course, there's archaeobotany also, which has contributed to our understanding of the agriculture practices, the kind of vegetarian food which the megalithic people or the historic people were eating. But I don't know how many people would have really considered animal remains, because as a source of food, let me tell you that they are the biggest providers of protein. And to do all those activities like construction of those megaliths or doing metallurgical activities, I think you need a lot of protein and you need a lot of energy. So this must have come from animal foods. Me being a vegetarian, I still cannot get converted to eating meat and things like that. But yes, I realize the importance of having good protein in our diet. So this particular time period in Tamil Nadu is definitely very important, because when you go from the megalithic period to the historic period, we suddenly see, in your historic period, you have so many towns and cities coming up. There's so much of, activities happening related to craft specialization, trade, and so forth. So to understand this transition, somewhere we have to also see if animals had ever contributed to such kind of activities in the past. And especially with the coming of iron, it has so much revolutionized our way of doing things during this particular time. It must have, just like today we are so mechanically operating and we are using computers and things like that. So for people in the past, with the coming of iron, many more things were possible, like doing craft activities in agriculture and so forth. So here, that is why studying animals also becomes very relevant and very important. So as Professor Joglekar has already talked to you about the importance of archaeozoology, I'm not going to go into great depths of it, but these are the various aspects which we can really reconstruct for any kind of a site, for any kind of a region, anywhere across the world. And we know that, animals are in very different, you can say there are so many different varieties of animals. Animal kingdom is extremely large. What you find in the tropics is very different from what you find in, say, in the temperate and in maybe the polar regions. And what you find in the sea and what you find on land is again very different. So you see that there is so much of diversity in studying such kind of animals which are, have been used by people in the past. And that is why archaeozoology, studying their actual remains, would be the best ways of reconstructing many of these things. Of course, you can use other resources like, you can look at pottery depictions in rock art, you can look at maybe on coins and figurines and things like that, but their actual skeletal remains which you find at the sites would be the direct means of studying what animals and how they were used in the past. So these are just to show you some of the most commonly recovered animal remains, like we have the bones, we have the horn cores, teeth, we get shells, we also get fish bones, otoliths and so forth. And very often we do not really find intact bones. We do not, because animal remains would have mostly resulted from subsistence activity where, people who eat meat would know that you eat chicken and you eat mutton and things like that, and then you just throw the bones, right? So most of our material comes in very fragmented condition, it's never so complete. So identification also becomes very difficult. Okay, so we are using a lot of techniques which already he has discussed, and here I would like to add that when we started studying the animal remains from the sites which the State Department has entrusted to us at Deccan College, this was the common methodology we have followed. This is a methodology which is also used for many other regions, for many other cultural periods. But here, our archaeozoological techniques are more or less similar. Most of us who do archaeozoology have got a standard way of following certain protocols, beginning with, taxonomic identification. So you need to have a very good knowledge about animal osteology, whether it is mammals, fish, birds. So it is a lot of hard work, but one through experience does pick up things. So it should not be intimidating that, oh, there are so many bones and how will I identify them and all. It is just sheer patience when you are dealing with such kind of material. We also are trying to use ethnographic studies because, South Asia is such a wonderful place where you can still conduct a lot of ethnographic studies. There is a lot of cultural traditions which continue in more or less quite a similar way, which might have been done maybe 200 years ago or 1,000 years ago. So best ways of documenting the kind of interactions which animals and humans were having in the past, you could do it through many kinds of ethnographic observations. You just maybe have to go into your villages, in the outskirts of towns, how cattle are being kept or how sheep and goat are being herded, and the kind of ways people are doing butchering activities, and all this kind of information, you can use it to supplement your archaeozoological analysis. And of course, here in Tamil Nadu, we have been lucky that we have another additional source from which we can reconstruct is using the Sangam text. Now, many of you, the students, would be much more aware and much more well-read about the Sangam text than what we are. We are just starting to explore the Sangam text, because this also has is giving us a lot of information about, in the Sangam text talks about the different ecological zones and these people who are living in these different ecological zones, whether it is in the mountainous region or in the coastal plains. And it talks about the kind of herding practices that people might have, the pastoral activities people were having. It also talks about some of the craft activities, and there is also a very nice reference to, I think it is in the town of Madurai, where there is a mention of how the conch shell workers who were making shell bangles, that the streets, you could hear the sound of them making those different kinds of objects and things. So it was such a hub of activity, and these are all descriptions which are there in the Sangam text, which we can use when we are doing our, it can help us better understand these interactions. Then, of course, we also are trying to use some scientific techniques like using isotopes. These are another step forward, because this will help us to understand things which we may not understand through just physically examining the animal remains. And these are very specialized studies which we really do not have the expertise, so we have to take help of some other people. We have to collaborate with other scientists who specialize in this particular study. And to put it in a nutshell, these studies today are being very routinely being used in you pick up any journal of archaeological science, you will have a paper where they are using isotopes, especially with animal remains, to understand diet, to understand migrations, to understand paleo-environment, paleoclimatic changes, and all these are giving much more support to your archaeozoological studies which you are carrying out. So this is the study area, and these are the sites which we'll be talking about today. And of this, Kodumanal is located, I think, in a much more hilly region compared to these other sites. These are much more closer to the coastal area, like you have Agaram, Kondagai, and Shivagalai. And here I would like to also add is that, when we want to really do very high resolution studies, it is very important that our sampling is very definite, whether you do a random sampling or whether you have a very systematically collected samples. But you should make sure that you have all the details. Very often, some of these details are missing because the excavator just takes some bones and then he sends it to your lab, and all you can provide the excavator is with a species list of animals, and you cannot do anything further than that because the context is not mentioned, and there's so many other details which get lost in that. So then this hampers the studies. So for any kind of archaeozoological studies, it is very important that the material which is being given is sampled well and it is in a fairly good condition, that care is taken through its preservation when it is recovered from the field, because there are so many other processes which occur on the bones. It is organic material. When you take it out of the ground, which has been lying buried for maybe 2,000 years or so, it is going to sort of deteriorate. So you have to think about all those things also when you are curating it in your lab. And when we are talking about our study which we are doing here, it has happened that, for certain sites, we have a very small amount of material has been studied. So this is again hampering our interpretations because of the incompleteness of the material. We really do not know why they could not send. There must have been, the excavators must be having some problems in sending the entire material. For example, Kodumanal, it is seems to be quite exhaustive, but some of these other sites, it's you just have one pottery bag or two pottery bags and things like that. So this again creates a lot of limitations for our study. But yes, we can just identify and tell you what is there in the collection, but we cannot go further than that. So these are some of the techniques of archaeozoology which we are using, and like the identification of the bones, the identification of the kind of species which are there, the kind of animals which are there. We also do a lot of quantification. This is very important to know that how many bones are you studying. Out of that, how many bones would be fragmented, complete, and details like that. Age estimation is very important because when we talk about the animals which we are getting in our collection, how old were they? Were they very young animals? Were they very adult animals or middle-aged animals? So this is very important. So age estimation we generally do by looking at the teeth, by looking at the epiphyseal fusion. We also do sex determination. But unlike human remains, sometimes it is really not possible because some of the parts which you use for identifying the sex of the animals may not be available. So sexing becomes a little bit problematic. Then of course, taking bone measurements, because that is also a very important part of doing any kind of analysis, because you need to know that to find out what is the size of the animal, what is their, what could have been, how tall were they or how short they were. You also need to find out or separate between species, between maybe two types of sexes, between males and females. A male, say a male antelope or a male ox or a buffalo could be much larger than a female. So these kind of separations would be possible by using measurements, and so many other possibilities we can do. And of course, taphonomic analysis of the bones, that when you do all this of identification and things like that, sit down and look at your bones properly, whether even if it's a teeny tiny fragment also, because what we are trying to reconstruct is that how humans have been using these animals, what sort of effects of the impact of their use is seen on the bones, whether you see any cut marks, whether they have been chopped, whether they have been burned, charred. So all this will give you a lot of insights into their subsistence activity and also how they were using the animals. So this was just about the methodology part. This is a very routine one. We use it for most of our studies, for most of the cultural periods. Now coming to the site of Kodumanal, it is, as you can see, the location, because being local participants, you must be also aware of it. And here also, this is a very important Iron Age site where they have found human burials and things. So out of this assemblage, we find that a lot of bone fragments are much more higher than complete bones, so the rate of fragmentation is much higher. So here what we are seeing is that domestic animals seem to have dominated the collection. You see a very wide representation of animals. Again, this could be also because we are studying a much larger collection of bones samples compared to some other sites where we only got to see a small collection. But we see the diverse range of animals going from use of domestic animals to wild animals. And in that also, among the wild, we are seeing that they were using a lot of maybe aquatic resources like maybe fish, turtle, shells, and so forth. So here you can see some of the distribution. And interestingly, what we are finding is that, whenever we are studying our faunal material from, say, sites in Western India, whether Northern India, Professor Joglekar has been studying material from the Gangetic plains, we find that at the topmost level, we have our cattle remains, right? And cattle was the most popular animal, which was used for so many reasons, maybe as food, in traction, in agricultural activities, and so forth. But here in some of these sites, what we are finding is the other way around. We see less of cattle being used, but it is more of animals like sheep and goat, mainly goats. Okay, and that is what we also want to see, that such kind of shifts, do we see it when we go to sites which are of the historic period? And it would be interesting to know that when was cattle introduced in this particular area? Was it during the Neolithic times? We do not have so much of data from the Neolithic sites as of yet. So we are depending upon the Iron Age sites to give us this kind of information. And you also see that, for example, among the wild animals, we are seeing a lot of LN is nothing but Lepus nigricollis, that is your hair. We see a lot of bones of this, and maybe they were also doing a lot of rabbit hunting for subsistence and things. So this is the kind of distribution of various animals we have at this particular site. So you see the diverse range of wild animals which are there. We have antelopes, we have different kinds of deers, and we also see some large bovids like the Bos gaurus. Nilgai is also very much present because we have been studying mostly material coming from Western India, Northern India, and Nilgai is such an commonly found herbivore in these areas, and we are also getting it in Tamil Nadu. So this also, when we get such kind of diverse range of animals, it also helps you to understand the faunal diversity which was present in that area in the past also, because people would have gone to some distances to hunt these animals and bring them. So that means they were very much living in the vicinity of these animals. So this is from the site of Agaram. Quite a small collection we have been able to study so far. So here also we are seeing that cattle and goat are dominating, and wild species were quite in small numbers in this whole assemblage. But it does show that hunting is being still carried out even in the megalithic period. Then there are these two sites of Shivagalai and Kondagai. So here also we see both the sample sizes were much smaller, and here we did find a lot of charred remains of the bones, and it does show that the kind of meat processing which must have been taking place. And again, you are seeing both domestic and wild taxa being represented at this particular site of Shivagalai. Then there is this Kondagai, which yesterday Dr. Veena spoke about. And again, the material is quite small, so we really cannot talk too much about it. And it is also heavily encrusted. Sometimes this also causes us a lot of problems, because if the material is encrusted, we cannot just sit and scrub it and wash it, say with acids, what we used to do previously. But now, we are also doing using other techniques like, say, isotopic studies or ancient DNA studies. So we need to keep the bones as pristine as possible, keep them with whatever their little dust and mud, we can still keep them, not wash it completely, because then you cannot do these other studies later on. So this emphasis on brushing, vigorously cleaning bones has to be, sort of curtailed. So try to keep them as much less acted upon or worked upon till you finish your analysis. So here also we are seeing large mammals. They are mostly the domestic animals which are there at this site. So this is also one aspect which we are trying to understand for the megalithic people, because it is generally people have been focusing on megalithic burials, that how the megaliths were reconstructed, how did they bring the stone, from where did they bring the stone, but have you even ever thought about the animals which they might have been keeping? And when you have such kind of domestic animals coming there, this also tells you a little bit about their habitation settlements. And they may not have been very, very large settlements, but they were some kind of sedentary settlements to a certain extent, because when you have to support such kind of livestock, you need to pen them properly, you need to take care of them. So this also provides insights into the kind of maybe the settlement pattern of these megalithic people, as well as their, how their settlements might have been, which often we cannot reconstruct just through archaeological studies, because we have not excavated that many megalithic habitation sites to tell you how their houses were, or so animals could help you in that way. So this is just to give you the kind of representation we have so far, a very, very diverse range of animals. As I said before, domestic. We also see a few equid bones in our collection. This is also interesting because if you look at the megalithic period in the Vidarbha region, you have in almost most of the megaliths, you have presence of horse bones. They may not be complete horse bones, but you do find some skeletal remains. But when we come further down south, I don't think in any of the burials in Andhra Pradesh they have found, and in Tamil Nadu also, how much of it is really present, we need to look at it. So the introduction of horse in this area is something to be also noted upon, and these are the early introductions of certain animals which then became very popular during the historic period. So when do they get introduced? This can come through our archaeozoological remains. And we also have some certain animals like, say, the buffalo, which must have been definitely quite common, because in the coastal landscapes, a wet kind of humid atmosphere is there, environment is there, which is conducive for the presence of buffaloes, pigs, wild pigs which are there, and all these animals are also very good providers of food. So these are some of the domestic animals which were exploited. For example, this is the of Bos indicus. When we talk about what are the impacts of human use of these animals, you'll see it in the form of cut marks, charring marks, and chop marks, and things like that. And here, definitely, if they are using iron objects, it must have been very fast in butchering of these animals, much faster than what maybe stone tools could have been used, say, in the Neolithic period or even in the previous periods. And here we have, you can see, of buffalo, the astragalus. So these are some of the bones of goat, a very commonly found animal in this particular part, pig. So you can see that what it looks outside and what it is inside is so different. So we need to have a very good knowledge about animal osteology when we are trying to identify these kind of animals. This I'm telling it for the students. Many of the scholars here would be familiar with our identifications. And so some of the evidence of animal use and care, we have many more examples. So to show that, you can see this kind of a ring-like formation which is there. It is showing because of traction use, using the bullocks for pulling carts and things like that. So these leave some traces on the bones. Like what would happen, say, to human beings, same thing can happen to animals also, because of carrying heavy loads and things like that. And even there, they could be also exposed to certain diseases which might be reflected in their bones. So such kind of animal pathologies also can be studied, as what yesterday Dr. Veena was showing in humans. Animals also have certain things, and we hear about, the cow and diseases and so forth. So even in the past, these diseases must have been there, and I'm sure the people did take care, like what people do take care of their animals even today, because having a healthy animal, say cattle, sheep, goat and things, is very much important for your economy. So the healthier the animals, your cultural economy is also going to be rich, and this definitely mattered for the people in the past. So some of the wild fauna which was hunted, the antelopes. Antelopes, I think, are very common in this Tirunelveli and this region. There is, I think, an antelope sanctuary also somewhere nearby. And you have the spotted deer, which is more or less common in most of our parts. So presence of these animals also tells us about the kind of environment these people were having during this particular time. Right now, it's a very broad-based. So antelopes generally prefer a much more dry, grassland kind of environment. The very big bovids like Bos gaurus, they like more or less the foothills of the mountains and things. Pigs, wild pigs, prefer a more wet kind of a landscape. So presence of such kind of a landscape did exist around these sites in the past, and which we can create using these animals. So we have also tried to do the age profile, as I said, at what age these animals were being used. Were younger animals being used, or were it adult animals? Because then the activities, the kind of impacts of human use can be studied in a better way. Because generally people would prefer to use younger animals as good source of meat and things. So we need to reconstruct these age profiles, which we have done. And we find that mostly we are seeing slightly more adult kind of animals being used. They might have been used for breeding and, in agricultural activities, very commonly used. Same thing is with sheep and goat, showing a more or less mixed age profile, where people are both for consumption as well as for other things like, obtaining wool. The goat hair also can be used for certain things, secondary products and so forth. And wild animals which were hunted were mostly as adults. We also see a little bit of aquatic fauna in these sites, and interestingly at Shivagalai we have this oyster shell fragments which are there. Now along this coast, particularly Tuticorin, we know about the shank fisheries, we know about the pearl fisheries, and oysters are also very common along this thing, and oysters are a very good source of meat. Today you have oyster farms which are there in Tuticorin. If you can just go to the Marine Fisheries Research Institute, they are artificially cultivating these very large oysters because they're a good source of very good meat. And of course we have turtle bones, we have turtle shell fragments, we also get a bit of fish remains, and we also come across at Kodumanal some kind of shell working activity has been identified, because we do see bits and pieces of the shank, that is the conch shell, Turbinella pyrum, its parts are there. We have also, and they have already reported bangles from this site, but maybe these are from the early historic context. We have to still, explore further this aspect of shell working, because it's interesting, because if you look at your sites like Alangankulam or Korkai, these are major shell working sites and of the historic period, early historic period. So it would be interesting to see that when did this activity actually begin in Tamil Nadu, whether it can be traced till the Neolithic times or it starts somewhere in the Iron Age times. So this is the general discussion which we are having, and I won't go through it, you can read it. So this is our conclusions. We are definitely seeing a very advanced herd management. We see a continuity in hunting traditions, and somehow the environment seems to have been fairly stable from what we see from, say, the Iron Age to the historic times, to support such kind of wildlife, as well as to form a very good environment for doing such kind of say rearing of cattle or sheep and goat. Now, as we continue further with our analysis of these samples, and especially Taranum Kaur's PhD is based on that. So we'll be looking at some of the other aspects also. Especially we are thinking, we are planning to do even using strontium isotope analysis. We are exploring the possibilities because this can also tell us about the kind of diet which was fed to these animals, whether these animals were brought from somewhere else and bred somewhere else, and whether these kind of inter-site, exchange of animals, was it there in the past in this particular region. So a lot of avenues of research are possible with the material from Faunal, from Tamil Nadu, and we are really looking forward to it. We will be, I think, completing an interim report very soon and submitting it to the State Department. So with this, I thank you for your patience, and we really like to thank the Commissioner. We like to thank Dr. Shivantam and his entire staff for their cooperation always, and of course to Professor K. Rajan, who has been such a big source of, pushing us and getting us into doing these studies, which otherwise it was sort of missing from our map of faunal studies, which we are doing in India. So with this, thank you.
Thank you, Arti, and for presenting a very interesting paper. And if any question is there, so you want?
About the cut marks, sir, are you planning to use any kind of trying to do some kind of microscope analysis to identify the instrument? Because I showed you that from animal or human also.
Yeah.
So if it will be
we
good.
will be looking at these cut marks, trying to maybe make a sort of an inventory of the different cut marks which we are getting from many of these sites. And even the chop marks, cut marks, or any other kind of nicks and this thing made on the bones. So some kind of a database we will be creating.
Right, the instrument which or whatever. So it will be good for us also.
Yeah, and identify and possible identification of the instruments which might have been.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
One question, because when we were doing the project, we saw some of the rock art sites also, and there were horsemen which were attributed to the Iron Age sites, and there's horses all the way up to Maharashtra for sure in the Iron Age. Why do we see such lack of horses in such a prolific Iron Age? Do you attribute that to any particular?
Firstly, it is your material. It's only now that we have started analyzing the material from sites in Tamil Nadu. The only site which has been studied so far is, for example, Sanur, where but they have not reported horse there. And maybe when we come up with more and more material, if we can find horse remains in that also. But horse is something very elusive. Even in the megalithic sites in Vidarbha also, it is not like you don't get it like cattle remains, or it might be just one individual or two individuals and things like that. So one has to try and also explore that these animals, were they just very few of them at that time, and then with more breeding and yeah, maybe more analysis could help us come up with more such remains. Yeah.
See that, the horse in Indian context remains a very vexed problem from Harappan to the present day, and introduction to different parts of the country also remains very, time framework, as well as their the cultural relationship with them is very difficult at present, because we don't have substantial amount of horse bones coming from the excavations, especially from settlement sites as such. And most of the, majority of the bones are coming from the burials. And that too, again, not in good numbers. Mostly the skull portion or the discarded part of the horse bones are appearing. So we need a lot of further research to understand that. So let's see. And then comes Abhay. So, we have all three of them belong to Deccan College, and one is the boss who is going out now. His student is going to present. So Abhay is assistant professor in the Department of Archaeology, University of Kerala. He holds a postgraduate degree from the University of Kerala, a postgraduate diploma from the Institute of Archaeology, Archaeological Survey of India, and a PhD from Deccan College, Pune. His doctoral research focuses on the archaeology with a special emphasis on Ichthyoarchaeology, isn't it?
Ichthyoarchaeology.
Yes. And from Harappan contest in Gujarat, he contributed to the establishment of geoarchaeological laboratory at the University of Kerala. His research interest includes Indus and Iron Age archaeology and has extensive experience in archaeological excavations across India. He is a co-editor of Heritage Journal of Multidisciplinary Study in Archaeology and has published widely in journals, edited volumes, and Malayalam language writings.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, now open for the presentation.
So very warm good morning to all.
Yeah.
Today in this presentation I would like to highlight the Ichthyoarchaeological aspects of Harappan period, only because I have significant amount of data from Harappan period, and of course towards the end of my presentation I will try to highlight the importance of Ichthyoarchaeology. I will quote some examples from the region of Tamil Nadu as well, and I will highlight the scope in future research in this particular area. And ichthyoarchaeology is nothing but the study of fish remains from archaeological context. It can be considered as a sub-branch of zooarchaeology as such. And I will be talking about Indus civilization, and I don't have to give you much information about Indus civilization. It has a vast extent across the northwestern part of India as well as Pakistan, Afghanistan region as well. And this is not a kind of a homogeneous culture. Indus civilization has so much of regional variations as well as a lot of temporal divisions like pre-urban, urban, and later post-urban, like that. And there are different terminologies scholars have used. And I will be talking about the ichthyoarchaeological aspects of the urban phase as well as post-urban phase. Some sort of changes are visible that I would like to highlight. And regarding animal-based subsistence, a lot of zooarchaeological works have happened. Aarti ma'am's presentation as well as Joglegar sir's presentation, they clearly mentioned about the things. And the problem with these studies, not the problem as such, in earlier studies or the current trend is like that, mostly they try to identify mammalian remains, they try to identify the processes of domestication as well as the exploitation of wild animals, etc. But most of the times, smaller animals like fish and sometimes mollusks, sometimes the smaller bird-like remains, such things are generally neglected largely because of the lack of available comparative reference collection, which is a basic necessity for undertaking such studies. And I will be talking about this region mostly from the Gulf of Kutch region, and in addition to that, one more site I have added from Saurashtra region, that is Lothal. And I will be talking about these 6 sites from which I have studied faunal material, basically the fish remains. And especially when the Gujarat is considered, Gujarat has a lot of potential in terms of aquatic faunal resources because it has a very long stretch of coastal belt. It has, technically it has the availability of all these resources. And for undertaking any ichthyoarchaeological study, you need to have a comparative reference collection, and with the help of a comparative reference collection only you can do this. And this is the collection we are maintaining at the Department of Archaeology of the University of Kerala. We have something like a 300 plus fish specimens which comprise nearly 150 species, representing 67 families, fish families. And this is how different kinds of fish dentary look like, and that itself shows how exactly they can be identified, how precisely they can be identified up to species level, because they are very different in their appearance as well. And these are the sites, selected sites for the study, and almost all these sites, especially these 4 sites, are clearly fortified settlements and very large settlement, relatively larger settlement, and many of the sites have settlements inside and outside the fortifications as well. And these have been excavated extensively, and we know the kind of context within and outside the fortifications. And this is the comprehensive list of identified fauna from identified fish remains from all these sites, all these 6 sites. And the largest number of samples are coming from Bagastra, which has been excavated very extensively by the MS University. Kanmir has been excavated by Rajasthan Vidyapeeth, and also with collaboration with the State Archaeology of Gujarat. Shikarpur again excavated by MS University. Navinal is actually not an excavated site, extensively explored by our university. And again, Kotra Badli excavated by Dr. Prabhu Shivarkal from Deccan College. And Lothal is currently being excavated by the ASI, Vadodara Circle. And among these fish remains, you see these kind of remains. You can see especially the kind of marine catfish, and also latest calcareivore. These are the kind of mostly seen fish species from these sites. And apart from that, some smaller fish are representing as well. That totally we have something like 29 different kinds of fish available from all these sites. And this is the data from the site of Bagastra. Bagastra has 3 phases that belong to urban phase, and early urban, and late urban. That is a complete urban phase. Then the phase 4 is representing the post-urban phase. And you see in first 3 phases, that is in urban phase, you can see marine or kind of estuarine fish species mostly, and it is continuing, of course, through the phase 4 as well. But in the 4th phase, you see an increased quantity of a particular family of fish, like the Bagridae family of fish you see in larger quantities, relatively larger quantities as compared to other phases. And the same pattern you can see at the site of Kanmir as well. After the mature Harappan levels, when you go to the late Harappan, you see a large number of Bagridae family, especially the mistus species is represented in larger numbers. And this particular species is the kind of freshwater fish usually found in small streams, and that's the rivers that are connected to the creeks. And somewhat similar kind of pattern is visible from the site of Shikarpur as well, but the sample size is relatively less. But from Bagastra and Kanmir, this pattern is quite evident. And altogether from these 3 sites, you can see a domination of latest calcareivore, that is Baramundi, that is kind of a large sized fish. Another dominating variety is Aridae, that is marine catfish. A different species of marine catfish you can see, from large fish like Nettuma to smaller fish like Arius maculatus. And as I mentioned before, this Bagridae is represented. Bagridae is actually a small kind of fish. It doesn't grow very large. That fish is represented in larger number towards the later part. There could be some reasons for that, for this kind of a shift that is noticed in this late Harappan phase. This could be because of the change in some environmental settings, or could be related to some change in the some sort of cultural change, like the change of preferences of people who prefer to eat this. Or we can assign these to the problems or some kind of shortage of infrastructure related to the marine fisheries, or maybe it is because of the introduction of a small scale, parallel kind of fishermen group who only target these kind of environments or these kind of fish species. Yeah, when we see the exploitation zones, we have this sea off the sea coast. This deep sea fishing was also there. That means the larger sized sharks and large sized marine catfish must have been exploited from this area. And a large share of fish was coming from this kind of an estuarine environment, which is very, very common in this Run of Kutch region, which is kind of a very marshy area which is subjected to low tide and high tide action. And this is the area where most of the fish was coming from. And obviously some amount of fish was also coming from freshwater sources like the small ponds and small streams nearby, which are ultimately coming to the Run of Kutch. And there's slight differences in the marine fish consumption within and outside the fortification area. If you see this urban phase within the phase 1, you see almost equal amount of consumption of marine fish within and outside the fortification. But when it comes to phase 3, late part of the urban phase, you can see a significant fall in the consumption of marine fish by the outside dwellers. The inside dwellers were still having marine fish. Almost a similar kind of pattern you can see from Shikarpur as well. Here also from the phase 1, you see almost equal consumption of marine fish inside and outside. And when it comes to late phase, you can see relatively lower consumption rate in the outside fortification area. The takeaway from this can be probably the inside dwellers were having the best catch. Probably the marine fish was more valued and considered better, and they were having this throughout. This in a way this shows the kind of society, the economy of the difference in the economy of the inside dwellers and the outside dwellers. And also the large size fish, especially the freshwater fish like wallago, etc. And these large sized fish are also found mostly from the inside fortification. That also in a way indicates that the best catch or the best kind of fish were going to the inside dwellers for consumption. And the site of Navinal revealed a lot of otoliths. These are all from surface surveys. And a certain area at the site was yielding large number of otoliths. Probably that was a kind of fish landing site or some kind of fish processing area where we could find a large number of otoliths. And these otoliths can be identified to species level in most of the cases. And in that way, we have all these otoliths belonging to two major families like Aridae and Cyanidae families. And these are the major kind of fish that represents these otoliths. In addition to these fish remains, this site also revealed a large number of crab remains as well as molluscan or shell remains. And a lot of fish bone modifications can be seen. Most of the modifications are belonging to the charring, and all the charring cannot be assigned to consumption, of course, but at least some of them were kind of evidence of roasting. And there were some cut marks as well. Some of the vertebrae are bearing the cut marks. The upper one is kind of a very sharp cut. The lower one is having a very blunt kind of cut, which also indicates some kind of processing. And this fish spine is with some cut modification. They were probably trying to modify this spine of a fish to make a small tool-like thing. And you see this kind of shark vertebrae which has been modified or kind of perforation has been done here probably for making some ornament kind of things. And when we see the bone element wise distribution of cut marks, you see most of the cut marks from these areas, like mostly from the neurocranium, also from the cleithrum portion, also from the vertebral portion. That also indicates some kind of fish processing pattern. Probably they were cutting the fish through this pattern so that the bone elements from the anterior portion are just gone away without having any cut marks, but this portion bear a lot of cut marks. And also the cut marks you see on the vertebrae indicate that probably they were cutting fish into small chunks for distribution. Probably this was happening in a fish market level or something. And again, when we see the bone element wise distribution at Kanmir, you can see large number of cleithra. For example, here you can see 111 number of cleithrum, and also other lower cranial elements are represented in very low numbers. That means this fish was processed somewhere, and when they do the filleting of this fish, this particular bone, that is this cleithrum, was remaining along with the body, and the anterior portion of the fish, the lower cranial elements, were discarded somewhere, and only this portion of the fish was brought to the site for consumption. That is the reason we get most of this cleithrum in higher quantities. This also indicates possible decapitation and transportation of fish. Either they salted it or dried, and we do not know, but somehow they transported it. And these patterns in faunal consumption or fish faunal consumption can be compared with some other patterns observed in the site of Bagastra and Shikapur, where you can see the differences in this inside and outside consumption of mutton especially. There is such difference that has been highlighted by Bradjis in his work. And similarly, at the site of Kanmir also, towards the late Harappan phase, you can see the change in its pattern. In the late phase, you see a large number of wild animals. Also, you see some sort of changes in the archaeobotanical evidence. You see a larger number of millets, etc. And these sort of patterns can be compared along with these fish faunal data as well. And another interesting example is the site of Courtyard, which is located inside, exactly in the center of the Kutch region. And this is something like a 50-60 kilometer far from the coastal belt. And interestingly, there you have all these three marine fish variety. Even from a small sample set, you have shark bones, as well as marine catfish, as well as latest calcarifer, this barramundi. That indicates clearly the people had some sort of preference for marine fish. For that purpose, people were probably transporting marine fish from the coastal belt up to the site. And recent excavations at Lothal, and we have been examining some samples from Lothal as well, and Lothal reveal a different kind of fish that is generally called as snakeheads. The head portion of this fish that looks quite like a snake. That is the reason it is named as snakeheads in common English, and that belongs to the family Chanidae. And this fish has not been reported from other Harappan sites in Gujarat region so far, but this fish has been reported from the Mesolithic levels from the site of Datrana, and after that this fish has not been represented anywhere in the Chalcolithic levels at Datrana. Probably it has something related to the change in the environments. Here, of course, this Lothal region is a very wet region where a lot of water resources are there in this Bal region. Probably because of the presence of this fish naturally in that environment that is represented in the archaeological sediments in the site of Lothal as well. And the fish remains have also been studied by William Belcher in Pakistan part, And 5 sites have been studied by him: Balakot, Aladino, Mehergarh, Nausharo, and also Harappa. And when we see this, we compare this data from this Karachi region, that specifically from this Balakot and Aladino, most of the fish species are kind of similar to Kutch region, except for the overrepresentation of latest calcarifer here. You don't find such large number of latest calcarifer from that Karachi region. On the other side, Karachi region is dominated by Pomadacis asta, that is a different fish species. That is not unusual, because that fish is even today found in or caught in larger numbers in the Karachi region. That fish is available in that particular region. On the other side, this region, ethnographic data also shows that in the Gulf of Kutch region, latest calcarifer is present even today in large quantities. That is the reason this sort of difference comes in. Otherwise, most of the fish species are again represented in Karachi region as well. Another interesting example is from Harappa. From Harappa also you have some marine fish remains reported by William Belcher, which is something like 800 kilometers away from the sea coast. That means this fish must have been transported from this coastal belt up to Harappa, the site like Harappa. Such long distance transportation is visible in such food products as well. So then coming to Tamil Nadu region, we have started doing some analysis on faunal material from Tamil Nadu sites. One is Neolithic site of Molapalayam, that is located very close to Kerala border, that is very close to Palakkad region. And this Neolithic site is revealing very interesting evidence, and one interesting aspect is the presence of fish remains. And this is usually this is the kind of carp fish, that is a freshwater fish, the kind of rohu, katla, all the similar kind of fish you find from Molapalayam site. Of course, this is an interior site and there is a river nearby, and there is nothing unusual, but this is also there. I wanted to say that these sort of evidence can be observed if faunal remains can be examined with the help of an ichthyoarchaeological collection as well. And another example is from Alagangulam, that is an early historic site excavated by J.F. Bhaskar with the State Archaeology Department. And this site also reveals, of course, this is a coastal site. It also reveals the four-finger threadfin, that is a fish that is generally called as Indian salmon. This fish is represented at the site of Alagangulam. Of course, this is the analysis of Alagangulam has just started by us, one of my PhD students, and it's in the beginning we have only a limited number of evidence for the fish consumption. Of course, when the analysis is over, I hope more number of specimens will be revealed. I don't just want to read these conclusions. This is all about I said, and importantly, it has this ichthyoarchaeology studies have a lot of potential in Indian archaeology, and it has been explored extensively in the Harappan context in the western part of India. But if you look into fish remains from other parts of India, and especially from Tamil Nadu region, where a lot of excavations are happening these days, and this particular branch of archaeology has a lot of potential, and this can reveal a lot of interesting results from this region, I'm sure. And thank you. I would like to acknowledge all the scholars and other institutions who have supported me for making this study possible. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abhan. And this paper is open for any question, one or two, please.
So thanks for your talk. I just want to ask you if you have gone through any of the evidence of pisciculture in Gujarat region, like in a controlled environment over there, rather than fishing in marine and freshwater lake. Did they control anything over there, like doing the culture nearby their place?
See, such sort of evidence cannot be understood from the faunal remains as such. For that, possibly from an archaeological site, maybe some contextual information is needed for that. Generally, in archaeofaunal material, such evidence would not be represented as such.
So would it be possible if you find a lot of fish bones in a particular place, is it possible to give an hypothesis that they had a controlled environment for cultivation of fish over there?
That cannot be considered like that. If you find a large number of fish bones, the first possibility is that that could have been a fish processing center primarily. If it is a if it is a kind of fish growing area, then it should be somewhere outside the settlement. And at a growing area, you won't find many fish remains. Fish remains are found when it is processed or it is used or it's consumed.
Thank you, sir.
Any question? No, but I have a question. See that, it is very interesting, and what we see that, which I have given you the bones to look into, see that in Harappa you are getting marine fishes. In other places also you are getting marine fishes which are having 200, 500,000 kilometers away from that. That means in the past, this fish, fresh fish, would not have reached there. It is dry fish, salted fish, and all that. So if that salt can be analyzed, the content of that salt, if at all it is remaining, could say from that from which coast it was coming from, if at all it is there. And secondly, the kind of dry fish reaching to that, if it all can be linked to from one side to the other side, looking into the species, especially, could prove give a kind of chain, movement of this fish from the coastal region to the hinterlands. So similarly, it could tell that one other research which is lacking in our country is the salt trade, which is salt we consumed extensively from the marine resources to the hinterland, to the Himalayan and all that. So like dry fish, salt would be definitely moving. So that if at all, because a lot of research has been carried out in China very extensively about salt trade. So we can look into the dry fish trade as well as salt trade along with that.
Sure.
That will be really good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We request Dr. Mohanty sir to give away the certificate and proceedings for the speakers. First, Professor Pramod Joglekar. Dr. Aarti Deshpande and Tarnam Chow. Dr. Abhayan. Thank you, sir. Now we will be having a short tea break for 15 minutes. By 11:45, we can meet. 20 minutes break. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back everyone. We have a great session this morning on archaeozoology, language and genomics. We're going to start with a paper on archaeozoology. It will be given by Dr. Pankaj Goyal. After completing his post-graduation in zoology at Kumaon University, Nainital, Pankaj Goyal earned a postgraduate diploma in ancient Indian history, culture and archaeology from Deccan College, Pune. In 2012, he received his PhD from Deccan College again, where he worked under Professor P.P. Jonglekar. He has worked on faunal remains from sites in Haryana, Gujarat, Odisha, Western Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh. And he's made contributions to archaeozoology, human-animal relationships, the Himalayan medicinal system, and traditional knowledge systems. He's over 40 research publications in major national and international journals. He's also written a number of popular articles on the website www.indianscience.org about the history of Indian science and technology. He co-authored a book with Professor P.P. Jonglekar titled Animal Husbandry and Allied Technology in Ancient India. He recently published a new book, Animal-Based Subsistence in the Harappan Culture in Gujarat, with special reference to Kanma. He also works as an associate editor for Man and Environment, a leading periodical for archaeology in India. So with that, please give a warm welcome to Dr. Pankaj Goyal.
Okay, so very good morning to all of you. So respected chairperson, delegates, and my dear friends. So the topic of my presentation is modern approaches to archaeozoology in Tamil Nadu, advancing traditional faunal analysis to contemporary methodologies. So in the last session, 3 papers have amply illustrated the value of animal bone in reconstructing the past human-animal interactions. So I'll be adding something more to that. Some things I'll be repeating because they have already been discussed in the previous presentations. So, as we know, a number of archaeological sites have been excavated in Tamil Nadu every year, and these sites are generating a good amount of well-preserved faunal data. So if we study that systematically, we can gain a deeper understanding of past human-animal interactions. In fact, as the previous presentations have illustrated, that we can know much more about the past through the study of these remains. For example, I have studied so many sites from Gujarat. These were the Harappan sites. And after analyzing that, I realized that cattle were the mainstay of Harappan civilization. In fact, we do not give enough credit to these animals. And I would like to call them as uncelebrated architects of the Harappan civilization. Most of the sites have revealed more than 60 to 70% cattle bones. And if you look at the data, then we find that these animals were not only used for meat, these animals were also used for a variety of secondary purposes. These were used for transportation, these were used for agricultural operations, these were used for carrying stuff from one place to another, these were carrying people from one place to another. Of course, we have evidence of horse, but that is a matter of debate. And even if horse was there, their number was not great. So cattle were the main animals which were doing all these roles. So all these big cities were built by cattle. Cattle were helping in exchanging the technologies in different regions. So it is better to call them as uncelebrated architects. If we remove these animals from the Harappan landscape, I don't think there will be any Harappan civilization. So in the same way, those sort of aspects can be uncovered here. So what do I mean by traditional approach? So traditional approach basically involves the macroscopic examination of animal bones, in which we identify the element up to the anatomical level, then we try to identify to what particular species that element might belong to. And then in the process, we also record various types of bone modifications, and we list them and we represent the data in that way, either in the form of tables or graphs. So this type of data basically provides a essential baseline for that what type of animals were there and what was their role. But this type of data has certain limitations. So we need to look further. Because as I told you, there's a great potential if we study them systematically. So some of the things that we can do, I'll be explaining. So these are some of the aspects that can be explored by studying this. Animal domestication. Now we know that if we read recent genetic papers, then some of these genetic papers point South India as one of the major domestication center. But archaeologically, we do not have enough evidence. So we need to look into that aspect through archaeological evidence. Then ritual and symbolisms can be explored through these animal remains. What can figurines, sacrifices, or curated bones tell us about cultural beliefs beyond diet? Social organization aspects can be explored. So do faunal differences between sites reflect social hierarchies, feasting, or wealth allocation? Similarly, different aspects of subsistence practices can be explored. Then how humans were adapting to different environmental conditions can also be explored through animal remains. And long distance trade. So how should we go ahead? So no single method is in fact applicable. We need to adopt a multiple lines of evidence. So first thing is related to this recovery of faunal data. And this is not only true for Tamil Nadu, for other regions of India also. Generally, we collect our faunal data by using this hand collection method. And we do not adopt this wet flotation and dry flotation. So what generally happens, we do not recover enough fish bones, enough bones of smaller mammals. As Abhin showed in his presentations, that most of the times we do not have evidence of fish. And one of the reasons that could be related to that, because we had not collected that data. So for that type of collection, we need to adopt this type of approach. Now sometimes we might be having 50 trenches, and it might not be possible to adopt all those this method in all those trenches. So at least we can do some type of selective sampling. We can do this in one particular trench, and then we can compare the data with other trenches. Then references. References play a very important role in archaeology. So when we identify our specimens up to the species level, we take help of this. So I feel that we should have regional reference collections in different regions. So one of that region could be Tamil Nadu, where local animals, where modern references of local animals can be collected. Then taphonomy is again a very important part, because the bone that we recover after excavation is not a simple bone. It might contain evidences of many aspects of past. For example, if animals were eaten, then you might get evidence of cut marks, butchering marks, chop marks. If these were eaten by different animals, then you might get evidence of gnawing marks. Then if they were kept under the sun for a longer period of time, then you might get evidence of that, and so on. Similarly, after getting deposited, again, bone might get affected due to various processes. The acidity of the soil, the pH of the soil, and if the bone is in close contact with some roots, that might again affect. So all these things needed to be recorded properly. So there are three different stages of taxonomy: pre-depositional stage, then we have depositional, and finally post-depositional. And after that, we are recovering these bones. So we need to record whatever is unique to that bone. So a comprehensive specimen level recording protocol is essential to document these modifications and account for biases. For example, I'll give you example of cut marks and butchering marks. So generally what do? We simply record that cut marks are present in these bones, and we present them in the form of a list. Okay, these animals are having these many cut marks. We simply deal with the relative proportion. But we do not try to understand how these animals were butchered, what tools were used for butchering these animals, and what were the different processes that led to this butchering activity. So those sort of things we needed to now understand. For example, this is from the site of Kanmer, where we have 4 different cultural phases: KMR1, KMR2A, 2B, and KMR3. So if you look, the butchering practice is almost similar in all the 4 cultural phases. So a standard butchery practice was going on, and it was similar. Of course, in some periods we have more number of cut marks. That depends, that is related to the number of bones recovered from that cultural phase. Then mostly we use NISP, number of identified specimens. So we simply count the number of bones identified, and then we present it in the form of a table. Now this method, while it is the easiest method, it has certain drawbacks, because different animals have different number of bones, and different bones might go through different taxonomic processes. For example, a sheep bone might break into 8 different pieces, and a cattle bone might break into only 3 pieces. So in the beginning there were only 2 bones, but a sheep bone broke into 8 pieces, and a cattle bone broke into 3 pieces. So if we put them in a table and if we find the relative proportion, then of course the sheep proportion will be more, which is not the accurate case. In fact, both of these animals were represented by 1 bone. So those sort of difficulties might arise when we use number of identified specimens. So we need to use some other type of quantitative methods also. So we have this MNI, minimum number of individuals. Then we have this MNE, minimum number of elements. Then we have also MAU methods. And sometimes we can also modify these NISP. So what generally I do, I divide my NISP into 2 types, diagnostic NISP and rough NISP. So rough NISP are those elements which we can identify up to the general category level, like large-sized mammals, medium-sized mammals, small-sized mammals. And diagnostic, which can be identified up to the species level. So for my further comparison, I'll be using only the diagnostic counts. So it removes all the biases. I'll not be taking into consideration the larger categories. An additional method, if you want to know the food value, meat value of different animals, you can go for meat weight estimation. Then another important aspect is taking measurements, metrical analysis. So whenever possible, we need to take measurements. These measurements again can provide vital information. For example, many species are closely related to each other, and sometimes it becomes very difficult to separate them manually. And by mistake, we might identify, for example, cattle and buffalo bones are very similar. And if you're doing your analysis manually, you might identify a buffalo bone as a cattle bone by mistake. But by using the metrical data, you can separate those species, because different animals have different metrical attributes. So this is one way by which you can separate these species. Then there is a method called log difference method, in which we convert our archaeological measurements into log measurements. Then we subtract those measurements from a modern animal. And by looking into that, we can find out the stature of the animal. So it will help us in identifying whether different populations were existing in that site or not. Then there are different equations which are available by using which you can estimate the wither height, and then you can compare data coming from different sites. So when we used these three methods during my PhD, so I compared data coming out from different archaeological sites. So when we placed them in a graph, it showed that there were three different populations which were available in Gujarat. So some cattle were very tall. These might have been used for draft-related activities, traction-related activities. Some cattle were very small, and some were medium-sized. Then another important aspect is survivorship curve, or the mortality profile, or the sex profile of these animals. So by using two different attributes like epiphyseal fusion of stages of long bones and dental wear of mandibular teeth, we can estimate the age of death. So for example, suppose we have a data like this. We have some embryonic animals, then we have some animals which are belonging to 0 to 1.5 years of age, and some animals which fall in between 1.5 to 2.5 years of age, 2.5 to 3. So in that way, you can create a survivorship curve. So the presence of young males generally indicates that they might have been used for food, because we generally consume meat when the animal meat is, animals are young. And if you are keeping them, if there are more numbers of adult animals, then it might indicate that animals might have been used for other activities like transportation, agricultural operations, and so on. 5 minutes. Okay. For example, I'll show you data from one of the sites, again from Kanmer. So there were 4 different cultural phases, KMR1, KMR2B, 2A. So let's look at the data. So I had this type of data from KMR3. So most of the animals were falling between the ages of 0.15 to 3.5 years of age. So this is the age group in which we generally eat or consume the meat of these animals. Then if you look at the data that we have from other cultural phase, then we have a number of young animals. Of course, again, we have a peak at the age group of 2.5 to 3.5 years of age, but lots of adult animals can be seen here. Then again, if you look at the data that is from KMR2B, a similar type of data, of course, a larger number of embryonic animals. And then if you look at the data from KMR1, it reflects exactly that we have in KMR3. So if we look at this data, then we can find that in KMR2A and KMR2B, lots of adult animals were there. So in addition of eating meat of these animals were also used for other activities, transport-related activities, for agricultural operations. And we also have a number of young animals in the same period, so which represents the presence of female. So some sort of dating activity might also have been going on during that site. Then paleopathology is again a very important aspect, as Dr. Aarti discussed in her presentation. So we get evidence of these in bones. So some of these are called like extosis, lipping, hibernation, so on. So an animal we might also get evidence of fractured bones or bone cancer. So if we are getting these type of evidences like extosis, polishing, lipping, then it suggests that these animals might have been used for draft-related activities or the traction-related activities. So in addition to that age profile, you can use this data, and together you can say that these animals were used for this. Then nowadays we are in the era of biomolecular archaeology. So there are lots of biomolecules which we can extract. So one of these is stable isotope analysis. So different types of isotopes can be extracted. So for example, we have carbon, nitrogen, strontium, oxygen is also there. But for that, we need first a baseline. So we need to create a baseline for different regions against which our archaeological data can be compared. So these can throw again light on various aspects like diet, migration, whether animal were raised locally or they came from outside, and so on. Now, one of the challenges is Tamil Nadu is because this region is having a warmer climate, so it might accelerate the degradation of organic remains. So this might be one of the difficulties that we may encounter. Then now we are again, and within biomolecules, again, we can go for residue type of analysis. So whether animal, we can use ceramics for extraction of different types of lipid residues and other residues, which might tell us whether milk was used, milk products was used, what type of meat was used. So these type of studies have already been done in some other parts of India. Same thing can be adopted here. And 3D model. Nowadays, it's becoming very popular, 3D modeling. So we are also trying to make our references into 3D models. Same way, we can, whatever we are observing in our bones can be done by using this 3D documentation. And this can be an excellent tool for public engagement also in museums and educational institutes. Then, so if you simply use NISP count, then our data will look like this. A cattle bone fragment from a protohistoric site. Traditional analysis will reveal this much information. But if you are using a comprehensive methodology, so if you have studied taphonomy, suppose there is a cut mark. So you are studying that. Then you have taken measurement. Then you have also extracted stable isotope, strontium carbon. Then your new data will look like this. This was not just a cattle bone. It belonged to a large brought animal, likely imported as part of a long-distance exchange networks, raised on a specific diet, and ultimately butchered for a high-value meat of ritual feast. So see the change. So that's why we need to have a multi-pronged approach. Then, once we have this data, we can look into some complex issues, like what type of subsistence practices were there, whether they were specialized or generalized. Suppose if milk was consumed, whether it was produced for commercial level or for household level. Similarly, direct or indirect distribution, like Abhin showed, that fish were most probably procured from a market. Same way, it might happen that people were processing those fish within their households. So those sort of data can also be looked into if we study them systematically. Then what was the relationship between different settlements? How urban settlements were connected with rural settlements? This is again another aspect that we need to look into. And when there were animals, it also led to different types of professions. For example, if you are consuming animals, there must have been some butchers, so their livelihood was depending upon carcass processing. Then if they were used for transportation, there must have been carters who were taking people from one place to another. For example, now if I want to go from Pune to Mumbai, I generally hire a cab. So in those time periods, these were the cabs. So you will be hiring a cattle cart, and that cattle cart will be taking you to some other places. So that was again a profession. If milk was consumed, again, there must have been some specialists who might have been dealing with this. And if cattle were there, there might have been some veterinary doctors whose main function was to look after these animals. Then carpenters building those cars, maintaining those roads, maintaining those transport systems. So within one animal, so many professions can be seen. So we also need to look into this type of aspects. Yes, only 2 slides. So the story of past animals in Tamil Nadu is not just an ancient history, it is a living legacy. These ancient relationships are woven into the fabric of modern life, shaping Tamil Nadu's economy from dairy farming to agriculture and transport. Culture of cow, the use of animals in festivals and their depiction in art and mythology. Landscapes, the very layout of villages and pastoral routes is a product of these millennium-old partnerships. And finally, by integrating traditional knowledge with modern analytic science, we can move beyond baseline data to a nuanced and robust understanding of Tamil Nadu's past. This is a collaborative effort to unlock the full potential of our shared archaeological heritage and contribute globally significant scholarship. So these are the things that can be done at Tamil Nadu. So there are different phases. So we need to establish some laboratories here, whose main function should be to first to collect references. Then we need to establish standard specimen level recording protocols across institutions, create shared data, digital databases for faunal data, foster collaborative research networks among regional specialists. Then in phase 2, we could have developed dedicated archaeological laboratory facilities, invest in specialist training programs for students and researchers, build comprehensive region-specific reference collections, and in phase 3, we can have these two. And this is the last slide, so I would like to thank the organizers of this symposium for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to present my paper here. I would also like to thank Professor K. Rajan, T. Udayachandran, and Dr. Sivanathan Ramanagaran for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 2 minutes, so for a very short comment or question, if anyone would like to ask one.
Yes, it is good. It is a good approach that you envisage. We have been talking about quite some time. You know, in processing and handling these artifacts, whatever you obtain from the field, they are all lying in heaps everywhere. Due to manpower or something like that, you could not do that effectively. If it can be automated, a conveyor belt system, wherein photograph can be taken on all the sides and so on, 3D, then it will hasten the process. Straight away, your letters or Libby or whatever be that, everything can automatically be assorted. And it's not that costlier, you know, because you need only smaller conveyor belt and the systems logistics. Discuss with appropriate engineers and the industry, you can do that. That is my first comment. The second one is, with reference to the bones and everything, what you were telling, sieving method and all. Again, these are all laborsome and cumbersome. But that can also be automated. You know that in human blood transfusions, now even every lymphocyte or a granulocyte, platelet, everything can be opened in different tabs and then collected. So it is just a question of putting your mind and putting together various expertise and use it. I can help you that way.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. We will move on then to the next speaker, and thank you very much for a most inspiring talk. So our second speaker today is Professor Pichappan, who most of you I'm sure will know. Professor Pichappan is a pioneer and national leader in immunogenetics, immunology of infectious diseases, transplantation immunology, and human genomics in India. Professor Pichappan's research has received genomic predisposition to leprosy, genetic susceptibility to tuberculosis, and HLA diversity in Indian populations, including the identification of descendants of the first out-of-Africa migration to India around 60,000 years ago. Professor Pichappan has authored more than 120 refereed scientific publications and has participated in numerous international congresses. In 2008, Professor Pichappan was invited as one of only 16 speakers worldwide and the sole representative from India at the UNESCO conference, the first Great Migrations of Peoples in Paris. During and after tenure as professor at Madurai Kamaraj University, Professor Pichappan has led multiple Indian-focused research projects and served as director or advisor to institutions and agencies, including the Indian Council of Medical Research, Andaman and Nicobar Administration, Drug Controller of India, Nilgiri Adivarsity Welfare Association, Chettinad Academy of Medical Sciences, UGC, EMRC, and the Global Genomic Project. Professor Pichappan currently advises the Ancient DNA program of the government of Tamil Nadu and Madurai Kamaraj University. Professor Pichappan was elected Fellow of the National Academy of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, and the Indian Academy of Sciences in Bengaluru in 2002, and has received several Lifetime Achievement Awards, including from the Genome Medicine Consortium of the United Kingdom. He's a strong advocate of public engagement with science and he's pioneered HLA transplantation matching services for kidney and bone marrow transplantation at Madurai, Camaraj University. It's now widely used by CMC velour and transplant centres across the Deccan region. He's contributed to international documentaries, such as the famous Story of India, BBC series, Journal of Man, the National Geographic series, bringing complex science to wider audiences. In 2023, Professor Pichappan established the Pitch Foundation to improve education and promote appropriate green technologies, and continues to work towards a vision of quality India. So it's with great pleasure that I asked Professor Pichappan to come to the stage and give us his presentation.
Thank you, Professor Benjamin, for the introduction. This interdisciplinary approach and the human biology oriented, we started some 40 years ago. I met Professor V.I. Subramaniam in the International School of Dravidian Linguistics with some of my data, and he said the answer is in DNA. Now, I will just simply go through one after another the slides and try to stick to the time. The question is whether language is a prelude or language as a prelude is a question to the cultural evolution. We all know that the culture, but the language development still is highly debated. We use the DNA technology. You know, simple mouthwash. In just 1 hour, I can collect the DNA of all the people in this room just by giving 1 ounce of water, ask you to spit it to a cup. Another 1 hour, we just spin and store it. That's all. We have got your whole genome. Okay? So that kind of technology you should develop. Ancient DNA aims at that. Now, I deal with here the male migration. Okay? The males have a chromosome called non-recombinant Y region in the Y chromosome, which doesn't easily recombine. So it is inherited from father to son and son to grandson and so on. It is not inherited by daughters. Okay? This is responsible for the maleness. Now, man originated in Africa some 200,000 years ago. Some 70,000 years ago, due to some calamities, a small band of people left Africa and traveled through the coast of India, reached Australia in another 10,000 years. This is called first out of Africa migration. If we just consider the route, the pointer doesn't work? Okay, A as the root, A, B, and C. These are all single mutations. Pointer. Not change, pointer I want. Not working, okay. All right. So A, B, C are all the base of the trunk of the tree. If you consider the mankind male lineages as a tree, and then F, H, and L branches are mostly specific to India, whereas J, O, and R, they are all from different regions, Central Asia, Oriental region, and Eastern region. They all came over later to India. Okay? So these are all simple point mutations we detect in the DNA. Right, what is the result? So these are the methods that we use. Some 12,000 samples we collected from all over India, most of the states, and then genotyping was done using the state-of-the-art technologies, DNA technologies, everything in Madurai. And then appropriate statistics were also applied, and you can date, like your carbon dating, based on these mutations at the population level. We can tell the time of origin of that particular population. Okay? Now, what is the result? Just, this is the pan-India. Okay? Ancestry, you can call it. All the 12,000 people put together. Now, R1A, yellow color, represent 19.38% of the sample that we collected. And H1A, 19.3% again. Whereas O2A, 8.12%, R2A, 7.31%, F, 6.09%. Each one of these alphabet, as I mentioned, is the branch. Okay? Then Tibeto-Burmese O3A, Dravidian L1A. What do you mean by Dravidian or Indo-Aryan Austroasiatic? In the principal component analysis, when you do that, there is a great correlate with these language speakers as well as the particular Y chromosome. Okay? That's what there is correlate. Then we asked a question, can we trace the language subfamilies from this? So this is just the language subfamilies, not this, that is the African AF, Austroasiatic Kasip, and then Austroasiatic Munda, then Sino-Tibetan, Tibeto-Burmese speakers, Dravidian, Central Dravidian, Dravidian, South Dravidian, and so on. Most of the languages, you know that. Okay? Similarly, Indo-Aryan also, Magadhi, Maha, and so on. So when you did that, this is on the x-axis, I have given the various branches of the NRY, and then on the y-axis, I have given the various language families, and various factors also I just deal with. And Mike. That is the subfamilies of SD1 is South Dravidian 2, SD1 is S Dravidian 1, CA means caste, BR means Brahmin. Okay? The first column is the number of samples that we have collected. Now, look at that. I have made it as a histogram itself, here itself in the frequency table, and you have the highest frequency over here. What is important is this H1A is present almost in every Dravidian speaker. I am not presenting you the Indo-Aryan speakers here. So only Dravidian speaker. Whereas some others, this O2A is seen, this is actually Austroasiatic speaker, but seen in some of the Dravidian speakers, especially the North Dravidian speakers. That is actually gene pool as replaced in a language speaker. Then there is another specific thing, this one L1A, which we call as a marker for Dravidian, is mostly present in higher proportions, 0.13 and 0.14 frequency in South Dravidian 2 and South Dravidian 1 speaker. Okay? So it is not uniform, even among the language speaker as well as among the tribe caste continuum. If you just look at that, tribe, then caste, then the Brahmin. Okay? Now, to correlate it further, we made a contour map, elevation maps, and on the x-axis it is various subgroups of language speakers, and on the y-axis it is the various branches of the tree, and these are all, we can call it as the original Indian clade, which I showed you in the first tree diagram, and these are all the Neolithic. This, of course, very prominent only, this red one is 0.4, and then this yellow one is 0.2. Now, when we look at that, the H1A is present almost throughout India, as well as R1A or R clades. Okay, these two are very common. Please recall the first proportion diagram that I showed you, wherein the R1A and H1A were the biggest block of 19%, okay? So you can imagine the frequency. More the frequency, more the people probably that branch established very well, and maybe natural selection or whatever be that the reason, they expanded. At the end, I will correlate this to sociology also. Now, in this diagram, I have put the root of the tree on the top and the latest one at the bottom. Okay, it is an inversion tree. But this, I inverted that. Then you look at that, so beautifully it comes up. Now, most of these are seen in the Indo-Aryan Brahmin people R1A. Okay? Whether it is South Dravidian or North Dravidian, everything is the same. And this is from the tribal, they become caste, and they also go in and introgress into Brahmin population at 10% level. Okay? So we are further working on the sequences to prove this point. All right? So this is typically the Austroasiatic and Mundari speakers or Tibeto-Burman speakers on the eastern India. So originally it looks like all the language speakers started as a tribal, including Indo-Aryans. They are called as Vedic tribes. Okay? Then they evolve, maybe culturally, as you talk, become a caste, and some people take over some Vedic philosophy, different directions, and Brahmin is a conglomerate of a functional group, rather. Okay? So we will see that later. So this is actually the forest plot of these NRY haplogroups, their fidelity as odds ratio, a log scale for haplogroup enrichment comparing the Dravidian and the Indo-Aryan language data. You just look at that. F star, whichever I showed as a pyramid, they are all significant, and these are all the error margin. And these are all mostly in Dravidian, these are all in Indo-Aryan speakers. Okay? Now, then, this is what again, a picturesque representation for you to know. These are all the different branches of the NRY tree. These are all the tribe. Look at that, this is tribe. OTA is only in the tribe. Okay? And then North Dravidian and South Dravidian it is seen. Okay, and then where it is normally distributed also have been given. So, first, when the out of Africa migration man came into India, he starts at Western Ghats as tribe, represented even today at the highest frequency in the Sangam literature mentioned Paliyar, Pulayar, Kadar, Irular. They are the original people. 2024, Priya Murjani has confirmed this, and 50,000 years ago, that is the age based on the whole genome. Then you look at this specifically. This is a caste of Dravidian speakers, L1A2. Okay? Then the Brahmin group, they have the highest frequency at the bottom, R1A 576 and then M124. So, in other words, later arrivals came and overlaid like a layered cake. So what is the age of these? So we can, based on the diversity, STR diversity of these chromosomes that we studied, we can always calculate the age. This is what in the world literature gives 48,800. That is the F star, which we mentioned in the Paliyar, Pulayar, you know. It is the founder of India, in the Western Ghat. Okay? Then in our pan-Indian data, it is 31,000. And when we consider as an individual population, a combination of 19 population or so, the mean is about 16,000. So read for yourself. This is a H1. This is a pan-Indian. Whether it was the original Dravidian cultural element is a question. We feel so. Then these two. Then comes the Southern Dravidian. This is not seen very much in the Central Dravidian. It is absent really, this branch. Central Dravidian, they have only these two. Then is this is the Vedic people or Brahmin. Now, your big question is, who are these people? I tell you, in Indo-Aryan language speakers, only 1/3 of the population belong to Brahmin. Okay? R1A also, only 1/3 belong to the Brahmin group. Okay. Now, once again, in the dating, people have argued, usually with younger clades, the calculation method bloats the age a bit. Whereas with the older clades, it suppresses a bit. So, in fact, David Drake and all other publications say about the ancient cDNA of the Indus periphery samples about 4,000 years or so. So, yes. So, in summary, there is a layered paternal history. I will just read through of Indian population. This is based on the Y chromosome. It should be true with whole genome also, but we need to look at the female gene pool also. Female gene pool were all derived from the first out of Africa migration. Whereas as I showed here, male migrations have occurred time and again, and they form most of the northern Indian plains nowadays occupying. So there is a Y chromosome haplogroup which shows a continuous multi-layered paternal history, and there is also an indigenous Mesolithic foundation, as I showed you with the H1, L1A and F, dominating the tribal and Dravidian groups. And there is a continuity without large-scale male replacement in these populations. This is still about 20,000 years earlier. But with the Neolithic demic diffusion, the agricultural spread resulted in admixture, and this is very much with Austroasiatic and Indo-Aryan language speakers. Then the Bronze Age steppe, commonly they used to call it, probably that culture came in, brought in by a few people, but they are a small band of people probably, and they are represented by these haplogroups. But these haplogroups had a huge expansion only in India. This is in Tajikistan. That's the latest branch of RNA. They are not seen very much. They are there in the Europe, but in very low frequency. So, what is the take-home message that I want to tell? Synthesis. I am going to draw some references from literature for you to appreciate the value of this. So, the time scale overlaps with the late Paleolithic and Neolithic cultural evolution, whatever you are talking about. Maybe 10,000 years, maximum 12,000 to 15,000. Now, is it the culture that gave rise to the language or the other way? Right? What was the driving force behind such socio-cultural evolution? Whether it is the food, or the technology, or the agriculture, language, culture, society, whatever you call it. Was the chick first or the egg first? This is a common question that we used to ask. Okay? Now, look at that. This is a bit confusing, a large comprehension of India. This is actually the population size. And as per the population size, it has been started. This is from our literatures, census data, 2011 if I remember correct. Uttar Pradesh is the largest state, 16.51% of the population of India. And also with 15.1% of the land mass. Okay? And in fact, the production, if you look at also, it just gives the square kilometers and then population square kilometer. But GST revenue, if you look at, it is very limited. Whereas in terms of agricultural produce, this is agricultural produce, it is actually comparable to that. So, what is the correlation? Then the whole of the northern belt, it is the Indo-Gangetic dome, which really is supported the huge paddy cultivation. That is how the population has expanded so much. And, okay, so it is actually the gene which led to language, in my opinion, and then the migration. And the food security and socioculture resulted in the picture that we saw there. And for your information, there are genes coding for language, cognition, and everything. And it is this, FOXP2 language gene. Then executive functions, there are a few genes. Then there are multiple genes, and it is not controlled by only one gene. Brain development, neural connection, cognitive process, everything is determined by gene, whether you like it or not. Now, this person, in fact, Michael St. Clair, we invited, but he could not come. Maybe in the next meeting he would talk to you. He has published a monograph on this language, prehistory of language from perspective of Y chromosome. So he says a triangulated Y chromosome based modeling of language prehistory yielded desperately needed models of language prehistory, and it is highly reliable. So this is actually Pagel and Atkinson 2013 paper, wherein they put the Proto-Dravidian language as 13,500 years old. It is entirely separate from all the rest of the language families, as evidenced by the grammar itself. And this is our study in 2012 showing the 7 separate groups of Tamil Nadu. 7,000 years ago, this social stratification has occurred. During the past 3,000 years, it did not intermix. This is the same data. This is a Kolipakam 2018 paper. The modern sample, the age is about 4,500. Now, Y chromosome, once again, is a blueprint of men's health also. So, some common European lineage, GI, has some increased risk of even coronary diseases. So there is a correlation between all this, whatever we are talking about. I hope that I have given you the information. So it is something like a chick looking at the world as it is hatched. We all need to relook archaeology, I wish. Thank you. Sorry, 22 minutes.
Fantastic. He kept to time pretty much. So that means that we have 5 minutes for questions and comments. I'm sure there will be a lot. A difficult thing to talk about. Or maybe I will kick off. So when you're talking about language and being part of the picture here in India, I mean, obviously language developed outside of India. And probably the first languages were probably the Khoisan languages, for example, in southern Africa, which are click-based. So in terms of whether genes or something within the body represents the origins of language and culture. I mean, I've always thought the development of the voice box is an absolutely crucial moment in modern human development of language. But it has recently been pointed out that you could have fully complex languages using clicks, so that the Khoisan have 6 clicks, and you can click, you can create a language without, in fact, having a voice box. So language could be much earlier, in fact, than we even originally thought. And so I'm wondering if really the
gene
genes
is
hold
very old.
I wonder if the genes hold the key to language, but it's an interesting topic for debate.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Why there is only one caste is mentioned, or like one particular region is mentioned? Are we tracing certain languages or tracing certain people?
Can you repeat?
So I see one particular caste is mentioned in the analysis. So because the focus is on tracing of that group of people, or like, yeah. I'm asking if it is focus is on that particular caste.
Brahminism is not individual.
Why?
We do have the name of the caste and everything individually. You see, one is tribe, agree? The next is little evolved status. Then you can call it the caste. Can you? See, the Brahmin I mentioned as a functional unit of conglomerate. You know, among the Brahmins, some people have classified it as a preacher. Do you agree on that? They are in every vocation, you know. So, this is just, we could find a difference, we show. You can call it caste X and caste Y, I could have called it. And among the caste itself, we can stratify. That's what in one of the slides, 7 subsets I showed. We do have data on that. But this is overall generalization. There was a difference. We can consider it together, but there was a difference. Difference was so clear.
Actually,
yes, culturally they are distinct. Do you agree or not? Yeah, that culture, you take it in the analysis part of it as a... No, I never said top. I never said top.
Because you say tribe, then caste, then what?
No, that's what the Y chromosome shows, the evolution. The youngest tree on the top is from the Central Asian, Indo-Aryan tree.
So you are not talking vertically but horizontally, right? Tribes, then caste, then Brahmins, or what? This is the question. But it's not very clear.
No, we will discuss about it. I will
Actually,
explain to you.
Another one question, sir. Actually, you are focusing in migrated Indo-Aryan group of peoples like that Brahmins or native peoples of Brahmin?
First to define that.
Actually, in the local preacher, local native peoples also, some of the preachers also available. That is also calling as a Brahmin. Indo-Aryan migrated peoples also called as a Brahmin.
Y chromosome, which is R1A1. That's what I showed. See, when you talk about culture, cultural disparities and differences, you need to consider. See, the Brahmins of Bengal eats fish. Southern India, no. The Brahmins here marry uncle and niece. North India, it is a taboo. These are all the culture. See, when we had the tribals cremating, Kannada speaking, and the others, we could see a very clear difference. That's what I showed you. Time didn't permit me to explain that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love it when archaeologists engage with genomics because it challenges us, it makes us think they use a completely different language, they have a different way of seeing the world, and definitely it's challenging for us. And some of the most exciting conferences I've ever been to were when archaeologists and people interested in genes and languages come together and fight out the origins of humanity. It's one of the most exciting conferences you can go to. So we will move on to our final speaker of the morning, Dr. G. Kumarsan, Professor and Head of the Department of Genetics and Coordinator of the Ancient Genomics Laboratory at the School of Biological Sciences in Madurai, Commercial University here. Dr. Kumarsan heads the Department of Genetics. His research spans integrative cancer genomics, ancient genomics, with a strong emphasis on developing translational leads. In cancer research, his group integrates tumor genomic data, cellular models, and drug response resources to understand cancer biology mechanisms of drug action and to develop leads for precision cancer medicine. His team has systematically analyzed genome-wide expression and copy number alteration in gastric, breast, hepatocellular cancers, leading to the identification of key molecular pathways and the classification of gastric and breast cancers into distinct molecular subtypes, enabling next-generation diagnostics and targeted therapies. His group also studies the transcriptional effects of clinically used drugs to uncover beneficial and off-target actions, and explores the molecular basis of traditional medicines using modern genomic and cell imaging approaches. In parallel, Dr. Kumarsan leads ancient genomics, hence his paper here, and works on human remains from Tamil Nadu, applying ancient genomics and population genetics to reconstruct ancient genetic and migration routes in the ancient, global and modern comparative framework. By integrating genomic evidence from faunal, floral and microbial remains associated with various excavations, his team is deciphering the agricultural practices, dietary patterns and cultural traditions of ancient communities in Tamil Nadu. And that's what he will talk to us about today. So I welcome Dr. Kumarsan.
So good afternoon, everyone. So I would like to thank the organizers and Department of Archaeology for giving this opportunity. And yeah, so I would like to thank the funding agencies, MHRD from Government of India and Government of Tamil Nadu, and Archaeology Department of Government of Tamil Nadu. I also would like to thank Uday Chandran sir, Rajan sir, Dr. Sivanandam, Dr. Yatish Kumar, and the collaborators, Professor DAY-3 and his group from Harvard, and the FACE Lab, Professor Jessica, and a faculty member from Department of Biotechnology, IIT Chennai, who is helping us in proteomics work, and Dr. Manasa from University of Chicago, who has really helped in with the methodologies and designing the lab initially. And also we have done some of the initial work at Dr. Niraj lab, BSIP, and also I would like to acknowledge Professor Pichappan, who made this contact with Department of Archaeology. And I would like to really, this work is based on our students. We have more than 15 students worked in the past 5 years from Department of Genetics, MKU, and a lot of archaeological offices. I think, all the sites, we have so many. I don't know, I might have missed many. And it is a lot of their work actually. And for example, each and every archaeological offices, they have another big team. Yeah. So I'll be talking about 5 different aspects. So the first one is ancient human genomics. So the possible approaches are ancient DNA analysis from archaeological samples, and then another one is from modern DNA analysis. So I would like to just introduce the term SNP, single nucleotide polymorphism. So you all know that we have 23 pairs of chromosomes and approximately 3.4 billion bases, and in that approximately we have 350 million SNPs. That means in our DNA, in 350 million places, we have variations. So which means that it may be varying from one person to another person. Maybe in one individual it is A, in another individual it is G, something like that. It's something like our blood group. Some of us belongs to A blood group, some of us belongs to B blood group, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't have it doesn't give any advantage in large, but we are varying. But those kind of variations can be used to understand migration, to understand the disease, responsive disease predisposition, and also to understand the migration sometimes to drug response and so on. Now, throughout the world, approximately for 15,000 ancient humans, the whole genome sequence or at least the specific markers. So just now I spoke about 650 million SNPs or 650 million markers, and out of that, people found that approximately 1.5 million SNPs are much informative to understand the evolution, understand the migration. So we have the information of 15,000 individuals from throughout the world. And from India, we have the DNA from Rakigari, that is a major paper, and another one, few samples from Rupkund Lane, and few are emerging from Niraj's lab right now, and we are also doing from southern India. In parallel, we have approximately 1 billion human genome sequenced. In many countries, now people started sequencing the whole genome of every individual in the country. In India, we have done approximately for 10,000 individuals. And so those kind of things are very much useful. Now, in the last 2 days, we are talking much about Homo erectus, Neanderthals, Denisovans, and probably for the past 100,000 years or 200,000 years, every part of the world was inhabited by Homo erectus, Homo Neanderthals, Homo Denisovans, and also there was admixture among these, between Homo sapiens and Neanderthals, and people have very well documented, and people have identified what all are the genes transferred from Homo Neanderthals to humans, because during COVID time, people have done some wonderful work, and they found that all the useful genes are very fit genes from Neanderthals and Denisovans got transferred to humans. So now only humans, that is kind of survival of fittest. So that may be so many complex things behind that. So basically, Dr. Sandeep Papu was also showing the same, image. This is the kind of, the first one is the distribution of Homo erectus. Throughout the globe, Homo erectus, they are concentrated in Africa, and also they are there in so many other places. And in India also, from Dr. Sandeep Papu's studies, Satharampakam study, and from some other data, it is inferred that Homo erectus were there. But we don't have biological data, but based on tools, we know that. And another one is Neanderthals and Denisovans. So actually, Neanderthals, approximately, they are in the border of in the varying regions of Europe and Middle East. So during the course of out of Africa migration, whoever crossed Africa, that we call out of Africa migration, everybody had a chance to admix with Neanderthals. And so now, other than Africans, everybody has Neanderthal DNA. Today, now all of us have Neanderthal DNA, and Indians also approximately I think 1 to 2% of our genome has Neanderthal marks. So now also there are so many computational methods, people do reconstruct the Neanderthal DNA from our modern DNA. I have maybe 1%, you have 1%. You put all the things together, we can reconstruct Neanderthal also. People have done that, and people also have archaeologically excavated Neanderthal DNA, and then there are a lot of works going on that. And also in Africa, then later found that there is a small trace because of the back migration. So that's what about the Neanderthal DNA in our genome. And then Denisovan DNA. So Denisovans, people found in large the near Siberia and somewhere near Tibet, and then some parts of East Asia and Southeast Asia. And people have found that in 3 different time points, Denisovans got admixed with Homo sapiens, and mostly in Southeast Asians and East Asians, this Denisovan ancestry is high. And in India also, or South Asians also, we have this Denisovan ancestry or markers. one notable point is within India, in tribes, the Denisovan ancestry is high. It is relatively low in caste, and then in the northern part of the South Asia, it is relatively less. So this tells that we have a strong base from Denisovans, but where from we got this Denisovan DNA is a big question. So we don't know. So nearby, it was there in Tibet, or it was there in Southeast Asia, or somewhere in East Asia. But we also don't know that, whether they were there in India, but we don't have any evidence. And also, there is a paper from West Bengal, Professor Partha Majumdar, and he has demonstrated from some modern genome analysis, we have a ghost, hominin DNA in Indian population, but subsequently, the people were, reputing that, but he has strongly, reported that we have, apart from Neanderthal DNA and Denisovan DNA, we also have some other hominin. Yeah. So now coming to the, our ancestry defined by the modern genomics, there might be so many concepts, but I think, for us, the starting point is the Narasimhan paper, 2019 science paper, in which they have done a lot of ancient DNA analysis and modern DNA analysis, and from that they have defined 3 ancestries. One is out of Africa migration, which we are talking so often. Professor Pichapan also talked about that, and then which might be around 100,000 to 60,000 years, and then subsequently the 10,000 to 5,000, the West Eurasian ancestry, the second ancestry, and then third one is steppe ancestry around 2000 to 1500 BC onwards. So these are the 3 ancestries, and from that, the same paper from Science, they have done across so many groups or castes, and in South you have more of this ancient South Indian ancestry, which is very high, and it is also there in North, but it is diminishing. Okay, and similarly, this Indus periphery ancestry or West Eurasian ancestry is very high in northern part, and also I think it is there everywhere. I think now if you take any South Indian DNA, you have approximately 40 to 50% Indus periphery DNA, and that is there. Okay, so there is a kind of a very well synergy. I think there was a kind of it's there in everybody. In large, every Indian or every South Asian has this Indus periphery ancestry as well as this ancient South Indian or ancient South Asian ancestry. Then the third ancestry in that particular paper, they are talking about steppe ancestry, which is relatively recent. So it is, and so the proportion is very less, approximately 8% in South India. And also people reported that in India, approximately in maybe, I don't remember the percentage exactly, in approximately 10 to 20% of the individuals doesn't have the steppe ancestry. That's a recent paper from Dr. Priya Murjani. So when you talk about the out of Africa migration, there might be multiple routes possible through the, just now Professor Picham mentioned about the coastal route. And then I think in the last 2 days, we are hearing a lot. I think people are also talking about the trade routes and then sea route, which we cannot exclude also. And then, it reaching the, the mainland of northern part of the India and then coming towards. And that ancestry, that we call also ancient South Asian ancestry, which is nothing but ancient South Indian ancestry in large, and which also eventually going to ancient East Asian ancestry and the ancient Southeast Asian ancestry. Now, in my understanding, it is possible that so many routes through which the first out of Africa migration might have happened from west coast or across the sea, and that thing. And then the West Eurasian ancestry is definitely through the north to south pattern, and then steppe ancestry north to south. And but whatever the paper, the science 2019 paper, we are talking about 3 ancestries, but we have not in that paper, to my knowledge, they have not touched upon much about the eastern part of the India, maybe East Asia, Southeast Asia. But there are some other papers which clearly tells that at least in the West Bengal, Orissa and other places, we do have the ancestry from eastern part of East Asia or Southeast Asia. There are 3 ancestries people are talking about. One is East Asian ancestry, Southeast Asian ancestry, and also Sino-Tibetan ancestry. Yeah, as I said, this is what the current understanding. Our ancestry, 50% is from ancient South Indians, and then another 42% is from Indus periphery. But Indus periphery we cannot define very much. That itself has some to 20% of ancient South Indian like DNA and West Eurasian ancestry, and 8% the steppe ancestry. This is the model from 2019 Narasimhan paper. But now, as I mentioned, we do have some other ancestries also, at least another 3 ancestries, of 1,000 years old, which is there in India. Now altogether, we all are really mixers. I don't think we can make a simple model. We are mixer. It's a mixer of A and B, or B and C, A, B and C. That's what so that's what my understanding. I think now nothing is already the Homo sapiens itself is a mixer of probably Homo erectus and Denisovans and so on. And then when you talk about South Asian salons, we have at least 6 different ancestries, but in different combination. And one concern, while talking about this paper, I also have probably there is a smaller cross signals between West Eurasian ancestry and steppe ancestry. I think probably eventually we need to really pick it up. So from the data from that paper, while we put the data together, while we took whatever the populations available from Kerala, Tamil Nadu, in large, all are similar. So we have approximately 50% of this ancestry. So there is no major difference among the populations. I believe it is probably true for Sri Lankans also to some extent. And then when it comes to Kerala, relatively, these are some tribes and some caste populations, whatever was available in that particular data. So they have relatively more the ancient South Indian ancestry, or Andamanese hunter-gatherer ancestry. Relatively, they are high. And again, while talking about again the same paper, which lists all the different groups which are having the highest ancient South Indian ancestry, it points to most of the populations in the southern India, and some in Western Ghats, and then some of the tribes in Kerala, or some of the castes in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, and other places, so on. And then we are talking about the DNA from genome, and we also can do model from Y chromosome and mitochondria. Probably I will not talk about that. And now, in this context, in this background, we started the ancient DNA work at Madurai Kamaraj University. We have established ancient DNA lab at MKU, because if you want to do the work from the old DNA, which is going to be in very, very low level, maybe in picograms level, but the DNA in the air itself will be more than that, so there needs to be a class 1000 lab, and it was established. And so far we have started working with 30 samples from Kondakai, Adichanallur, and all the places, and in the clean lab. And Dr. Kendra from Dr. David's lab has helped us in training our students in drilling the bone and all those things. And we have derived some initial data. Now the point is what are you going to compare with? So that's always the first question. So we compared with, there is a reference genome called the 1000 genome, which has 26 different reference populations representing different groups like South Asians, Africans, different populations. So the initial analysis, whatever we have done around 2023 with the help of Dr. Niraj and Manasa, so we could derive approximately some 4,000 markers, 4,000 SNPs or 4,000 markers, and which shows high proximity in terms of allele frequency with South Asians in large, and then subsequently East Asians and so on. But now, subsequently we have analyzed that with these 26 different populations. So it shows the close proximity with Sri Lankans and South Indians, then North Indians, then East Asians, and so on. Okay. Yeah. So this DNA has damage, so it shows ancient. Then subsequently, in collaboration with Dr. David Rick, we have derived more data. And in fact, from Kondakai, we took some 16 samples and 33 libraries, and they show again maximum proximity with the South Indians, Sri Lankans, and South Asians, followed by Europeans, and so on. And in some analysis, it shows proximity with the East Asians and Southeast Asians. This is the pattern everywhere we are getting. Either from Adichanallur, we have done some 4 samples. It shows the close proximity with the South Indians, Sri Lankans, then followed by either Europeans or East and Southeast Asians. Sivakalai also same, South Indians, Sri Lankans, and East Southeast Asians. Yeah. So now, one interesting point is this is a continuity. It's not a cultural continuity. It's a kind of genetic continuity also. The people who were there in Kondahai, Adichanallur, Sivakalai, in Kodumanal also, but the data is very less, and so I'm not talking about that. So they are the people, the modern people. I think it's just the genetic continuity also. And one point why we are getting a kind of linkage with the Southeast Asian is as I mentioned, we also have a linkage with the Southeast Asia. And another point is we always talk about out of Africa migration, but the thing is we are probably 100,000 years away from Africa in terms of our time. whereas we are like, just 25 to 15,000 years away from Southeast Asia, because that is the closest. So that's one of the reasons why we have more proximity with the Southeast Asians. It may not be a migration, back migration from Southeast Asia, but also in the populations like Munda, there are some ancestries from Southeast Asia. So anyway, that needs to be analyzed. So this is what our current model is. The people who are there, who were there in Kiledi, Kundahai, Adichanallur, Sivagalai is like, just like, people like modern Sri Lankans, modern South Indians, and so on. And another part, we are like, trying to reconstruct the culture based on the molecules in the pottery. So we found some molecules from cholesterol, milk, and maybe I'll skip some of them. And we found a lot of molecules from rice. We found rice in so many places, but many of the offering pots are empty. But upon analyzing, we could find some 10-20 molecules of rice, which strongly gives the signal of rice was used in all the excavation sites. And recently, there are a lot of structures from Kiledi, and one of the suspected, it is kind of industrial activity. That's what Dr. Yadis Kumar was telling. And then we wanted to trace, what kind of molecules were there, and it was suspected for dyeing activity. And so we took a collection of dye. First we made a concept that if it is a dyeing industry, there should be so many dye-related molecules which are reported in archaeology. So by doing so, we could find a molecule called anthracene dione. And subsequently, we're looking into the literature. There are so many related molecules of anthracene dione, which gives different colors. And it is from a plant called manjati, or chaya kodi. Okay. So people found that's the same molecule in Indus Valley, and from Egypt, mummies, cloth, and then from some of the archaeological places in Iran. And there are so many. At least I could see some 15 papers in archaeology. People have reported this dye, and we could find the same dye in Kiledi, this kind of structures, like the pot shreds and the brick walls and so on. And very notably, the source plant, as of now we don't know the source plant, but the source plant, the suspected source plant is Indian madder plant. And there is an archaeological survey report, botanical survey report, which says that in Alagar Hills and Pranmalai Hills, this plant is abundant. And another dye molecule is very commonly reported in archaeology is indigo, the blue dye. And we found about 17 different molecules in these places. These are indole derivatives, because these molecules are there for a long time, so there is a high possibility they get degraded. And also during the process of gas chromatography mass spec also, the molecules are getting degraded, will get degraded. So we got so many degradation products. It's indigo. And this is a source plant. Probably I don't have time to talk about that. And our student, Vedavarshini, she was just prompting the AI and to say that what could be the structure of possible dyeing industry. I think that is the only prompt she gave. It gave a structure like this. I think Gemini. It's really amazing, but I really don't know. I am not an archaeologist, but it is exactly the same structure which was found in Kiledi. It has furnace, and it has this kind of gravel place and so on, which makes sense. Yeah. Now we are working to understand the plant by DNA analysis. And another one is there are a lot of bones from Kiledi and other place. Ramesh gave some bones, and then we did some DNA analysis. The DNA shows damage. And this is a plant DNA. So while we are doing the human DNA from Kodumanal, we found that from one of the bones, we found some about 8,000 DNA reads, which are representing foxtail millet. And now again, the interest is the species. So we could find that it is somewhere close to Setaria verticillata, not Setaria italica, or even if it is going to be Setaria italica, it is an Indian landrace related Setaria italica. I don't have time to go into the details. Soon we'll publish the paper. And by different analysis, we found that it is a Setaria DNA. It is the kind of local variety, and it is not the molecule which is the DNA which is reported in the other places. So it shows the kind of indigenous origin of this practice of agriculture of foxtail millet. And by organic molecule analysis also, we found a lot of up to some 16 different molecules of Setaria, foxtail millet. Yeah, and also we found that one of the points what could be yesterday also we had a talk on where banana could have originated. it is hard. I think, my common sense says that it might be there in all the places. But still, one of the clue which you can get is if a particular wild variety is there abundantly in one place, that might be one of the central region of an evolution. Again, this kind of evolution might have happened several million years back. But in archaeology, we are talking about 1,000 years. So I don't think we cannot make a model. But still, Setaria, so many varieties, wild varieties are there in the Western Ghats based on the botanical survey reports. So it's a kind of independent origin. And we also took a cattle bone, and then we found that it is a cattle one. And in a small analysis, it shows a close proximity with Congaium breed DNA. But again, these references, we can do only whatever is available as a reference. We cannot just make whatever the analysis we can do. But the notable point is near Madurai, Kilidi, there is a place called Pulikulam. There is I think veterinary department has done, I think sometimes these departments also knowingly or unknowingly do a wonderful job. They have established the animal production center. So I think we really need to look whether this has, because only there are some 5 breeds are known in India, it seems. So we need to find out exactly what is the breed. And another animal DNA, upon analyzing, we found that it's close to antelope. In the last 2-3 days, we are getting the, repeatedly getting the data of antelope. So we found it is antelope DNA. By some protein analysis also, we found that. Again, near Sivakalai. Sivakalai is not far away from Kiladi. And there is a Valanadu black buck sanctuary is there. Yeah, I'll please in 2-3 minutes. So, which makes sense. Again, the forest department has done a wonderful job, because I always think that forest department will be doing only preventing the farmers to go into it seems sometime back they have a wonderful job. And sometime back, with the help of face lab at UK, we have reconstructed the face of 2 skulls from Kondakai. And this is just to give, this is not a data, this may not be science also. There are so many reconstructions which is available in the Instagrams and Facebooks, and during different phases. And this is from this site, Ancestral Whispers. This may not be scientific. I don't know what is the methodology they have done that, but still some phases are available. And finally, as everybody mentioned that, whenever you talk about archaeology, and then you always correlate with the Sangam literature. And in literature, since we are talking about, because we have done organic molecular analysis, we have done about 100 samples, we are developing a database and we are analyzing that. And in our literature, people are talking about, Viral Meen Kolambu, Nandu Kolambu, Avarakai Puli Kolambu, Manga Puli Kolambu, Neichoru, and Ponkochor. There are so many things, whatever we are using now, I don't know at the time, I'm not the right person to talk about the time of this Tamil literature. If it is 1,000 years old or 2,000 years old, I think all these things are getting continued. So that's the point which I would like to say. And, people eating easel, which is still there, I have seen. And, Talikiradu, the seasoning. I thought it is a recent one, but it is listed, and Tuvayal, everything. Eating in, palm leaf, and eating in, teak leaf. Those kind of practices are still there in villages. And even, people are talking about Pulikulambu a few times. So we still, use all these things. Which means that, whatever the practice we had probably 2,000 years back, or maybe 3,000, 5,000 years back, which is still continued in one or the other form. So we are continuing so many cultural things. Sometime back we have seen that genetics also continued. Similarly, our cultural practice also continued in large. And then last point, somewhere people are talking about, again, the pot. Now, in archaeology, everywhere pot is there. But similarly, the pots are very much linked to our culture and tradition. I think during the death ceremony, people are using pot, and people used to cook in pot. During Pongal, people used to cook in pot, and some other rituals related to. I think one very striking thing, which to my based on my understanding is so it seems they mentioned that they do all the marriages in the night times. They do under pandal. ஆத்து மணல் நிரப்பி அது மேலே சாப்பாடு போட்டாங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு they are mentioning it. During my childhood, I have seen repeatedly in my village, all the marriages used to happen in the morning 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. The pandal போடுறது, அந்த மணல் அடிக்கிறது, ஆத்து மணல் அடிக்கிறதெல்லாம், it is a routine day for routine event in all the marriages. But in the last 25 years, things have changed a lot. So I think, that we could see that. Similarly, some some worships also happen in the night times. So it makes sense, and we have a lot of continuity for millennia. I think I would like to request the archaeology department to make a portal, because likewise, like everybody, all the individuals in India, Tamil Nadu, and across the globe, they may know a lot of things, which I am talking about only things. It seems interesting to me. It is relevant. So apart from archaeological evidence, apart from Sangam literature, we also can try to recollect our memory based on whatever we know. And some of them, I think, if you open a portal, there would be a lot of nonsense also coming in. But still, eventually, you can filter all those things and develop a very strong base of what is known in our, what is practiced, and we can try to link all those things. So thank you very much. I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Some people are very good at having 100 lost points. But we have maybe a chance for one question. Yes, the opportunity goes to you. Keep it short.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I know. Everybody is waiting to stop. Okay, I want to ask you, like you said about the Kondagai DNA analysis. I didn't get exactly how many individuals or bones you got DNA from. Okay, and when you say that it is about the South Indian related to South India, what does that exactly means? Where they are related to South India? That is one question. Second question, you talked about the facial reconstruction. You showed the site, and few days back, we had this one newspaper article which your name was mentioned, that you were talking about the facial reconstruction. But when you see the facial reconstruction, do you have the DNA to tell about the skin color, eyes color, hair color, and anything? Because facial reconstruction is mainly, when you talk about it, it's mainly related to that. So rest of the things you can manage on the basis of the forensic, So these are the two questions I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Actually, while we were developing the, made the DNA sequence, the major problem was, we got very less markers. So basically, David Trick's point is, we have to, can generate more data, and we are doing that. But in the meantime, we have done 16 samples, and we made 33 libraries from Kondagai. So one point is, we pooled all the data, and so at least we get reasonable number of markers. And then we have shown that about 5,000 markers in one bin, and then 7,000 markers, 20,000 markers, altogether some 70,000 SNPs we could get, and that we could made a model. And here we have compared this with the modern humans. I think this is a population from Sri Lankan Tamils. It is a reference population which is already available. The database is known as 1000 Genome Project, and in which this data is available, readily available. So we compared the DNA from Kondagai against the populations in 1000 Genome. In that, the allele frequency, whatever the alleles present in the Kondagai, it is having high frequency in South Indians, Sri Lankan Tamils. Yeah, that is the first question. That I think hope it clarifies. So that is the analysis what we have done. And regarding coming to the face, as of now, what we have done is, we have gave the color of average the current population in South India. But the DNA data, we still need to analyze whether those markers are there. We still need to look into that.
So it is creating a kind of a false reconstruction in a way. And I asked you how many individuals. You said about 16 samples. So the 16 samples belongs to 16 individuals, or 16 sample belongs to one person or 3 persons or 3-4 individuals. How many samples? I did not ask. I asked how many individuals, because these two things are completely different things. And again, the facial reconstruction, I believe that it's a misleading. If you do not have DNA analysis, if you do not have complete DNA, you cannot have the facial reconstruction. Thank you.
No, it's not like that. Actually, it was done by the face lab, and they have done hundreds. And based on the average, features of the modern people in that location, they have made it. It is not a false representation. It is a representation. People have done hundreds like that in the well. And coming to the number of samples, 16 different urns, 16 different bones. And from that, we have made 13 different libraries, and then pulled the things. Okay, but the face is just from 2 skulls. That is not from 16. The DNA I'm talking about, it is from 16 samples. Face, 2 different intact skulls. Okay.
Thank you very much. A lot for the students to think about over lunch. We will now quickly do the presentations, and the certificates. and then we'll be back here at 2 for the final session.
We request Professor Benjamin Smith to give away the certificates for the speakers. First, Dr. Pankaj Goyal. Professor Pichappan, sir. Professor Kumaresan. Now we will break for lunch. By 2 p.m. we will be meeting. Thank you.
And he has published extensively papers and books, 2 books. So he has participated in many international conferences. So now I give the floor to Professor Rao. Please come. So Professor Rao is going to come and talk about GIS mapping of the archaeological sites of Madurai. Thank you.
Uh,
You need this one?
I think we should
Yeah?
do it.
And you have
Yeah, I have that slide change. Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to some of the work that we are doing at one of the remarkable megalithic site from South India. It is a very extensive site, originally covering more than some 80 acres. And the site probably has the largest concentration of the menhirs from South India, and also probably it is the biggest boulder alignment site. There are a few other sites in Raichur, this one area, but most of them, I think, have less than some 500 boulder alignments or so. But this site now near about 1,500 boulders are intact, and maybe more than 1,000 boulders have been removed or destroyed. So this site is important not only because of its very extensive nature, but also because this site also has given us very important evidence of archaeoastronomical features, and we have probably the earliest depictions of star constellations from South Asia, not only South India, from South Asia. And fortunately, this year, that is last year, in 2025, this site has been included in the tentative list of the World Heritage sites because of its remarkable features. And in fact, I am very much thankful to the Department of Heritage Telangana, which has been taking a lot of care in protecting this site, and then taking up various other works to see that this site ultimately gets included in the list of the World Heritage sites. And as a team, myself and the officers of the Department of Heritage Telangana, in collaboration with the Deccan Heritage Academy Trust, we all have been working on this site since 2023. And in fact, this site I visited first time in 2003, more than some 20 years back, 22 years or so I have been working on this site. And my first visit itself has impressed me so much that this is one of the remarkable sites. And my first visit was also related to my presentation on archaeoastronomical features, and I was looking for some site which would give me some evidence suggesting that these archaeological monuments could be related to astronomy. So when I saw this site, I thought that this is one of the potential sites. And since then I have been working on that, and I made first presentation on the site, international presentation in the Arizona University in US. And since then I have made presentations in several other countries like Portugal, Vietnam, Korea, Japan. Like that, some 8 countries I have presented papers on this site. So basically, once when a visitor goes to the site, first thing they notice are these impressive menhirs, tall menhirs, which are about 15 feet tall, 13, 12, 15 feet tall. And originally there were more than some 82 menhirs, but unfortunately in course of time, it is not because of human vandalism, but in course of time, because of erosion and basically they have very weak base. So because of that, some have fallen, and now some 30 stones are still standing. And unfortunately, what has been happening is, especially since maybe something like 15 years or so, actually one lift irrigation scheme has come very close to the site. The site is located on the, when you see in the map, the site is located just on the banks of Krishna, and there, very close, about 1.5 kilometers or so, they have built a lift irrigation scheme, and for that they have dug canals, including the area of the site. So because of that, some initial damage has occurred. But in the recent past, and actually the local people usually don't cause any damage to these monuments, because they have belief that if any damage is caused, then that would result in curse, and whoever does any damage, he may die, and all such kind of superstitious beliefs are there. So generally they have not been doing any damage. But since 2005, 2007 or so, lot of damage has been occurring. So we have our aim in as a measure of protection was to first record whatever is there on the site as it is. That is both photogrammetric high-resolution photography, drone photography, and also using GIS to record the coordinates, exact coordinates of the various components on the site. And altogether, we have taken coordinates of some 1,300 different features. So I would be telling you about what kind of work we have been doing. First, I will briefly tell you about the importance of the site, and then I will take up how we have been working on this GIS aspect. So this is a drone photo showing the tall menhirs. As you can see, many of them have fallen on the ground. That is in naturally only, not because though this site used to be cultivated for groundnut crops, dry crop, they were never touching the stones. So that way we can't blame the local people for this fall or anything. So this is this area enclosed by a wall is under the protection of the State Heritage Department of Heritage, Telangana. And as I was telling, we also have thousands of boulder alignments. Alignments in the sense not that all the stones are arranged in lines. There are several groups of stones which are arranged as rows, like you can see here, one row of stone, maybe some 7-8 stones are there arranged in one row. Like that, there are several rows of these alignments, and some stones are not in alignment. They are randomly arranged. What is the reason why they have arranged them randomly, etc.? We are investigating. We do not have any clues to say anything about that right now. So that in the drone photography, you can see these stones scattered. And at the same time, please also observe that these for farming activities, etc., they have formed different kinds of pathways, etc., for the tractors, etc., vehicles. So for that, they have removed some stones. They are displaced.
So during our GIS work, we are recording which stones are intact and which stones are disturbed, so that we have this one spatial distribution of the original distribution of the stones and also the displaced stones, etc. And using this GIS methods and other physical observations and other methods, we want to ultimately replace at least some of the stones which we are certain that they are from that place only. If they are just moved by some 2-3 feet or so, they can be again replaced in the whatever that pit or whatever is there. So we have been doing all this kind of documentation. This drone photo or whatever you are seeing, it is not that we have gone to the site and then started this work. It took more than some 1.5 years of preparation of the site. The whole site was covered with thick, rank vegetation, wild vegetation, especially this thorny bushes, thick bushes, etc. So the bushes have to be cut. That itself has taken about an year or so. And each and every stone has been numbered by us, because that gives some kind of identity. If you say that this particular number, stone number 35 means we have the coordinates and we have the measurements and all other data is there. So numbering near about 1,300 stones or so itself has taken a lot of time and lot of labor. So this was the kind of this vegetation that was covering the site, which had to be removed, because as you can see, many of the stones are hidden behind this thick vegetation, below the thick vegetation, and even if we conduct drone photography, you won't get proper this one image of the area. So we had to cut all this vegetation and all. As I was telling, this site is having this archaeoastronomical, this one, that is, this is the observation on 20th December, that is 21st December is actually the winter solstice. So I think this is in the evening. So you can see these 3 stones aligned to the sun. And not only this, there are other stones also which are aligned. I have not included many photographs of this kind, both on December morning, evening, and in June morning, evening. We have different rows of stones aligned to the sun. So that is the alignment of the monuments with the sun is one of the aspects. Archaeoastronomical aspect. And other important find is this one of the depiction. This is one depiction. Right now we have 4 depictions. So this is one of the important depiction, that is Ursa major depiction. So this on the left you can see the night sky that is taken from the book with all bright stars or high magnitude stars marked there, and a comparison with that. Unfortunately, this laser is not there, otherwise I could have shown you how it is. You can observe that some of the groups are having exactly almost same like that. You can see that 1, 2, 3 on the left. Here we have 3, they have marked that 3 stars, but 1 is far away. There is no space, so what they have done, they have compressed. So like that here in the yellow dots, from the bottom 1, 2, 3, at far that 6 is there. There also 1, 2, 3, and then 6 is there. So like that, and more important than that is that Ursa Major, as you know, always the upper 2 stars that towards that north point, the upper 2 stars, that is the left side is Dubhe and right side is Mirak, that yellow dots. So Dubhe and Mirak always point to pole star or in the north direction, whether any season, any time in the night, though the whole of the constellation keeps rotating, always Dubhe and Mirak point to north. Because of that, ancient communities have attached lot of importance to this, because when the magnetic compass was not available, the mariners, or for whatever purpose, they were using this constellation to recognize the north, so to fix the orientations, etc. So because of that, this Ursa Major constellation is entwined in the mythology and the traditions of various communities, both in the modern days as well as the ancient days. For example, in the modern days, during most of the Hindu marriages, the Pandit shows the stars. That is, they show the Arundhati. So that is, Arundhati is this one from the yellow dot, the second one from down by the side is that small star. That is known as the Alcor. So this constellation is entwined in the myths and traditions of various communities. So that may be one of the reasons why they have used. And more important than that is the Dubhe and Mirak are supposed to point to north. In the sky, they always point to north. And very interestingly, here we have this Dubhe and Mirak pointed to north. And that is the orientational fidelity. Actually, the depiction of this Ursa Major or constellations is a known feature on the megalithic monuments from different countries. In Korea, Japan, and other countries, also the depictions are there. And Ursa Major depiction is also there. But nowhere in the world we have this orientational fidelity. Only at Mudumal we have the depiction pointing to the north. So that is one of the very significant aspect of this depiction. This is the stone on which that Ursa Major depiction is there. And here on the right you can see, when I visited Portugal, I noticed in one of the megaliths, almost similar stone. I don't say that they had some contact or anything. It may be some kind of accidental resemblance. But at the same time, what is important to note is that this cup marks, putting the cup marks on the megalithic monuments is a universal feature. It is known from many other countries, both European monuments as well as from the eastern, located in the eastern hemisphere. So it is a known feature. Apart from that, on a bedrock, we have another depiction. Actually, this is the left side. The white thing is is a depiction of another depiction. Here, that far one is a North Star. I have to go fast. On another stone, we have some other depiction there also. Interestingly, they have followed the magnitude of the stars also. They used bigger cup marks for brighter stars and smaller ones. And also there is a depiction of the moon also in this. So time is short, so I will go slightly. And this stone is a part of one of the megalithic circle. So one of the megalithic stone of the megalithic circle. Here also you have different constellations. So that is Stellarium, this one, using Stellarium software. We simulate the sky. That is, I think, around 500 BC sky I am showing, comparing with the depiction there. So we have 4 such constellations. Now coming to this one, conservation part or GIS part. Earlier we were having on the site this menhirs circle arranged with menhir circle. But unfortunately it has been destroyed and the area looks flat like this and the stones are heaped up. So this kind of destruction on the site itself, a very big pit, some 200 trucks loads, all these stones are removed from there. So this kind of destruction has been happening. So we wanted to use various methods to record. So they are heaped up. As I was telling, we have numbered all the stones. More than some 1,300 stones or so have been numbered. And this is the drone view, but all the stones, they are plotted using the GIS program. Some 1,263 stones are plotted, because some stones are there, they are in private land. So they were not allowing us to put the number or anything. So there are more stones than that. So to 1,363 we could do all the stones. And here you can see the blue ones are the stones which are intact, not disturbed. But these pink ones, especially in the peripheral area, you can see more stones are disturbed. We have, if you go physically there, there is possibility of recognizing some of the stones which can be again put back. We are not going to do it immediately. We want to do it digitally, digital restoration. We want to recognize which one. So we are to do that. Once we do that, we will put a different color and show that here, this stone should have been here. That kind of work we are planning to do. This is all the intact stones. In the area 2, where we have the stone circles, etc. We are going to excavate this year, the stone circles and other things. And these are in the same area, only the disturbed stones. You can see for agricultural operation, they removed all the stones and put on the border. So we have identification of the original place of the disturbed stones, identification of the original place of the fallen menhirs. That is, menhirs, fallen menhirs are there, but we do not know. The shape of the stone is such that difficult to know whether it is this side is the base or this side is the base. So we have to do maybe some kind of clearance or some kind of excavation and then recognize. So that also we want to do. Digital restoration, as I was telling, not the physical, but at least initially digital restoration of the distribution, digital restoration of the original positions based on high resolution historical imagery. That is, as I was telling, since 2007 only most of the damage has occurred. So in case if we can lay hands on images of 2005, 2000, etc. of high resolution, then there is possibility of locating the stones which were existing in those days. So that also we want to do. So as I was telling, the Department of Heritage Telangana and the Deccan Heritage Academy Trust are involved in all this work, and as a technical advisor or a researcher, I am associated with the work. So thank you very much.
So we have time for questions. Are there questions for Professor Rao? My question is, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
When you were pointing to disturbed stones, but they were aligned and they were showing some patterns. So how do you explain this pattern online?
The disturbed stones. No,
yes.
Yeah, no, actually they are not in a line. What happened? If they want to cultivate this land, earlier it was not under cultivation. What they were doing, they were removing all the stones and putting in their border of their land very closely, and then if required, leveling up the land, digging the land, etc. So what has happened, if some 50 stones are there, they are all put on the border. So they are looking line, because if you enlarge the image, then you can see. So they are not alignments or anything. It is the disturbance. Yeah.
Any question? We have some time for questions.
Oh, okay.
Give them time to think about.
So thank you very much.
And so we will move to, sorry, with the mic. So we will move to the second presentation, which is Professor Dr. Muthu Shankar. Maybe this one is better. Dr. Muthu Shankar is a researcher and head of GIS projects at the Department of Geomatics, French Institute of Pondicherry. He has nearly 20 years of research experience in the field of remote sensing and GIS for environmental monitoring. He has published more than 100 research publications. His research area mainly focuses on assessing environmental risks and vulnerabilities to climate-related natural hazards, climate change and sea level rise, oceanic forces and anthropogenic effects using spatial observation and field data. He has completed graduate and master studies in geology, masters in technology, and PhD in remote sensing at the Bharathidasan University. So you are welcome. The stage is yours.
Thank you for this nice introduction. So, actually, basically, I am a geologist. Apart from last 20 years, I am closely working with Professor Subrailu and Professor Rajan, and the third generation Professor Dr. Yatish Kumar. So, I am closely working with. This is my passion also. I am working with the archaeologists. Okay. So now I hear. So what today I am discussing about just the vulnerability, because yesterday Smith told, because rock art is vulnerable to mining, tourism, he is told. Like that, our cultural sites, lot of sites, many sites, threatening to urbanization, then agriculture, land expansion, then mining also, then flooding, then coastal erosions. Okay. So there is a lot of vulnerabilities there for the cultural sites. So here I am taking for the coastal vulnerability. I am planning to take the coastal vulnerability. What are the heritage sites are affecting? That is my one. So just I starting with, yeah, before that I will show this one. This is the 11th century temple nearer to the Craniofacial. This is totally submerged now, I think. So last year they went for the field work. Now there is the temple is not submerged in the erosion because of that. I will discuss later. Just for the this is from the paper from the NIO paper. Okay, I start with geomorphology. Tamil Nadu from Ghats to up to coastal area. There is the Ghats, and in Western Ghats, Eastern Ghats. Then plain land also is there. Then coastal lands, delta. So all the landforms is there. For Aindinai, landforms are falling in this one. In this one, so our cultural sites from hill area to up to, thanks to our atlas, because I am collaboration with working in the Tamil Nadu Archaeology Atlas also, as you know. So all the cultural sites are falling from Ghats to up to coastal area, coastal region. So I concentrate only in the, because I plan to in the future, all the work, all the vulnerability to the, I plan to work. First I concentrated in the coastal area. So I extract only the coastal area cultural points. So obviously Paleolithic not falling in this region, because coastal area. So our cultural events started from the late, Iron Age sites. Iron Age sites are falling in the coastal area from nearly 47 side. So up to early historic, early medieval, then medieval period, late medieval period. Only I taken all the temples, all the things I taken in this one. So these are the nearly 150 sites are falling in this region. Okay. So this is up to now is the cultural sites positive one. Then what is status of the coastal side? I'll tell you how the changes are happening in the coastal area. Not only here, all over the world, how the coastal area vulnerable to the climate change, all the things. So taking here, Tamil Nadu coast, I taken the Coromandel coast of the Tamil Nadu area. Coromandel coast is starting from the Andhra also. I taken in this area. Actually, I plan to work entire coast, but time consuming, I taken only Bumbar area in the study area, I tell you again. So the Tamil Nadu coast, the Coromandel coast, nearly 360 kilometer long coast. Almost there is many cities, Chennai, Pondicherry, Nagapattinam, Kadalur are falling in this one. Then the Chennai, you know, highly population density city. Then nearly 17 industrial and fishing harbor is there. Because what I am saying, how the geomorphology is changing in this region in this one. Then 5 thermal power plants, because easy for them cold import in this one. That's why all the thermal power plants are in the coastal area. Then 1 atomic power plant also is there. Apart from nearly 53 square kilometer aquacultures and salt pan also is there in this region. Okay. So, what is the nature of this coast? Average elevation, low-lying sandy coast, not like a western coast. Fully eastern coast is full and full low-lying. It's just a flat land. There is a flat land is done. So the 1 to 5 meter elevation only. So we are facing nearly 2 to 3 cyclones every year, maybe crossing here or passing there. Because not like Orissa and Andhra Pradesh, but even though we are facing every day, every year, cyclones are there. Just the database of this one, I will explain it. Then major flood events is happening in the 2005, 15, 23 also, heavy floods is happening. Say like that. Then largely affected this area, tsunami time also is there. So the vulnerable of the coastal area, I am taking this one. So what are the vulnerable along this coastal region? One is sea level rise. Then monsoonal wave forcing and oceanic currents. Then third one is cyclone storms, because of that coastal flooding is one. Then coastal erosion, it's capping both natural and man-made erosions. Then demographic growth, that is everywhere, particularly coastal area, it's more and more increasing. Then ever-growing industrial and harbor region in this one. Then finally aquacultural, and now the tourism, beach resorts are coming a lot in this region. So they're disturbing the coastal morphology. So taking the sea level rise. What is the IPCC latest report, 2023 report is saying up to 90 is 1.5 millimeter per year. The latest report is nearly 3.6 mm per year is increasing. If it case increasing in 2100, almost maximum it's 1 meter possible as per the IPCC. Same time, our India also, Ministry of Earth Science, they worked for this climate change in this one. They published the one book from the Indian coast. Okay, what is the 3.3? Almost the same. What is the internationally the IPCC solution? The same, only 3.3 meter is this one. What is the because of this one? Increased shoreline erosion, loss of wetlands and flooding, salinization. This has happened, but this is a slow poison only, not a immediate threat in this one. Okay, coming to the, this is a projection, because NASA won't given the projection, because if it in the 2100, maybe if it in the same sea level rise is there, the Chennai is 1.8 feet, almost 1.87 feet they are telling. Some places are 3 feet. Some papers are telling up to 1 meter is possible. Sea level rise, Mumbai and Chennai is Calcutta is possible. They are telling it's one. Okay. Then coming to the one first, I discuss about the coast, this one sea level rise. Then now is the monsoonal wave forcing and currents. We taken the data from wave data from ERA and TRIM. This is from European Union Copernicus data. We taken this one. So we prepare the oceanic currents and wave forces. So I didn't discuss more. I will give the further coming further results. So here from we taken the wave energy and currents. So if we taking this coast, the white color is the high wave energy area. If you take this one, high wave energy. So why I am discussing this one? This is the factor wave and currents only, the erosion's basic factor this one. That's why how the erosion. So the direction of the number of currents and wave direction, number of occurrence in the per wave direction daily and the size also. Then the wave energy also, average wave energy of the each 4 places. Okay. So the same, because our area is forcing the monsoon also, because northeast monsoon is the high for us Tamil Nadu area, northeast monsoon is the high wave forcing in this one, October to December. So we taking consider January to May, because the current is, I'll discuss later, January to May and June to September, then October to December. Like that, all the places we worked on this one. Then current, because the wave is taking the sediments, current is the flow transport agent for this one, erosion is one. So if you take the current velocity, all the different places and direction also, okay, that is average standard current velocity also. Here also the black is less, white is more. That is the scale in this one. So we worked in the each season wise, we worked in this all the places. Okay. So, I'll tell. Okay. This is the direction and this one. This is the wave. Then I will discuss the wave, how to affecting the erosion is one. Then cyclone. I already told cyclone. We taken from the IMD's, already they published one atlas. We taken this region from, the data is available from 1891 to up to date. For this paperwork, up to 2020 I taken. Almost nearly one cyclone crossed this region. I didn't take the parallelly going, some cyclone is parallelly going to, it will cross Andhra or Orissa, it will cross. That also is affect our coastal, but I taken only the crossing this one only. So nearly deep depression 41, cyclone 25, severe cyclone 35. So I given the ranking for that one, which area is highly vulnerable. So the Pondicherry Kadalur area, next Nagapattinam area is highly vulnerable. So why I'm taking this is all are affecting the coastal lands. That's why I'm discussing about all the things. Okay. Then the possible scenario of the climate change. As per our Ministry of Earth Science 2020, already I discussed that paper is telling decrease in number of rainy days and increase intensity in the rainfall. So it's creates the, what is happening, the flood. It will be within a short duration, we will receive more rainfall. Then significant changes in the frequency. Frequency is no significant changes in the frequency. Frequency is the same, but intensity will more. Because now is most of the cyclone is coming, severe cyclones only. So this is affecting. Then the coastal erosion. Coming to the coastal erosion, here is all the previous factors. Sea level rise is one of the factor. Then cyclone also one of the factor. Wave forcing also. Here natural is there. Natural, all what we discuss as natural one. Here man-made is involved. Because nowadays all the river in the upstream we have lot of dams. So the sediment supply is totally reduced. So the sediment supply is totally reduced. The consequently is we have facing the erosions. Then there is a lot of artificial harbor we are constructing, breakwater we constructing based on we are stopping the natural flow movement of the sediment. So that also is creating the erosions is one. Okay, so that one. Just erosion is the breaking, already I told, breaking of wave remove the sediments by currents, oceanic current sediments. Okay, so coming to our Tamil Nadu, how much erosion is happening? See, all the district facing the erosion in this one nowadays. Okay, this is the NCCR report. It's all over India, they reported in this one. So NCCR report I taken for the only Tamil Nadu area district wise. So how vulnerable I telling the same time, improper land use, land cover changes also entire coastal is happening. Because first zone, I'll tell you, first zone is the industrial and urbanization is happening in the coastal region. If you take the next zone from the Kovalam to up to Pondicherry, there is a lot of research. If you want to travel from Chennai to Pondicherry in the ECR road, you can find there many resorts in this region. You can find this one. Fully they are converting coastal dunes and coastal landforms are now totally converted to the different land use land coverage in this one. Then third one is Kadalur area. There is a lot of industrial. SIPCOT 1, because they promote the industrial area. SIPCOT 1, SIPCOT 2, SIPCOT 3 is there. Almost of the total area is industrial in the coastal region they are given in this one. Then the fourth one, all the aquacultural change, it's happened in this region. So overall, the one actually is, we published in the 2018 paper in this one, overall vulnerable in this region, we paper this one. So why I'm telling, is the erosion happening, highly erosion happening, last 20 years cyclone is 7, atomic plants, all the things. Okay. So this is the status. So our cultural heritage are falling in this one. The status is highly vulnerable. There is land use, land covers changes. Total geomorphology is altered in this region. So here I am taking from one place, from Tirumulai Vasal to up to Tarangambadi, the study area taken. In between only Bumbuhar is falling in this region. Okay, Bumbuhar is center of the one. So I taken from the north of Bumbuhar, Tirumulai Vasal up to Tarangambadi, nearly 30 kilometer. Area, coastal area, I taken this one. Okay, this is also all low-lying area only, this region. Okay, there is a lot, so main objective to analyze the shoreline changes. Because normally they're doing from last 30 years satellite image only. Because in French Institute we have the old topo sheet also. So for our studies also we need to hold. So whatever possible, because this is the first our 1931 colonial British period published topo sheet, 1 inch, 1 mile topo sheet. I taken that topo sheet, digitized the coastal area from the 1931 topo sheet, then latest one, up to 2025, 5 satellite images I taken from for the analysis. I will tell the database at that time only. Then quantification of shoreline changes. How the changes is the erosion, how much erosion is happening, how much this one, aggregation is happening in this one. Then heritage sites, how, because of that, how much is affecting this region. That is my sense. So the data I already told, Survey of India data set 1931. Then multi-temporal satellite images from 2000, 2005, 10, 20, 25. So 5 years, I continuously 25 years satellite images I taken for this purpose study. See here we extract all the satellites. The first one, the green color is 1931 shoreline. So if you see the box, then you will get the idea of this one. See, this is the coastline. Almost 300 meters is eroded in this one. 1931 to this one. Okay. So, yeah. Here I skipped. We have the method using that digital shoreline analysis system DSAS. Using that one, we worked, and because this is not a big one. Yeah, erosion. Okay. Okay. So I used for the coastal shoreline changes studies. I used this one. So the result of that one. So almost maximum erosion is year-wise. It's 13 meter to 4. Then minimum erosion is 0.01 millimeter per every year. If we come the net erosion, it's happening nearly 300 meter, 321 meters it's eroded in this region. And then minimum 67. Same time aggregation also it's happened 51 and 370 is aggregations. Same time we plan to future projection also based on the statistics next 35. 2045, how that will change. Based on that also, we projected also this shoreline changes. Okay, so this is our, coming to this one, this area cultural, all the heritage sites we taken here. Okay, so there is a protected monuments series there, both ASI and Tamil Nadu Archaeology, Danish fort is here only, ASI monuments is 2 or 3 is there, apart from some Buddha sculptures and historical period temples also is there in this region. Okay. Then we are working with this one, how the vulnerability, because this area in IMD telling it's a cyclone storm surge is possible up to 4.5 meter. Nagapattinam is district. Previously, now is Mayuram district. Previously is Nagapattinam district. That Nagapattinam district is possible to the cyclone storm surge up to 4.5 meter. At the same time, tsunami time also is nearly we received 5 meter. This one waves are we received. So that's why I taken up to 5 meter elevation using the digital elevation model. This is a bottom-up model. If it 5 meter, there is the data. I don't want to confuse you. I taken the maximum extent, 5 meter extent. If it 1 meter water will come, how much it will occupy? 2 meter, that meter is there. If it 5 meter will come, this much level it will affect. Same time, we used the tsunami time run-up also, because the red color dots, because you can see in the near to Tirumulai Vasal, up to 1 kilometer, the run-up is game, the tsunami time water is game. Then the nearer to the Pumbuhar, the 1 kilometer. Same time, the Danish port, close to the Tarangambadi is 100 meter water inside in this one. So, this is vulnerable to our, all the cultural sites, I'm telling this one. Okay. So, just glimpse of, okay, it's over. That's, so, yeah. Yeah, this is September, just within a year, our Danish fort only. You can see how much is the 30 meter stored there. Same time, how much is the dynamics since closed, fully eroded in this one. February image if you take this one. Then, yeah, okay. Then another thing, nearer to the Bumbuhar, now because of the erosion, everywhere, most of the places, not only all they will show groins. Everywhere they putting the groins to adapt the erosion. They using the groins or sea walls. So all hard structure only. Only if the hard groins is put, it will possible. The shift to the erosion is the next up north of that area. Erosion is so many groins are coming. This one not only here in Kerala also. 50 in Kanyakumari district, 50 nearly half of the district shorelines they are full and full boulders only. Kerala also like that only. So the Bumbuar and Vanagiri area. Okay. So just I giving this from Sundaresan and Gaur, AS Gaur from NAO, they worked a lot in this area. Then because Mahabalipuram, they worked in the Bumbuar area, Kurke area, all they worked. From I taken because now the both sides are now is submerged. Because last Dr. Ethis went on the after seeing that from the swimming only he saw this evidence of these things. The terracotta well and other two temples are now totally destroyed, 11th century destroyed in this one. Okay. So the conclusion of this one, the several heritage to actively retrieving shoreline highlights, because our Mahabalipuram, many sites are falling in the coastal area. So all are comes under the vulnerable in this one. So because of the future climate change and anthropogenic pressure, I plan to work which are the sites are highly vulnerable to different this one, urbanization, to agricultural land conversion, then mining conversion, mining area, then coastal area, flood area. That's our next plan. Okay, thank you. Thanks for Dr. Professor Rajan and Dr. giving this afternoon Dr. Sivanandam and Dr. Ethis and other research scholar also. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah. Are you?
Yes. Sorry. There are questions. Yes. Professor Rao has a question for you.
Usually coastal erosion is also related to the geological factor of upliftment and subsidence. And what I have learned from some articles is that especially the east coast is having a different kind of anomaly than the other regions of the world. That is, it is experiencing upliftment. The coastal area is getting elevated. So because of that, the lagoons, etc., are getting dried up. So the sea also might be receding. That may be a local phenomena. But have you observed any of that kind of this one erosional activity here?
Yeah, here it's good. Actually, land substance only telling, because of the more groundwater tapping, because already the papers from Calcutta area, tapping also substance is happening. Uplifting, that one is not within a short duration, because we are working the short duration only. That is there, but here is one. Because if in the tsunami time, Andaman, one side is uplifted, one is this one. This is because of the earthquake and other this phenomena. But that one we didn't work on this one. Here not that much affects on this one. Only the subsidence because of the tapping more water. Because in the now is in the Kaveri Delta area is the full and full. Previously they depend only the river water. Now full and full they taking the water from the groundwater also. That also some because some studies telling is subsidence is happening in the Chennai city also. That's the only not that subsidence. Upliftment level is okay. Not here, not that much. I hope it's not directly related with archaeology, and this one is a little, because it's a nest level, because our all the sites are vulnerable because of flood and.
To give you one example, Kottapatnam, which was a flourishing port till 15th century or so, afterwards suddenly ceased to they ceased its activities. So when we observed the satellite imageries, etc., we found that actually the upliftment is there since several centuries itself, and it extends up to 30 kilometers also. And because of this upliftment, what has happened, Kottapatnam, that lagoon, the level is lost, and then the area has become unsuitable for...
okay. Yes, okay. Okay. So one thing, and then because now is because we have a lot of cultural sites we have, so we need to protect all. It's not possible to protect all the sites. So whichever is heritagically high index, we taken first in a heritage level. If it is high on that heritage value, based on that heritage valuable, we need to protect that one. Because in the future climate change also, climate change not only in the coastal area, it's affecting in the inland also. Now the problem is there is a temple, Dharasuram temple, facing the problem of the flood water. Because now surrounding area, urban areas are increased. Old temple is one. Most of the Trichendur temple is flooding time, water is going inside. Srivilluthur Andal temple is going into water. We need to the adaptation capacity will increase in the future. Because future is rainfall is not like our monsoon. Monsoon is within 2 or 3 days we are receiving our more rainfall in this region. So thinking that the future we need to our adaptation capacity, we want to increase all this one.
So, Professor Rajan has a question.
Actually, our observation when we have done for our underwater archaeological expedition in Pumbuar in 1987, from 1987 till today, I am surveying that area. So when I went for field work, what happened to that temple? They said that your temple is just 100 meters inside the sea. That I documented in 1987-89. Again, 2010, like 20, every 10 years once we are visiting. So when I went there, first time it was Gobra was there in the front. So that was gone. Then after that, Maka Mantapa and Mukha Mantapa gone. After that, even the Shantorium, that also Garbhagraha, what they call it, that also fallen down. You can see the Sigara on the surface. So this the temple is having an inscription of 11th century, and that it definitely during the time of construction they would have not constructed intertidal zone. So they would have constructed well interior. But now the temple is under submergence. So if you take the like a entire coast of Tamil Nadu, there are a land is emerging, and land is going like Alagankulam, Kotkai, and all where land is emerging, and other places where we are having submergence. So local phenomena is there. That also we have to take into account.
Sir, why you need to go to up to the 11th century? Our former chief minister started Bumbugar Museum, Kannagi statue. Is
that also. Actually, our former chief minister installed a Kannagi statue in Pumbugar. So I looked into that PWD records that function has happened inside the sea. Today it is inside the sea. So in front of my eye, that Kannagi statue has fallen down. Then another government came and they have installed inside. Again they are not preserving. So that is happening for the past 40 years in front of my eye. Our several archaeological sites is being submerged. Some places is emerging. Thank you.
Can I just make a small comment or ask a question related to submerged landscape? We know how fast it can go. It could be a very local also phenomenon. And I've been able to join a course on submerged landscapes, and we could. I would like to know whether there is to map this up. Been two centuries ago, or not too long. Is there some survey that is planned of the submerged landscapes?
You can check with Professor Rajan sir,
yeah.
Sivanandam sir. Any submerged landscape? You have the plan to.
Because of the mic not functioning, my question didn't
any
come
plan
up.
to survey the submerged landscapes?
Some
like
survey of the submerged landscapes.
Yeah, we are already we are documenting whatever it is coming to our road. That my request to the central government when they made with related to Indian maritime heritage, I told them we have to survey from Gujarat up to Calcutta. Without that, we will not get a complete picture. It will take little time because we are having Elephanta Cave and several monuments are available. It is not a big issue because every state we are having a human resource. Yeah. They will deploy the human resource and that particular area, if the coastal area, because we are having 5,000 years of cultural heritage and we are having 5,000 kilometer main coastal line that we have to undertake. At least as far as Tamil Nadu state archaeology is concerned, we are going to survey from Kanyakumari to Chennai by walk. So we will document the entire coastal cultural heritage.
Then another one thing, this problem is not only in Tamil Nadu.
No,
the
of
entire
course.
world is facing
it's the whole,
this.
it's everywhere in the world.
Is facing this problem.
Sure.
Because another project I have a Ministry of Earth Science from Kanyakumari to up to Kutch, we are mapping this one. So entire area is, particularly Kerala, is too much erosion is happening in this region. So entire area, this problem they are facing in this one.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. We can keep talking about these issues after. Thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Muthu Shankar. And we need to move to the next one, who is not coming physically, but who is online. So I'm going to present the next speaker, who is Dr. Venkatraman. Yes, here. So he is a distinguished scientist and former director of Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, Kalpakkam. With over 4 decades of experience in non-destructive evaluation, quality assurance and radiation safety, his expertise has been used by nuclear, space, other strategic and core industries. He has made notable contribution to archaeology, applying state-of-the-art scientific tools to cultural heritage, pioneering the use of NDA methods for study of South Indian bronzes, paintings, and archaeological objects, enabling non-invasive insight into composition and manufacturing practices. So Professor Venkatraman has a long CV. I'm not going to read everything. I'm going to say that he has published extensively, participated to many international conferences, so more than 300 publications, guided 10 PhDs, and now he is, so presently he is at the Department of Atomic Energy, Homi Setna chairman. And so normally he should be with us online if everything works well. Yes, thank you. You can, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so shall I start, madam?
Yes, you can begin, yeah.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. It is my pleasure to be online, though I would have loved to be there in this temple city of Madurai and then deliver this particular talk, which is, an area which is very passionate to me, with which I have been involved for more than about 30 years. But due to health reasons, I have been laid up with dengue, so I couldn't join you in person. But thanks to the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts. But my major point would be at the end, where I feel that Tamil Nadu, with its rich heritage in art, whatever we call it. So let me go to the structure of the talk. My particular talk will be focusing on non-destructive evaluation. So I will just define in 1 or 2 slides what it is, its applications, typical NDE methods, its role in archaeology. We will just see some case studies, and I would love to listen to have a question and answer session with you. And what could be the directions? So what is non-destructive evaluation or non-destructive testing? ஒரு பொருளை சேதப்படுத்தாம அதை டெஸ்ட் பண்ணுறது தான் வந்து non-destructive testingனு சொல்லுவோம், or non-destructive evaluation சொல்லுவோம். So இது வந்து நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா this has applications in practically all parts of society. You just name it. Healthcare. When a baby is going to be born, நம்ம வந்து அல்ட்ராசவுண்ட் யூஸ் பண்ணி அதோட ஃபீட்டஸை வந்து ஃபீட்டல் நாய்ஸ் ஃபீட்டல் சவுண்ட்ஸ் கேட்போம். ஸோ இதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து குழந்தை பெருசாகப்போ தடுக்கி விழுந்துன்னா எக்ஸ்ரே எடுப்போம். ஸோ 40 வயசுக்கு மேலே ஒரு டாக்டர் கிட்ட போனீங்கன்னா அவர் எல்லா டெஸ்ட்டும் ப்ரிஸ்கிரைப் பண்ணுவார். சிடி, எம்ஆர்ஐ, இது எல்லாமே வந்து நான் இன்வேசிவ் டெக்னிக்ஸ், நான் டிஸ்ட்ரக்டிவ் எவாலுவேஷன் இன் ஹெல்த் கேர். ஸோ நாங்கள் என்ன சொல்லுவோம்னா, அதே மாதிரி இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எனி மெட்டீரியல் அதோட இன்காட் ரா மெட்டீரியல் ஸ்டேஜ்லேருந்து அப் டு அரௌண்ட் இட்ஸ் காம்பனன்ட் இன் சர்வீஸ் இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷன் இந்த டெக்னாலஜி நம்ம யூஸ் பண்றோம். ஸோ ரைட் ஃப்ரம் தி கிரேடில் டு கிரேவ் ஆஃப் அ ஹியூமன் பீயிங் ஆர் industry, non-destructive evaluation finds applications. So it has applications in healthcare, industry, agriculture, security, of course, archaeology also. So what are the various, just typical methods idella? There are various methods. We will not go into this, but archaeology பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் visual examination, eddy current testing, radiography, ultrasonic, infrared and microwave methods.
Excuse me, sir, one small correction.
Microwave imaging, like GPR, terraform imaging and வந்துட்டு
எல்லாரும் இருக்காங்க சார். சில பேருக்கு தமிழ் தெரியாது, அதனால ஆங்கிலத்திலேயே நீங்க சொல்லிடலாம். Just only express in English.
And நீங்க பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா you have
no sir, we don't want in Tamil because there are different audience are there. Please kindly go only in English presentation.
Pardon,
could
sir?
you hear me?
Sir, no, I didn't catch you.
No, you kindly make your presentation in English.
In English, huh? Okay,
yeah, because
fine.
There are different type of scholars are there.
Fine. I'll stick to English, no issue. Yeah. So NDE, non-destructive evaluation primarily examines the composition, structure, and integrity. So if you see here, when you link it to archaeology, we can use it for materials characterization, structural and integrity assessment. It can be used for conservation diagnostics, and of course, it can serve as a technological or legal signature fingerprint for authentication and attribution also. So when you talk of the NDE toolbox for heritage sites, we primarily talk of elemental methods such as X-ray fluorescence, which is widely used. Neutron activation is a very sophisticated technique which is available in the country at Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research through the Kamini reactor. We have accelerator-based methods also within the country at Raja Ramanna Center for for Advanced Technology in Indore and many other places. We have molecular and we have FTIR, Raman spectroscopy, etc., which is available again in IGCAR. X-ray methods like radiography and computer tomography, which is used for signatures, for finding out defects, for finding out the state of the object, is available. Is available at different places. Infrared thermography, we have carried out quite a lot of work in this, and these are some of the things, etc. But the crux of it is we have a multi-technique approach for any object, be a monument or be a bronze icon or a painting. We have multi-technique approach which is used for the purposes of documentation or study or whatever it is. So now let me come to the case studies part of it, like the South Indian bronzes. This is again a very, favorite one. My involvement in this started somewhere in the 1986 when we got the icons from Chennai Museum for investigation at Kalpakkam. So all of us know that the South Indian bronzes are the best metallurgical achievements of South India, especially Tamil Nadu. And it is very famous for its aesthetic beauty, iconometry, iconography, and casting quality of the highest order. During the 9th century, 10th century, 11th century, when we didn't have this sort of technologies, our Sthapatis were able to make par excellence bronze castings, which had excellent quality, which when we analyzed more than about 1,000, we came to know. And these are excellent examples of fusion of technology and cultural traditions. You go to any museum in the world today, you will definitely have a South Indian bronze, our Chola bronze, I should say. So when you talk of these bronzes, this is the famous Ardhanarishwara statue at the Chennai Museum. So we talk of historical aspects, we talk of artistic aspects, we talk of scientific characterization. And when all these things are put together, we get an integrated document and a scientific fingerprint for this particular icon. So let me take, when you talk of this particular icon, what are the various techniques you can use? One is definitely visual, that is digital photography, which can help me to capture the surface details, in the intricate surface details. But today we have techniques like laser profilometry, laser holography, which completely creates the 3D of the object, where I can go to micro levels and then see the features. X-ray radiography gives me the ability to look into the icon and see for features which cannot be duplicated by anybody. And X-ray CT would give me a 3D profile, which is an advanced extension of X-ray radiography. In situ metallography gives me an idea of the casting quality and also the technology for fabrication. In fact, just diverting it a bit, we have used in situ metallography quite apart from on the bronzes, on the iron pillar in Delhi, to study the methodology of how it had been fabricated during those particular days. And of course, this is just a 3D profile of an icon which we did it. We can just get all the intricate features in this. You can also rotate it to 360 degrees and then get a complete view of it. Now, when we talk of radiography, radiography is a technique where you use penetrating and ionizing radiations such as X-rays or gamma rays. Now, when these X-rays or gamma rays pass through an object, they would impinge on a film. You get a photographic X-ray image. That is what you see on the right. And this helps me to reveal what is there internally within the object. And it also helps me to reveal the damages, the repairs, the conservation efforts, nature of materials used, all these things. So in this example, this again is from Madras Museum. This was part of a DST project, Department of Science and Technology project, between IGCAR and the Chennai Museum, where we examined more than about 200 rare icons. So in this case, if you see, you can see that this particular area is complete. The icon appears to be intact, but when we took a radiograph, we found that it appears to be missing. It is not missing. It is because the material that had been used, probably there had been some repair. The material that had been used for joining is not the same material that had been used initially by the Sthapatis. So probably a makeshift sort of repair had been done. Now, similarly, if you take this particular icon, which is again a 9th century Pallava Vishnu, there is a repair in the leg region, which is apparently not visible in the original image, but we could detect it through radiography. Now, when we take the radiograph of these sort of images, these sort of icons, we can get what are called as porosities or voids inside this particular icon. And these voids or porosities will serve as the scientific forensic fingerprint for this particular idol. While a person can steal an idol, duplicate it externally and make it appear as the original one, he cannot replicate these internal features because the casting is a process which cannot be duplicated. The process of void formation at a particular place cannot be duplicated. So it serves as a scientific fingerprint. Now, apart from radiography, in situ XRF is one of the most widely used methods for elemental analysis. And in this particular case, we get all the major constituent units. Now, one of the limitations of XRF is I cannot detect low Z materials. And in case I have to use it for materials like gold or silver, I need to take what you call special precautions. And there are different heads available which needs to be changed. So we have done more than about 1,000 icons, XRF. And typically for a Chola bronze, this is, the copper percentages vary typically, but it will be more than 90%. You also have tin, lead, etc., etc. And apart from that, in situ metallography it is a slightly destructive technique but it has to be done on inconspicuous regions. When we get the casting quality, this is a dendritic, this is a cast structure of an icon. It has been taken from the pedestal. So you can see that if there are porosities, it can be revealed, and various other features can be revealed. It also reveals the methodology by which it has been cast and whether it has been annealed, etc. When we did this particular project, we start with this particular Stapati, Devasenadipati Stapati, whose lineage can be traced to Rajaraja Chola period. We sat with him for 3 days to understand how these icons have been made traditionally through the lost wax process. So he made a complete icon in front of us. It was a very, learning thing for us. Of course, he is no more, his sons are taking care. And these are the various steps, etc. With this background, when we were asked to make the tallest Nataraja for gifting by the Department of Atomic Energy to CERN in Geneva, all these things came in handy. And this tallest Nataraja today, of course, one in Parliament is much taller than this. But at that particular time, about 3 or 4 years back, this was the tallest. This was made at Timmakudi near Swami Malai, where we start with the Sapati, and the entire thing was done in a very meticulous way. It was shipped to CERN in Geneva, which is where the origin of the Big Bang theory, etc. is there. CERN is one of the topmost scientific institutions in the world, and it was gifted by the Department of Atomic Energy. So if you go to Google and say Dancing Shiva CERN, you can see the beautiful images of this particular Shiva. And this is again a typical example. Okay, now coming back to infrared imaging. I'm diversing the topic now. This is another case study. Infrared imaging, all of us know that all of us emit heat radiations. In fact, this was responsible during COVID period to have an initial screening, which is normally done using a study the conservation aspects of historic buildings, and also to study the state of deterioration, moisture entrapment, because moisture is one of the most deadly things which is dreaded by the archaeologists, and for various other reasons also. So we had the opportunity to investigate a 150-year-old building. Now it will be 200 years old building, because this particular building had a lot of seepages, and they could not understand where this moisture entrapment and seepage of moisture was coming in from. So we did a complete infrared scanning of the internal rooms, etc. And we could trace this particular moisture ingress to the top floor, a small pinhole. We could trace it, and subsequently it was plugged, and subsequently all the moisture entrapment also got stopped, etc. Apart from that, we have successfully employed infrared thermography for a variety of paintings also. In fact, this is a typical example of 18th century Tanjore painting. We have done it for Raja Ravi Verma paintings also. And this helps us, infrared thermography helps us to see where exactly the painting has been touched, which will otherwise normally not be revealed, and whether the material that has been used for touch-up has the same sort of properties as the one which has been originally used. So here we use what is called as emissivity variations, which are normally done. And apart from this, we have used a technique called as lock-in thermography to study ancient coins, Roman coins, which our late Dinamalar Mr. Krishnamurti had given for investigation purposes. We studied a number of Roman coins, gold coins, silver coins, etc. And quite a good amount of information could be gleaned from these sort of studies. All of us are very familiar with this particular temple, the heritage site which we can be proud of. So here we have done XRF on more than about 1,000 icons, along with, yes sir. Yeah. So along with archaeology.
Can I just tell you that you only have 2 minutes left to finish your presentation?
Yes, madam.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll complete it. So we have done for more than 1,000 icons. And in the case of Tanjavur Periyakovil, just before the Kumbhabhishekam, we had the opportunity to evaluate the gold coating before and after it was coated of this wonderful kalasam which rests atop the Brihadishwara temple. It was a wonderful experience. This is Professor Amritalingam from IIT Chennai, along with whom we had been involved, along with ASI also. One of these investigations which we had undertaken was the gold leaf, which is there in the Mysore Palace. They had to do some sort of investigation. I mean, they wanted to know the presence of gold, the quantity of gold, etc., which we could do it. And along with the Sharma Center for Heritage Education, Dr. Shanti Papu, and with the samples obtained from the State Department of Archaeology, Government of Tamil Nadu, we had also done Raman spectroscopy at Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, which gives a very valuable information on the material type of these sort of samples, etc. Today, there are many other NDE techniques which are available, like the ground penetrating data. We tried at Madurai Meenakshi Temple, but we were not successful. So this is one of the latest in 2020, where GPR has been used to excavate a complete ancient Roman city without, sort of digging or excavation. So the case is, today we have excellent, Tamil Nadu is a bowl of what you call, say, archaeological excellence. And we have many of these techniques, whatever I have mentioned, within the state of Tamil Nadu, but it is scattered. Can we think of a center of excellence, which would be a hub, a training hub, a capacity building hub, an academic hub where people can do their masters and PhD in the various aspects of archaeology, which would have a central NDE umbrella comprising of all the technologies or techniques, whatever I have indicated, including GPR, XRD, EPMA, everything, scanning electron microscope, etc., etc. So, and of course, which can also serve as a repository of scientific archive for all the icons and the monuments in the state of Tamil Nadu. So this is the sort of request I would place. I hope the archaeology department can take it up, and any sort of support, definitely it would be a sort of a pleasure to work with it. And I would like to thank the Secretary, State Archaeology Department, the organizing committee of this conference, and Dr. Bhagyalakshmi for this particular opportunity. And I invite all of you to the Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, Kalpakkam. Though I have superannuated, I would be happy to facilitate a visit to this center. This is a fast breeder test reactor, one of the most unique reactors in the world, operating successfully even today. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. And now, open the floor for questions. 2 questions. Are there questions now before we have the tea break? There's time for a few questions or comments, maybe? No? Sure? All right. There is one question here, so okay, thank you. Jan-Peter?
Just a small question. On your slides, you talked about retrospective dosimetry. How do you do that in your facility? You have not presented, but can you elaborate a bit on that?
Could you hear the question?
No, I didn't get the question. Can you please repeat it?
Retrospective dosimetry is something you also do.
Pardon, okay. I'm not able to hear it clearly.
Yeah, Retrospective dosimetry was on your slide as a method. Could you understand
Can
me?
you just type the question as a chat in the chat box? I can reply.
Okay.
Retrospective dosimetry. Can
Do
you
you
elaborate
type
on
it?
that?
Yeah. Maybe you can go and type it then. And meanwhile, we can maybe take more questions. Here, yeah. He's going to type. So whilst he's typing, maybe there's time for definitely. Yeah. Professor Rao is going to ask you a question.
Hello, sir. Are you able to hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sir, in case, if we have some pottery, can we use, what method can be used to take its thickness, measure its thickness?
Pottery, we can use either X-ray methods can be used in a non-invasive way easily, because potteries are low-density materials. We can use it. Ultrasonic can also be used, but pottery being porous, it will be a bit difficult. But X-ray, I would definitely recommend. Yes, it is possible.
Which one? X-ray, sir. X-ray?
Pardon?
What method can be used, sir?
X-ray, radiography. Radiometry can be used.
Okay. So will it give us thickness, measurement of the thickness?
Yes, it will give a very precise micron level measurement of the thickness, radiometry.
Okay.
And it can be done point by point. On the entire pottery sample, I can do it point by point and do it. Yes, the question is on retrospective dosimetry. Yes, we have done retrospective dosimetry at Jameen Pallavaram, which is nearby. Samples were provided because there was some court case and the samples were referred to us for dating purposes. Yes, we have done EPR-based dosimetry, electron spin paramagnetic resonance-based dosimetry at our center at Kalpakkam to determine the age of the samples, to say that these are definitely belong to, archaeologically they are significant.
Thank you for answering the question. And is there any other question? If not, then we can go to the felicitation. Yeah, certificates. Yeah. I'm going to. Yeah, I've already thanked. Yeah, and I'm sorry, Professor Venkatraman. We are going to thank you, but you're not going to receive the diploma, the certificate. It will be mailed to you.
Okay.
We can't give it to you physically. So now we are going to give the certificates to the speakers who are present in the room. So we are going to start with Professor Rao.
Thank you. Pleasure being, hearing to all of you. Thank you. Hope I get an opportunity to meet in person. Thank you very much.
Professor Rao. Yeah, thank you.
We invite Professor Bellina to honor the speakers of the session. First, Professor K.P. Rao. Dr. Muthu-Shankar. Thank you, ma'am. We are continuing the session. Next session is going to be after that we have. Then we will continue for valedictory.
Shall I begin straight away? Yes, sir. I'll sit down and.
Yes, please.
Hello everyone. We are coming for the last session of this seminar. Isn't it last session?
Yes, sir, last session.
Okay. We have two presentations in this. One is by Dr. R.N. Kumaran and another is Dr. Sachin Joshi. So first I'll invite Dr. R.N. Kumaran to present his paper. Meanwhile, I'll introduce you also. Dr. R.N. Kumaran is a superintending archaeologist in Archaeological Survey of India Excavation Branch 6 at Mysuru. He is a graduate from University of Madras. He holds a postgraduate diploma in archaeology, postgraduate diploma in temple arts, and postgraduate diploma in tourism administration. He actively participated in the archaeological excavations at Thiruvarkadu, Mailad, I'm sorry if I'm making wrong pronunciations, Sadras, Arikamedu, Adichanalur in Tamil Nadu, Shravasti in Uttar Pradesh, Dolavera, Junikuran, Khirsara in Gujarat, and some more sites in Karnataka. He has published 2 books, Ports and Pots in Gujarat and Excavations in Gujarat, and written a number of research articles and has presented papers in many national and international seminars, symposia, conferences, etc. At present, he is engaged in village-to-village survey in district Mandya of Karnataka. So please, Kumaran, 20 minutes, 5 minutes for discussion.
Documenting the undocumented, the problems, principles, and perspectives in heritage management. First, we go to what are the principles for the last 3 centuries we are having in India. The first, as you already know, that cultural heritage is a legacy of tangible and intangible heritage attributes to society inherited from the past generations. The tangible artifacts include the work of art. We all know that the literatures and literatures as well as buildings, monuments, and historic places, where intangible attributes comprise social customs, traditions, practices, and all those things. There are 2 types of things, which are the small artifacts, which we are displayed in the museums, and the buildings, monuments, and historic places, which are often subject to preservation by the order of the government of India and by the government of state governments for the survival of future generations. Even the cyber cultures in the digital world and the emerging new cultures, which will become the heritage of the futures. And there are, as I already mentioned, that for the past 2 centuries, we are having the different types of legislations to protect our heritage, cultural heritage. The first legislation is in the connection with the protection of cultural properties, the Bengal Regulation 19 of 1810 and the Madras Regulation 7 of 1817. The above regulation empowered government to intervene whenever any public edifice was exposed to risk of misuse by the private individuals. But interestingly, it has no jurisdiction over the buildings of the private ownership and wherever the government itself was involved. Then comes the Act of 19 of 1863, where it gives a authority to government to prevent injury and to preserve the buildings of remarkable heritage of antiquity. And then we came to the Indian Treasure Trove Act of 1878, where it gives an act to combat the treasure hunting and regulating the lawful disposal of treasures found in ancestral digging. But in 1886, the James Burgess, the then DG of ASI, issued 2 directives. First one, forbidding any person or agency to undertake excavation without prior consent of ASI, which is followed till date. And the second one is debarring officers from disposing of antiquities found or acquired without the permission of the government. Then come the Act of 1904, where the monuments, some of the monuments are protected, and it also gives the exercise of control over traffic in antiquities. And we come before independence, we have the Antiquities Export Control Act of 1947, where no antiquity can be exported without a valid permit issued by the DGASI. And DG is only the authorized person to decide whether an object is an antiquity or a non-antiquity. Then after independence, we have the Constitution of India, where we have the union list and the state list and the concurrent list, where archaeology is given as an important one. Then after the reorganization, 1950 Constitution of India, we have the Act of 1951, where the Ancient and Historical Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Declaration of National Importance Act. Where this act was enacted for the declaration of certain monuments and archaeological sites and remains of national importance, those were in the British occupied territory as well as those within the former Indian states. Then as the 1915 Act was not that much powerful, then in 1958, the ASR Act was enacted. This is from which all ancient and historical monuments and all archaeological sites remains which have been declared by the ancient and historical monuments of archaeology. That is the 1951 Act. What are the monuments we are already having and what are the monuments by the 1904 Act all became under the 1958 Act. Then we have each and every state has a separate act to protect its cultural heritage, and Tamil Nadu government is also having some of the Act of 1966 with the Tamil Nadu Ancient and Historical Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act. Then we can have the Antiquity and Art Treasure Act, AAT Act of 1972, to regulate the export of antiquities. Then we have the Customs Act of 1962, which is also having the power. Then recently we have the 2010 Act, where the ASR Act of 1958 has been amended and validation. Now we are having the Tamil Nadu Heritage Commission Act of 2012. Apart from that, now we come to the second part, where what is the condition of the protected monuments of our cultural property in various states. Now we can see when it is protected by ASI or the state government, the condition of this property are very nice. You can see here the Alibel temple from Karnataka. These are some of the temples which are protected by ASI, the Somnathpura temple and Santinada Basadi in Karnataka and the Jamma Masjid in Gujarat, Vadodara. And these are some of the condition of the unprotected monuments, where these are neglected or not the importance has been given to given by either by the central government or by the state government. These are explored during the course of exploration. You can see here what is the condition of the buildings or the temples. And here these are some of the sculptures which are lying in the road or in the tank, or those things are buried, where no importance has been given by any state government, whether the state government, central government, or by the local authorities. Now we come the second part, the third part, how we treat our cultural property. You can see here, when we are going for when it is a protected temple, protected monument, then the government is giving some importance to them. Otherwise, if it is not a protected one, you can see here the status of the monuments, where it is used as a cowshed or used as sculptures. They are used as to tie the cow, all those things. And here it is used as a shed. Almost it is a dumping yard. This is an important Chola temple in the Karnataka. You can see here the hero stones, 13th, 14th century hero stones, which are inscribed hero stones, which are painted and looks like a modern one. The Sadi stones are hero stones, all those things. And here we can see the second memorial stone, the sluice gate, like this, and we are retrieving a hero stone, inscribed hero stone from a drainage. And even during the construction of the drainage, the people won't give any importance to the structures. This is one of the sannyasi gallu, which was built, which was inside the drainage only. Then the important the case study, where it is one of the important monument, the Bhoganandishwara temple in Karnataka. 4 years before, Although it is protected by central government or by ASI, there is one function in Shivratri, Mahashivratri. Then without the permission of ASI or without applying for anything, the state local authorities, the DC, has started constructing and keeping banners, all those things, because it is the governor's program. Even they are open the monument in the night and they are using the light shows, all those things. Even they are constructed within the garden, they are damaged our gardens, all those things. You can see here what is the condition of the structures. If they are having the stalls, all those things. Even when our engineer has a complaint to DC, complaint to the local authority who is along with the DC to inspect the site, the local authority VO is dared, and he told that, sir, if you want, you can file FIR against me. Even the DC, who is a custodian of the monuments, is doing nothing in front of all those things. Then the tradition of making the vandalism is not new to India, because you can see here in Mysore Archaeological report, he is writing that based on a complaint received from a European visitor, better arrangement was made to prevent the vandalism to the fine polished Nandi, especially by the natives who went to see by scratching and cutting their names. You can see even not only the local peoples, even the Britishers had written their name, or the local peoples are writing the names on the huge Nandi in the Vaisala temple, Halibedu. Then we came to the last part, the present scenario, or what are the duties of the present generation. We all know that from the above, the cultural heritage or artifacts are to a greater or lesser extent, it is a unique, irreplaceable and irreparable. How much you are willing to pay to consume, that is a use, see or experience, and to preserve this cultural heritage for future generations. Do we value the same equivalent to every heritage property? Means when you are giving the same importance to the Taj Mahal or to the small temple or to the Valedictory temple or to the excavated site, the same value we are giving to the site or not? That is based on that value only, because when we are going, we will give the importance to the huge temple like Valedictory temple or Gangekonda Cholapana or Dharasuram temples, but we are not giving any importance to the Neolithic burials or Iron Age protected excavated sites. Then the role and responsibility of Gen X, Millennials and Gen Z. Already the Gen X and Millennials are doing their best in preserving and handing over the tangible and intangible heritage to the Gen Z. Now it is the role of Gen Z to look into where a lot of problems are cropping up daily. As most of the tangible heritage ownership lies with the state government, it can be documented and protected by amending the existing laws. The creating village heritage community by including village art lovers and thereby educating them to document both the tangible and intangible heritages. In order to discontinue the practice of hiding the treasure and illegally selling the same, and to make the people aware of provisions of the Treasure to Act of 1878, a heritage club or the heritage society should be formed in every schools and colleges, so that they have the awareness about their heritage, local heritages. There is a problem in filing the FIR if a theft has been occurred in an unprotected monuments or sites or temples due to the unavailability of proper ownership and the documents. Even this is not the problem in unprotected monuments. Even we are facing the problem in filing the FIR as per the 2010 Act, because it is not showing in the 2010 the 2010 Act was not showing the list of offenses, social or criminal offenses. So we are facing problem in filing the FIR in the police station. They are not accepting, because they are telling that it is not showing in our list of crimes which are to be filed FIR. So in that case, we have to make amendments in that. In that case, the police or local village authorities or heritage members have to take initiative in filing the FIR when they came to know about the theft, by creating a database about the vandalism or missing sculptures. Above all, a proper coordination in the form of organizing workshops like this, or the training programs to the local peoples, and other related works with the key players like the ASI, the state archaeology, customs, and the police will surely help in safeguarding our cultural heritage, where the Gen Z is intelligent and tech-savvy. Thank you.
Now the presentation is open for comments, questions, suggestions. Anybody? It was very interesting, Dr. Kumaran, and especially your expectations from Gen Z. That part was something very new. I think we are too much expecting from that Gen Z, because
they can do that.
Gen Z is busy with social media and so many other things. They are expecting. We are expecting. Yes, Kaushik, question.
Yeah, thank you for this presentation. Yes, I think I just wanted to make a comment. That is, this Gen Z, and in fact, whatever Zen after, whatever generations come afterwards. I think now it's time, it's coming to my mind, recent in World Archaeological Congress, there was this entire session on archaeogaming. And, these children, like my son is 10 years old, he would, he likes gaming. Right? And they have things called Minecraft. There's a whole universe of Minecraft. And now they are actually integrating archaeology into these kind of games like Minecraft. And, this is one way. Gaming is a very serious business now. So archaeogaming, is maybe, we can think about, involving some companies to, even in India, to develop some archaeo games, which people can play and, learn and think about heritage in a different way. Because every generation, we cannot expect them to think like we did. So the way human beings are thinking is it's changing very fast. And just not just digitally, academically digitalization, but making it more fun way. And as I said that in this session, there were like whole lot of people developing archaeo games, which I don't see in India. So this just came to my mind. It could be a way forward. Thank you.
Sir, when in this regard, when I am doing exploration in Marriott district, in some of the schools, the local hero stones are sati stones which they had found in the nearby places or in the drainages. They are cleaned and they are kept in the school as memorials, so that the students who are coming to school can see and all those things. When we are there at the school, they requested us to give a lecture about all those heroes and what is a hero stone, what is the memorial stones, what are the sati stones, which they are kept inside the complex.
Yes.
So that is a best example where we had found in Tamil Nadu also. We can have these sculptures, at least they will be protected, and it will be, the school students will daily go seeing that. They can have an idea and they can inform us they had found these type of stones in that places, like that.
Yes, yes, and in fact, there is a very unknown, not well-known place, and which I chanced upon. That's in our state in West Bengal, but in the northern part of the state, there's a community called the Lepchas, who occupy what is part of the Sikkim right now. So we went there for tourism, and then we found that in a local book there was this trekking route to this old fort, which was the fort of the Lepcha king, the last king of this community. So they have preserved it. Every year, 25th December, they would climb up the mountain. They have rituals, and this is a site. It's a fort. It's called the Damsang Fort, right? So even the community, so I went, there's a museum which is run by this community, the Lepcha community of, they occupy northern part of West Bengal and Sikkim, largely, right? And they have these memories, oral traditions, heritage, so this community linking, I'm not saying that it's just one community. Community means not just one people, but maybe people living around a site. So, it's not just about, in the earlier session, people are talking about economics, but I think in a sense of belonging is also important, not just money. People always don't want money. Yeah. They want to feel good about their place, about their ancestors, and that I think we should try to foster. And schools also, yes, very correctly. Thank you. Oh, ma'am.
I thank you very much for raising a very, very pertinent issue here. I think India has a problem of plenty. Yes. Since we have got so many monuments and they are all over the place. And they are being desecrated, they are being neglected, they are being vandalized. Now, how to stop it? If I understood you right, I can see how much concerned you are about the heritage being vandalized, so to say. Long ago, I should say, when I was a student, I recall Professor H.D. Sankaria, our veteran archaeologist, and he was saying that we should always involve the community, local community, when we are digging, when we are excavating a site. They should be made part of it. And we should have a site museum, which should be looked after by the local people also. That was something which he could think in his time. But what I feel now that we have a new education policy coming. We are trying to bring in heritage and traditional knowledge system in a very big way. We want to make people conscious of our past. This can be achieved, as I can understand now, by making schools more conscious about it. Because if our young children are conscious about their neighborhood and their ancestors, if they had an ancestry, they are part of it. So they may be asked, maybe an 8th, 9th class student may be given a project to go around, collect some material which he thinks is heritage of that village, of that place. They would be keenly interested, and maybe they would not vandalize things once they have these things ingrained in their minds. So it should start at the school level, and everybody should be made conscious at that stage. So it will gradually pick up, and local people who are putting their bullocks and cows in such areas, they would, maybe their children will make them conscious. So that is something which we can try at our own level, in our homes, and in our schools. We can reach out to the teachers, and if possible, we can be effective that way. That is one suggestion which I thought.
Thank you, madam, for the suggestion. You don't have to answer this. This is a suggestion. Okay. I don't think any other question. We can go to the next presentation. Dr. Joshi is ready. Please come. Thank you, Kumaran. I will introduce Dr. Sachin Joshi. Dr. Sachin Vidyadhar Joshi has completed master's degree in chemistry, master's degree in AIHC and archaeology. He has received his PhD in 2015. He has been working in the Department of Archaeology, Deccan College, for the last 20 years. He teaches postgraduate courses in archaeological chemistry, soil analysis, field methods in archaeology, metallurgy, conservation, ancient numismatics, etc. Dr. Joshi has published 45 research papers. He has also attended national and international seminars. He has written 4 books on the subject of coastal forts and the conservation related issues. He has conducted archaeological excavation at a fort site called Manik Durga in Maharashtra, Ratnagiri district, Maharashtra. He was a member of the Fort Conservation Committee constituted by the government of Maharashtra from 2015 to 22, and again continued after 22. He has completed 2 research projects funded by ICHR on the forts and cannons.
Respected chairperson, senior archaeologists and students. First of all, I am thankful to State Archaeology Tamil Nadu for inviting me for this symposium to deliver my presentation. Title of my presentation is Cleaning and Conservation of Rusted Iron Cannons at Kabodarama and Agoda Forts in Goa by mechanical cleaning method, sandblasting. So I am going to present this paper with collaboration with Dr. Varad Sabnis. Varad Sabnis is a former assistant archaeologist of Goa State Archaeology. Actually, we have conducted an experiment regarding the cleaning and conservation of cannons in collaboration with Goa State Archaeology. And there, that experiment was conducted in 2 phases. First in 2022 and another is in 2024. So sandblasting is a basic method used for this experiment in 2 different places. One is in North Goa and another is in the South Goa. Next. Okay. So this project establishes a standardized methodology for cleaning and conservation of historical cannons derived from an experimental analysis of 2 specific artifacts. And the location, as I said, that North Goa and South Goa, there are many cannons located on the forts in Goa. And there are different environmental challenges, that high rainfall, high humidity. So because of that, the cannons are highly corroded and there is no shade for these cannons to cover it. And the outcome of this experiment is a reproducible step-by-step protocol for identification, cleaning, conservation, and preservation. Actually, I am not going to the details of history of cannons, but all of you know about that history of cannon goes back to 12th century in the world. But in India, specifically in Deccan, the cannons, history of cannon goes back to around last decade of 15th century. And there are 2 types of cannons located in the Deccan, cast cannon and forge welded cannons. So all these, there are, actually these cannons are already documented by Professor Balasubramaniam, and he has written a book, Saga of Indian Cannons. But he has documented the cannons which are easily accessible for him. After that, I have taken a project from ICHR in 2014 and documented 258 different cannons in Maharashtra. And these cannons are located on the hill forts and various places which is not easily accessible. We have documented and prepared these drawings at the time of documentation. And while documenting these cannons, I saw various cannons are in highly corroded states, and no one is ready to clean these cannons, or no specific methodology to clean this cannon. So we have decided to conduct the project. My friend Dr. Vadat Sabnis and me taken a project or taken an experimental project for cleaning of these cannons in Goa. So there are more than 80 cannons in Goa at different forts and other places in Goa. So Ras Magos Fort consists of 12 cannons. Then few cannons are lying in front of State Archaeology Department. Kabodharama have 6 cannons. Then Alorna Fort and Rajabhavan, there are 12 cannons on both places. So these cannons are in this poor state. During this project, I noticed that these cannons were in rusty state and actually lying in the villages, cities and forts. So see the condition of this cannon. So actually some of these cannons are coated with tar for preservation purpose. So the problem of this project is traditional conservation often involves moving artifacts to a chemical laboratory. However, the sheer weight and positioning the medieval cannons make a transport impossible. So the conservation must be brought to the artifact. In the methodology, so an experimental study conducted on 2 selected cannons at Goa at 2 different locations. Then goal is to test, compare, cleaning the method to determine most suitable and standard for this region of Goa. And the requirement is the process must be scientific, reproducible, and executed in a strict step-by-step manner. So for this experiment, we use a traditional sandblasting method. This method is commonly used in the cleaning of industrial metal pipes. So this method, actually, at the time of experiment, for this sandblasting, 3 items are required. First is blasting gun, cup, and compressor. No electricity is required for this sandblasting cleaning. Basic standard cleaning of the cannons involves 3 steps. First, chipping, then sandblasting, and last one is coating. So this is a fort, Cabo de Rama, located in South Goa, Kankon district. So 8 cannons are lying inside the fort. 1 cannon is outside the main gateway of fort, which we have selected for the cleaning process. So this is a cannon. It is a partly highly corroded, and some part is covered with a tar, which should be removed. So first we shift the cannon inside the shade, because we have conducted the experiment, and last night there was a heavy rain, so we shift this cannon in the shade and dried the sand, which is used for sand blasting purpose. Then this is the actually sand blasting process. First you have to fill the sand in the blasting cup, and by controlling the pressure you can blast the sand on the surface of the metal. I will show you one video regarding this. Because of blasting process, the thin layer of rust is removed, and the original color of the metal comes out. Okay, so this blasting cup, capacity of this blasting cup is 250 grams only. So you have to fill every time the 250 grams of sand inside the cup. And after sand blasting process, we apply the benzotriazole or tannic acid as an anti-corrosive material for coating purpose, and see the condition of cannon before and after. So this experiment was successfully done, and cannon was in a good condition after 3-4 years till today. So 2 years later, while searching the sandblasting process, new instruments, we found another upgraded sandblasting instrument on the website, and we decided to use this instrument and conducted one more experiment on another fort. So we have conducted experiment at Agoda Fort. Agoda is a famous fort in Goa, and it is divided into 2 parts, that upper fort and lower fort. So lower fort is a part of jail during Portuguese period, and till 2020 there was a jail, and it is shifted into other place in 2020. So there are 15 cannons located in the lower fort region of Agoda Fort. So this is a place of Agoda Fort, north bank of Madurai River. So these are the cannons located inside the fort, and highly rusted cannons are there. So matte technique is used. Matte is a micro air abrasion technology. So it is used similar to sandblasting technique, and it is implemented first time for conservation of cannon in India. And see, the blasting gun is different. There is no blasting cup above the gun, and he is these two persons are cleaning the cannon. So this is a chamber. Chamber consists of 45 kilograms of sand at a time. So no need to refill every time the blasting cup. And pressure controller is there, so you can set the pressure at the time of blasting. And this instrument was manufactured by Italian company Ibix. So garnet is a material required for blasting through the micro air abrasion technology. So garnet is basically so this machine has a nozzle 5 mm diameter, and which cover a good surface area for cleaning of proper air pressure is delivered. And in this machine we can use any type of powder like garnet, sodium bicarbonate, calcium carbonate, glass beads, or any garnet. Basically composition of garnet is silicon dioxide 36%, iron oxide 33%, Al2O3, aluminum oxide 23%, magnesium oxide 6%, manganese oxide 1%, calcium oxide 1%, and TiO2 less than 1%. Then recommended blasting conditions are pressure at the nozzle greater than 90 psi, air capacity 350 cubic feet per minute, nozzle type size less than 5 mm at diameter venture, working distance 8 to 24 inches from the object. Then specific gravity is 4.1, hardness less than 1.0. Color of the garnet is pink. Then garnet shape is subangular. Conductivity 125 microns. And the garnet comes in 50 kilograms of HDPE bag, high density polyethylene bags. And these are the different minerals present in the garnet material. So generally garnet used for the surface like metal, where the rust and other types of residue deposition has to be removed. So consumption of powder depend on the number of layers to be removed and the amount of air pressure given to it. So it can be controlled the powder quality with the help of air pressure regulator given to the machine. This is a garnet powder, and the price of garnet powder is 56 rupees per kilogram. The higher price rated garnet can be used for at least 10 to 15 times. It means for 1 square feet rate will be Rs 14 rupees per square feet. But this powder can be recycled for minimum 10 to 15 times, and it can be still minimized if the powder is properly filtered and used again. So in this actual process, you have to first fill the chamber with garnet and then select the air pressure and lock it. Then the gun used for cleaning has a carbide nozzle, and which has a thickness 3, 5 or 8 mm, whatever you want. Then gently the powder regulator knob along with the gun is open. As and when we find the surface is being cleaned up to its mark, the powder knob is locked and the surface cleaning is started. So we have applied this method to these cannon at Goa, Agoda Fort. Next. So there is no blasting cup here, and you can move the gun in any direction. In case of blasting cup, you should hold this gun like in this position. You can not turn the blasting gun any side. So just observation, it works on a low pressure from minimum 0.2 bar to 7 bar without affecting the surface. This technology has a certified ISO 1,40,001. Media use is garnet, and its shape, color is brown, subangular shape. and garnet can be fine, coarse, medium. Then this technology need only air pressure. It can be selected as per the surface without damaging it. It does not create any type of corrosion or erosion as the media used in the natural mineral. So this media is environment free with a grain size from 38 micron to 1.8 millimeter. It can be disposed anywhere on the land. It does not require electrical connection, no moving part in this machine. So the life of machine is more. So this machinery can be used by any, unlike labor, which save a lot of money on worker. It is compact machine with wheels which can be shifted anywhere you required. So no daily cleaning or servicing is required. Then the next part was coating material. So this is a traditional material, microcrystalline wax used for coating of iron objects. We tried with a microcrystalline wax in Goa, but due to the high humid condition, it was not work on these cannons. So we decided to coat this cannon by using polyurethane, and polyurethane is applied to this cannon. It worked, and all these cannons look like this. This is a before picture and after. So let's see the difference between the old traditional sandblasting technology and the matte micro air abrasion technology. So matte technology, it does not create dust. Old technology, it creates dust. It does not create air pollution, it creates air pollution. Use of sodium bicarbonate, garnet, use of only sand in sandblasting method. So it does not cause any problems. So it causes lungs cancer. Manual brushing not required, so it requires manual brushing. Matte technique is effective in all difficult areas, and there is some limitation for traditional method. Delicate surface can be cleaned with this technique. It cannot clean the delicate objects, and then less production of effluent. It has a more, and it is non-hazardous, and old technology is hazardous. Then it has ISO certification and no ISO certification for old technique. US Drug and Food Department approved. It is not approval. One treatment is enough. It may need multiple treatments. So no need of disposal. It has to be disposed. In matte technology, no trace of corrosion. Some trace of corrosion possible in case of old traditional sandblasting. Approved in all European countries. It is banned in European countries. So water usage is optional. It needs water. And wood, bronze, marble can be clean, and it can be used only for the metals. There is another experiment on same by using matte technology. He cleaned this inscription which is located on the gateway of the fort with this method, and some other images also clean with this matte technique, which are moss is deposited on the surface of these. So this technique is basically used for cleaning of corroded iron objects, and matte technique we actually recommend the matte technique to use for cleaning these heavy duty iron objects. Okay, thank you.
So the presentation is open for discussion. Please, ma'am.
Can you apply this on antiquities that you excavate, or it is meant for only larger surfaces?
No, it can be used for a delicate antiquities also. But if the small antiquities are there, we can clean with the chemical technique. Cannon is a large size antiquity, and it was not possible to bring the cannon to the laboratory. That's why we are using the technique for cannon only. But we can try it also for delicate antiquities, iron objects specifically.
Any other question, comment, suggestion?
Sir, you said that polyurethane can be applied. Whether it is reversible?
Sorry. I have not.
Polyurethane. It
that
can
is
be
a
applied
bad-
for the cannon.
Polyurethane is a coating material which is traditionally used for coating of cannon. But previously we tried with the microcrystalline wax, which is organic material.
Okay.
But it could not work in this area only. Okay. That's why we use polyurethane.
I'm asking that whether it's reversible or not.
It is reversible.
Reversible.
We are not adding the hardener in it.
Okay. With which solvent?
Which? Sorry?
Solvent. What is the solvent used for?
Solvent is you can use xylene with polyurethane.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, thank you, Dr. Joshi.
Thank you
for a good presentation. Yes. Thank you. Now we have to give certificate.
We request Dr. Pramod Joglekar to honor the speakers of the session. First, Dr. R.N. Kumaran. Dr. Sachin Joshi. Thank you, sir. Now we are having a short tea break. By 5 p.m. we are going to have our valedictory session. So kindly, please come. Kindly come. 5 p.m. Sharp 5 p.m. All the participants must be here to receive your certificates. So please come. Those who want to see the exhibition is open. Kindly you can have a look. Thank you.
so my name is Professor Caroline Wilkinson and I'm the Director of Face Lab in Liverpool in the UK. Sorry we can't be there with you, but we're going to talk to you today about the craniofacial analysis of some of the Tamil Nadu cases. I'll also introduce my colleague.
Hello, my name is Dr. Jessica Liu. I'm the project manager of Face Lab and I work on all the archaeological casework that we receive in Face Lab. So it's a pleasure to meet you guys digitally, and hello.
We'll give you a little bit of context about the type of work that we do in Face Lab with some examples, and then we'll show you the 4 cases from Tamil Nadu. The work that we do in Face Lab is a team effort. You can see the members of the team here. A number of us from quite different interdisciplinary backgrounds, some from anatomy, anthropology, some from forensic art or visual art, curatorial practice, sometimes computer science. We carry out research related to faces, skulls and identity, and that includes lots of different disciplines around face recognition, around CGI and animation. We look at the ethical issues relating to depiction of the dead, and we also look at cognitive biases within our field. The impact of our work is around art and science knowledge transfer, and we have lots of effect in the forensic arena in relation to policy and knowledge exchange and implementation in the criminal justice system, as well as our influence on cultural enrichment through the archaeological and historical work that we carry out. Finally, we are also involved in global humanitarian responses, especially in relation to migrant disaster victims.
In 2023, we worked with Dr. Ganeshan, and he supplied us with 2 surface scans of 2 different skulls, K121 and KZC1/3. And these skulls are estimated from 500 BC from Tamil Nadu in India. From the cranium, we will need to include facial soft tissue depth markers to indicate how much soft tissue is on top of the skull. And usually we would use population-specific data, and in this case we used this particular study from India. And it's based on cone beam CT scans of 80 adult individuals aged 18 to 80. And as you can see on the table there, we used the male averages for this particular study. So this particular face is the one in 2023, KZC1/3. It's estimated that this was a male individual, definitely adult, with significant wear on the teeth. You can see the teeth is very flat and it's been very worn down. The anthropological report that was supplied estimated that this individual was aged between 40 and 50. We received surface scan data of the cranium and the mandible, and what we did was we re-articulated them in the virtual space using freeform. And this particular skull has interesting areas. The overhanging brow ridge, which is quite prominent around this area. He had quite a low, heavy brow, just based on the shape of the glabella. The heavy brow ridge also indicate a nasal and glabellar crease, where you can see here there's quite a deep indentation on the nasal bones. And you can see that the nose is slightly deviated towards the left, so we depicted that in the face, where you have a slight deviation of the septum. So you can see on this picture, you've got the nose prediction, where we have measured the width of the nasal aperture so that we can predict how wide the nose would be, which is roughly about 3/5 of the nasal aperture. Here you can see a process where you've got the eyeballs, you've got the muscles, and then slowly we will rebuild this onto the face, which you can see in the color version. This is the second individual, K121, also from the 2023 excavation. This individual is also male, with some dental wear present, but not as worn down as the previous individuals, as you saw. And also the anthropological report estimated this individual was between 40 and 50, and we also received surface scan data for this one. This individual has a more smooth brow ridge, where you can see the brow ridge is described as medium size, small to medium, and the eyebrow follows the curve of the orbital margin. To note here, it's not too heavy, so it's quite dissimilar to the previous person that you saw. This skull presented quite symmetrical, so not too much asymmetry for the face. And here you can see the transition onto the skin layer based on the skull. So here you can see the two facial depictions side by side, and the two faces look quite different in terms of face shape, and these are all inferred by the skull shape. You can see that one individual is depicted slightly more elderly than the other person, and we based that based on the dentition wear to suggest that perhaps this individual is slightly older than the other person, where they had a fairly good dentition. All the skin color and the hair style and the hair color were inferred by Dr. Ganeshan. So with the genetic analysis, this is something you can ask him if he's present in the symposium today.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you for your attention. We can't answer any questions, apologies, but if you would like to send us any questions by email, we'll happily answer them by email. You can see our email address on the screen. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, so my name is
Shortly we will be starting our valedictory. அனைவருக்கும் இனிய மாலை வணக்கம். A very good evening, one and all present here. We request the dignitaries to come to the stage for the valedictory. Let us invite Dr. Benjamin, Dr. Vibha Tripathi, Dr. Dayalan, Dr. Rajan, our Joint Director, Sivanandam sir, Dr. Yatish Kumar, Thank you. As the International Symposium comes to an end, the valedictory section provides an opportunity to review, reflect on the scholarly exchanges, insights, and outcomes of the sessions held. Totally, 56 papers were presented in these 3 days in various themes and topics by the different scholars. We would like to honor the esteemed scholars of the dais. First, let me invite our academic advisor to honor Professor Benjamin Smith. Our Joint Director will honor Professor Vibha Tripathi. Our Deputy Director will honor Dr. Dayalan. Thank you. At this moment, we request the scholars to share their experiences, suggestions, and feedback. Scholars are invited on the dais. Mohanty sir.
The senior scholars in the dais and my friends and scholars in the audience. And we had a wonderful time for last 3 days. In fact, I came 1 day before that. Since we came, probably we are so much engrossed in the not only in academic discussions, but we are also engaged in lots of food. So we saw that, you know, the bones, the grains, and discussion about different things in the seminars, but we consumed everything. So, you know, in brief, the kind of hospitality, kind of arrangement, kind of facilities which was provided by the organizers, especially Shivanandam and then Lakshmi Madam and then Rajan also, it was excellent. And we are so overfed. I don't know how much I have eaten, but I feel that, you know. So besides this, that kind of academic discussions which took place, these were very precise. People spoke in various aspects of the archaeology, conservation, preservation, excavations. Everything was so well organized. And besides that, the kind of the visit to the museum yesterday was really remarkable, because the way they have displayed, the way the museum buildings have come up, and the kind of objects they have been organized. It is really fabulous. And today we have visited the Kiladi excavation site. I was sometimes I was seeing the pictures, but when you see the pictures, they don't give a kind of clear view of the sites and the kind of objects and kind of artifacts and kind of layout of the site, including the structural remains. But when few of us visited today, I was really impressed because I was seeing another such a kind of beautiful excavated sites, which I was thinking all the time when we excavated the site at Shishpalgarh. That was probably contemporary, a little earlier than this, maybe. So the kind of architecture, kind of arrangement, and the way they have been conserving, and the shade which they are making, it is so impressive. I had seen some kind of displayable shades in China or in Thailand. They had, but for the first time, I'm seeing that the site has been conserved or is made available for the people to see in Tamil Nadu or especially Kiladi. My wholehearted congratulations to all the staff members, including the other participants who made these things really grateful, all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other scholar?
Senior colleagues on and off the dais, and many of my friends. I'm extremely happy to be here for all the 3 days. But one thing that strikes me is we are celebrating 10 years of Kiladi discovery. I think we have forgotten that aspect. It was 2015 when I first heard about Kiladi rediscovery, excavations. It's throwing a lot of surprises. And I heard one of the presentations in a conference like this. And since then I was wondering whether I will ever get a chance, because it was showing such a large number of surprises and thousands of artifacts, unique in nature, not heard of so far. And then the fact that it was indicating antiquity of urbanization. That was the most important aspect of Kiladi's discovery. And since then, Tamil Nadu has always been, the archaeology of Tamil Nadu has always been in the forefront of Indian archaeology. It has been throwing big surprises. And a couple of years before 2015, the site of Athirampakkam was dated to 1.5, 1.7 million years. And a few years ago, almost 10 years ago, 2018, another paper came which said that Indian Middle Paleolithic is as early as 4 lakh years ago. And then the AMS dating of the earliest settlements dating back the antiquity of Kiladi to 600 BC, and the structures that were revealed through excavations were comparable to the developments that had taken place in the Ganga Valley around the same time, and so on. So these were a lot of new striking features of archaeology in Tamil Nadu. And the chronometric revolution that happened after the discovery and rediscovery, excavation, and then dating of iron objects and several other very seminal findings that came out through these investigations have really excited us. And then we have a lot of new paradigms, coming into the field of archaeology, which makes us think that what we know today is we don't know anything. That's one of my teachers always used to say, that we have not learned anything about our past so far, because the methodologies that are being adopted are developing very fast, and the technology that is being applied to understanding and revealing the past is also very, very sophisticated, and all these things matter a lot. So since 2015, I was wondering if I will ever get a chance to visit the site like Kiladi. And today I happened to be there. And it was so wonderful experience to be visiting the site in the company of our colleagues and also see them physically, how the settlement was laid out, and various structural features, especially the ring wells and a large number of parts associated with bead manufacturing activity and things like that. And then our museum, the famous Kiladi Museum, is a model for any state department of archaeology in India to think in terms of projecting our past as systematically as it has been done in Kiladi Museum. So this apart, these last 3 days gave us a lot of food for thought. It's not only a lot of food to digest, but also a lot of food to think in terms of new techniques that have been applied in Indian archaeology, especially Tamil Nadu archaeology. And I wonder why we have not been able to see similar things happening in other parts of India. We need a lot of financial support, we need a lot of administrative support, and then positive attitudes from the authorities, either at the center or at the state level. So if such things are available to all other archaeologists working in different parts of India, I'm sure we will, compete with Tamil Nadu Archaeology Department, and it will be possible. And we have a lot of human resource which can contribute to a better understanding of what we know about our past in various regions of the Indian subcontinent. Extremely happy that you thought of me to be able to participate in this conference. Learned a lot. I lived very, very comfortably. And then I don't want to go back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any other delegate would like to share their feedback?
Very good evening to everyone present here. Myself, V. Murugan, Assistant Professor of History, Vivekananda College, Madurai. It gives me an immense pleasure to stand here. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the State Department of Archaeology, Tamil Nadu State Department of Archaeology, particularly Mr. Ajay Kumar, for having invited us to participate in this 3-day international symposium. We learnt a lot. As a history teacher, I learnt a lot about the technological advancements in the field of archaeology, particularly in Tamil Nadu. More than 56 papers were presented in this symposium. Myself and our students have learnt a lot. So once again, I express my heartfelt thanks to the organizers. Above all, the hospitality you have given us reflects our culture. Thank you all.
Good evening, everyone. I am Ben Maran. I am come from Marai Kamraj University, Palrai Nagar. This day, very great day. First of all, I thank to all government, honorable ministers, and archaeologists, and participated than presentation. Then presentation persons, I have so many informations collect. But participated, we all to the very enjoyably participate. So many informations collected because of what way of our analysis. I think that only then scientifically, then a solution, then revolution, resolution, then a solution, then some of the 3 revolution of matter. Then I think that one parent not tell that or information because of on those times, then economically ill, education, industrial dull, politically null, but culture is well. Then on those times to the culture, then culture evaluated, then on those times, because enhancing our paramount of knowledge, then all those very enjoyably, then after to the food, after food, then all overly, very enjoyable, then eat to all, because of all to thank Then, my dear brothers and sisters, all of you thank.
Dr. Arjun Rao Kuttadi from Telangana.
Good evening. Renowned academicians on the dais, delegates from across the globe, India, Tamil Nadu. Good evening, everybody, once again. Last 3 days, my observation. I am Professor Arjun Rao, Director, Telangana Archaeology and Museums. I personally feel that it is a wonderful economical international conference. The inaugural session, Mr. Balakrishna, who is Chief Secretary of Orissa, was mentioned that if any history to rebuild or reconstruct or rewrite, archaeological sources are more important. Based on the writing the history, it depends on the archaeological sources. It is a perfect history. It is accurate history. That's what across the country, Tamil Nadu government was encouraging, like archaeologists, the department like Rajan sir, JD and DD and Department of Archaeology to give such a facilities, encouragement what they are thinking. For that, Keladi is an example. Yes, our culture is, our civilization is to prove based on the database to compare with across the country. So for that, I must thanks to Tamil Nadu government. Yesterday, part of field study, I seen the museum. It is just before one of my senior academician was mentioning that it is ideal, a pioneer museum across the country. Wonderful vision. So, in this way, once again, I thanks to especially foreign delegates who came, since they are working under about our Indian research. I must thanks to those people how they are very much interested in Indian research, particularly. It is wonderful. So one more thing I want to take opportunity for saying my personal thing. Especially my observation, young scholars, some scholar was mentioning the first day inaugural session. We are young, experienced academicians are sitting in the front row. Their young scholars are sitting in back side. So some other day, they may come on front seat. Definitely, I feel very happy to young scholars, especially in Tamil Nadu, young scholars, how they are attracting for what you are giving encouragement for the research, orientation, and study of the archaeology. Yes, I have seen. I have one department in Usman University, archaeology. When I conducted programs, academic research, events, very poor response. Of course, they are not interesting. They have taken admission to course, simply coming and going. But whereas my observation, the young scholars in the Tamil Nadu, in the last 3 days, my observation about the young scholars, how they are very much interested to do work for the conducting a grand success of the 3-day international conference. So, in this way, I request organizers, kindly, this I think, hopefully this is a valedictory of the 3-day international conference. It was And this is the in charge people. Kindly, it is possible to change. It is a valedictory function of the 3 days international conference. So, thank you. I enjoyed. I interact with the different people for the academical part. Really, I am historian. But what I thought that, no, archaeological sources are very, very important to rewrite or rebuild or reconstruct of accurate history. That's what we show. So, once I have took charge as a director of the Archaeology Telangana government, I proposed for excavations to the central government. We are waiting that any moment in the month of February we will start under the leadership of my deputy director, Dr. P. Nagaraju, and well expert Professor P.V. Rao. So under their leadership, we are conducting excavations. That is a very, very important. Morning, after afternoon session, he was presented a paper about Marumala. If really we hope it is a wonderful site that was shortlisted out of 1922 UNESCO, definitely we will prove what we are saying. So in the audience, I am requesting the JD and Rajan sir, kindly provide yesterday what you played the video. That is ideal for me to do work for the development of archaeology in Telangana. So normal sake JD was advised to me, sir, normal sake you can send the correspondence letter mail. Oh, definitely I will send. But that is the ideal and model for the video. It is a wonderful video to we send a message. It is important of the site archaeology to across the globe, not only India, across the globe. It is wonderful. So thank you for, and especially last but not least, providing hospitality is wonderful. How much you, of course, again in this part I thanks to government also to give one international conference nearly high budget encouragement. It is appreciate. Everybody give a big clap for the Telangana government or Tamil Nadu government. Sorry, Tamil Nadu government. Please, once again. These claps should go to the across the country. Okay? Thank you, sir. Thank you for organizers.
Thank you, sir. From the students, participants from other institutions, universities.
Good afternoon. I'm Niti Trieka from Lady Doe College. Primarily, I want to thank to the Primarily, I want to thankful for the conversation. Primarily, I want to thankful for the conference.
Anybody else?
if she wants to come, I think she was brave. See, we are scholars here, and we didn't want to come on the stage. I think this was, it gave me the inspiration. Well, of course, I have many things I want to say about this symposium, which is very well organized and always enriching, not only scientifically speaking, but also humanly speaking. Why is it so? Because we, every time, come and exchange with students. And that is true. That is not always, when we go to international conference, we scholars meet each other. We're happy to do that. But it's not often the case that we meet and interact with young students like you. And that's thanks to this organization every 2 years that we have this chance to exchange, this possibility to exchange. So with you, students. Also, as I said, it's very enriching scientifically speaking. Each time we have the chance to see what is not yet published, what just came out of the ground, and we every 2 years come and exchange, and we have collaboration which come, we build collaborations, and new ideas pop up, new articles are coming up. So thank you for organizing these conferences every 2 years. So because as I said, we can see the material which is coming up off the ground, and just before it's published or when it's, so thank you for giving us this opportunity to meet every 2 years, all of us, these friends, and with these students. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. From Tamil Nadu Institute of Archaeology, Museology, students.
Distinguished dignitaries, guests, speakers, professors, colleagues, students, and all gathered here. Good evening all. This is Devdarshini Vishwanathan of first year postgraduate diploma in State Archaeology Department, Tamil Nadu. I consider it a privilege to share my feedback on this 3 days international symposium on recent scientific studies in archaeology in and around Tamil Nadu. Speakers from all the sites of the world offered valuable insights into the significance of archaeology as a scientific discipline that enable us to gain vast knowledge on archaeology. Starting it from the themes of the sessions like field archaeology, bioarchaeology, zooarchaeology, archaeometallurgy, beads and ceramic technologies, and trade commerce, conservation of monuments and heritage management until the documentation. We have learned a vast knowledge from these topics as it is based on scientific methods in archaeology. We have learned the scientific technologies that are used in archaeology. Archaeology is a subject which correlates with all the subjects, so we could learn what are the subjects that are scientifically correlated. That helped us very well. On whole, we were able to know about archaeology's correlation with other subjects, as I told. On behalf of the students of State Archaeology Department, Tamil Nadu, I owe my gratitude to the organization for arranging such a great international symposium, which helped us learn and grow expertise on scientific studies in archaeology by bringing out scholars in archaeology around the world. I just want to express my gratefulness to all the dignified speakers for all your thought-provoking presentations, as it encouraged critical thinking and sparked curiosity to us in the field of archaeology. Thanks to the organizers on and off the stage for a perfect organized international conference with filling our brain and stomach. This symposium completely created us a path to learn and explore the wonders of archaeology. Thank you for the symposium. Thank you.
Good evening, respected dignitaries on stage, esteemed scholars, professors, and state staff officials. This is Sriram from second year postgraduate diploma in archaeology from State Department of Archaeology. I would like to thank our State Department of Archaeology for allowing the students to take part in these scholarly discussions, to sit and discuss with the scholars so that we could get scholarly exposures. Thank you, sir. And for me personally, over the 3 days, I could see, we could confirm, I could see that there is a great technological integration with the traditional archaeology alongside with the cutting edge science with through multidisciplinary approaches. And I think this is one of the evolving ideas where we could involve scholars across the world to have a talk, to get exposures, and finally we could come into the conclusions after debates and discussions in a very constructive way. And personally, I thank our department, staff officials for providing such opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We request the dignitaries of the dais to share their feedback. First, let us invite Dr. Vibha Tripathi ma'am.
Thank you very much. My heartfelt namaskar and pranam to all of you who are present here. Last 3 days, we have been having a gala time. That's what I would like to share first. And if we come to the subject, archaeology is a discipline which deals with humankind, human civilization. And to reconstruct the life lived by our ancestors is the main aim of archaeology. And man has had a very multi-dimensional personality, multi-dimensional character, and a routine which had been going on from the Paleolithic times to today. The basics have not changed. And this conference had been trying to retrieve the past, to reconstruct the past, right from the Paleolithic times to almost pre-modern times. And how this has been done? This has been done very methodically by getting into the cutting edge scientific developments which we have as tools to reconstruct our past. All possible tools which are available have been employed here by the archaeologists of Tamil Nadu for reconstruction of the past. We want to know about the agriculture, the food which was taken, the dress, the fabric which was being fashioned, the medical problems which we had, some of the anthropological features which needed to be reconstructed or to be recovered, the genetics and the DNA issues that we have nowadays. All of them, they have been addressed during last 3 days with participation from almost every corner of the country and from abroad, bringing in together the experts who had been involved in this kind of a study. This is a big effort, and a huge round of applause should be given to the organizers for bringing together such a diverse kind of expertise together on one platform. I think we need to clap first. The experts had been encouraged by the political system here. I know how many of us working in the field of archaeology have had ambitions and had wanted to work at in-depth level many times, but for want of facilities, for want of funds, many of these things could not be achieved. So the government of Tamil Nadu needs to be admired for their encouragement, for having this kind of a setup and such liberal funding and encouragement to the archaeologists, to the scientists who had been at work day and night for achieving this thing, this kind of a goal. I came to this conference for a selfish cause. And that selfishness was my passion about history of iron technology, with which I had been involved for several decades. And the results which Dr. Rajan published, I had been in touch with him for a few years on this subject. I had been thinking about it, and it is so encouraging to know, and so admirable, I should say, and so courageous on the part of Dr. Rajan and his team to come up with something which is very, very unconventional. I know archaeologists in the past had been having such results which they found that they are not really fitting into the accepted bracket. So they kept quiet, they sat on the results, but to have this kind of a courage that you came up so openly that this is the result. Now let the world discuss, have debate. There might be certain problems, but then the more people come together, look at it, examine it, show the problems which could arise in acceptance of that kind of a date bracket. He was bold enough to bring it to us, to the world. And through his publications, I mean, amazing kind of publications they have put before us. There's a huge train of publications sitting in that hall. And how much time, how much labor, how much effort has gone into it, I don't know when Dr. Rajan and his colleagues had found time to eat, because it's not at all easy to, I mean, it requires day and night of effort. And placing his results on the international level and bringing the experts to have their expertise, put their heads together so that the results could have a wider acceptance across the globe. For that, they have made such effort. And over and above, bringing together the younger generation, the next generation of archaeologists into the forum, so that they are exposed. When we were young, there were fewer such opportunities for us, but now there are frequent conferences, seminars, symposia being organized. And in the young minds, it makes a very, very deep impact. If you know the person, you have seen the person who has been working, and when you read your book and you find, oh, he was the gentleman who was talking about it, and he has written this book. So that kind of result really, you understand perhaps much better, and you have a graphic memory of everything. And that graphic memory which you are seeing, I'm addressing to the younger generation sitting here, in the papers, when you see the visuals in the form of PPTs being presented, when you see how the grain in the form of a husk or maybe a little bit a part of it, how it is being elaborated in such a big photograph, and then the characteristics that it has, so that you know whether it was a domesticated variety or it was a wild variety of the same, and then what is the difference between domesticated and wild, what kind of animals roamed this land, and how they came about. So you see the pictures, and that graphic memory will stick to your heads in your career for years to come. So that is one more feather to the cap of the organizers of this seminar. We have had the opportunities, as my previous speakers shared, to go to the museum. Some of them were lucky enough to go and see the site of Kiladi, which we could not, the opportunity we could not avail of. But then that also was a very special favor done by them to us. Such platforms, they provide us the opportunity to discuss, to agree and not to agree, to disagree and debate what we think could have another perspective. This is the best outcome that such a forum really provides, and that we enjoyed thoroughly, we gained thoroughly from this opportunity. And last but not the least, the way this symposium has been organized. I think everybody who spoke before me admired the food, and the food for thought both, and the comfort in which we have been kept is something for which we are all very, very grateful to you, because as archaeologists, we are quite used to living in camps, tents, hardships. We don't mind that. But as opposed to that, this was something very, very admirable, very, very comfortable, and we should thank you from the core of our hearts for keeping us so pampered during these 3 days. And I wish that the mission with which you are engaged in this pursuit of knowledge, I should say, pursuit of history of man, history of humankind, history of civilization, reaches the highest goal. And India, especially this region in which you are focused, comes on the global map in a big way. And you allowed me to come here, speak my heart. Thank you very much for this. And there is a short couplet. I don't know how many of you would be able to follow here. That मेरी ज़िंदगी एक मुसलसल सफ़र है, जो मंजिल पे पहुँचे तो मंजिल बढ़ा दी. This appears to be the motto. I mean, my life is a constant journey. When I reach my goal, I set my goal further ahead. That is the meaning of this couplet. So that has been my philosophy of life. In Upanishad, they call charayavayati, go on moving, go on walking ahead. So that's my wish to you, to the team, which is working here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we request Dr. Dayalan sir to give his valuable suggestions.
Good evening to the galaxy of scholars who assembled here, and also the students, faculty members, staff members of the State Department of Archaeology and universities. In fact, I don't have any words to express my thanks for the overwhelming hospitality. More than that, there is an excellent paper presentation, which is really a wonderful experience to understand the various faculties of archaeology. Because when we studied in Madras University, that time there is one paper on archaeology, new trends in archaeology and archaeological excavation. And our teacher used to talk about 4 or 5 sites, like Payamballi, then Urayur, Ariktambakam, Alagarai. And then repeatedly, again another lecture come and he will also talk about the same thing. So such was a boring thing which is happening in the early days. Then I joined in Institute of Archaeology. I thought something I will get more than that. But again, the same. They may add some more sites in North India. Again, they come to the same thing. So this was the situation in the archaeology in Tamil Nadu for the past few decades. Now the trend has been changed now. You could see the tremendous input in the archaeological field, particularly in the excavation, which has brought to light a lot of new things, which is quite amazing. I think there is no words to express this sort of wonderful, discoveries. Because I worked throughout India, I have seen the various excavation, but after seeing Tamil Nadu and the work which has been carried out by the department, it's really wonderful work. Previously, when we are students, and generally this is a feeling, whenever you go to excavation, nobody allows us to even see the site, because that is like a secret. Now, I think Madras Tamil University and then, of course, the State Archaeology Department, they opened the discoveries to everyone, have a very wide discussions. Of course, there may be adverse as well as favor, whatever may be, but the excavation or the any site of this sort of discovery should have a debate. Unless otherwise there is a debate, we don't get the facts. So this is really understood by the State Archaeology Department. Right from the beginning, I could see even either it may be Kiradi, it may be Adagankulam, it may be some other site. Whatever the site is there, they exhibit all the materials there from the scholars, and also they are making this sort of assembly of the various scholars to present their discoveries, have their opinion. Of course, there may be different opinions, that is a different thing, but we have to get the different opinions and come to the conclusion. This is the thing which is happening. This is a real healthy academic discussion, academic value. So that really they understood, and now they are coming up, of course, die and date and other things. There is a big debate, but still, it's a very wonderful debate. It's a very healthy debate. This is going on. And another thing I could see, they brought the whole Tamil Nadu in one gallery. There is one exhibition there. We could see the whole excavations, recently past 5-6 years excavations, we could see in one site. They actually, lessen our burden to go to the site, each and every site. And instead of that, they brought all the material here. You can see from Paleolithic to the pre-medieval period or medieval period. Actually, the various excavations, recently the Singanur excavation is one of the very wonderful excavations, which I think many of the scholars might have seen there. And very wonderful presentation of the Neolithic period. Then we have, of course, Kiradi is another interesting site. Adankulam is one of the wonderful sites which is having a beautiful representation of rolleted pottery. I think this is the only site where we get the varieties of rolleted pottery, which is more than 22 types of rolleted patterns. And that too, the rolleted patterns which is found in India, I mean particularly in Tamil Nadu, we have nearly 4 to 5 pottery types, like blackware, black-ended ware, brownish ware, grey ware, all the all the 3, 4, 5 types of potteries and the rolleted patterns is found. This sort of varieties of things we could see in the present excavations. So I really, being of course I am the part of the same organization, so I don't want to price it maybe something that I am choosing myself. So I don't want to do that, but it is my ambition to, actually it is only I thought that I could express these sort of things. And I really thankful to the organizers, particularly all my colleagues. I don't want to spell their names, so I thankful to them. And apart from that, Tamil Nadu government doing another wonderful thing, because we are talking about the capacity building, because there is the Institute of Archaeology, Delhi. I don't know what is the status now, but they have created the Institute of Archaeology. That too, not only archaeology, there is a faculty for epigraphy, there is a specific faculty for the heritage management and conservation. I think this is a very unique type of thing which has been happened in Tamil Nadu government. So that is a wonderful thing. I hope in near future there are young scholars I could see their bright faces. They can take up the excavations and exploration and also the conservation aspects, because they are going parallel in all angles. Actually, this is the one an archaeology department has to do. Not only excavation, not only epigraphy, not only heritage management. So they are taking everything in a parallel way, and expansion is going on all the angles. So this is the real healthy, expansion, real, development of the archaeology department. This I could see here. Thank you once again for the opportunity given to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before moving to the valedictory address, we request the dignitaries of DAYS to give away the certificates for the students participants. First, Thiru T. Perunjithiran from American College. Selvi Deepika from Tamil Nadu Institute of Archaeology and Museology. Selvi R. Divyapriya from Lady Doak College. Thank you. We hope this symposium provided a common platform for the scholars for diverse disciplines for exchanging their ideas and perspectives. Now we proceed to the concluding address. Let us invite Professor Benjamin to give the valedictory address.
It's a great honor to be asked to give this valedictory address and to be able to express my enormous thanks to the Department of Archaeology in Tamil Nadu, and particularly to Professor Rajan and his team, his amazing team that have shared so much with us this week. The organizing committee have done an amazing job putting all this together. It looks so easy, but there's an enormous amount of work that goes into putting on an event like this, and they've done it seamlessly and beautifully and made us all incredibly comfortable. And I thank them on behalf of all of you for the work that they've done in bringing this amazing event to happen. I think thanks must also go to the Ministry of Finance, Environment, Climate Change and Archaeology, who provided ultimately the funds that have allowed this to happen, and their far-sighted vision for what archaeology can be in Tamil Nadu, and investing as they should in understanding where we come from in order to have a better step forward into the future. You know, it's a ministry that deals with three of our biggest problems at the moment: not having enough money, having an environment that is deteriorating rapidly around us, thanks to climate change that we have created. But at the same time, they put this visionary aspect of archaeology in the mix. The subject that holds many of the answers to those contemporary problems, because we can see how people over the last 100,000 years have faced many of these same issues and faced them successfully and come through and led to the vibrant society that we have today. I really wanted to, in my valedictory speak to the students at the back, the future in this fast changing world. We've heard over the last 3-4 days, you know, just the vibrancy, academic vibrancy of Tamil Nadu archaeology, you know, and just the excellence and the depth of research that is going on here, the extraordinary number of excavations, and as we've heard, amazing set of publications that are coming out almost daily from the department. It's an absolute tribute to the hard work that is going on here. But for the students, you need to take inspiration from this, and you have a very difficult set of footsteps to follow in. We're expecting you to do as well, if not better, than the extraordinary example that has been set by Dr. Rajan and his team. So good luck to you in the future. We're looking at you. You have a big act to follow. I also wanted to say that, you know, science moves fast. You guys are in millennials and Generation Z, Gen Z. You're used to a fast-moving world, perhaps more used to it than we are. When I stood up here just 3 days ago, I told you that art, the oldest rock painting in the world, was 51,000 years ago. And I was trying to tell you the truth at that time, but within 2 hours of my talk, over in the United States of America, a team had just launched their latest Nature paper, saying that they'd found rock art that was 70,000 years old. So within 2 hours, my talk was outdated. And, you know, that is the modern archaeology, where new finds are coming forth the whole time. And when you come to an event like this, you can expect to see incredibly exciting things that kind of rock the ground that you stand on. 70,000 years for a rock art site in Indonesia. Now, where did those people come from? Well, they came from Africa, but they sure as hell walked all the way through India. So your generation needs to be the one that finds that evidence. You can trump Indonesia by getting that older date from right here in India, because they came through and they certainly had art when they came through here. So you guys have chosen, you're in the right place at the right time, you've chosen the right discipline. You guys have a really exciting life ahead of you in Tamil Nadu archaeology. Even in rock art, things move fast even in Tamil Nadu. I know next week Dr. Rajan will launch a book publishing 50 of the Tamil Nadu rock art sites. Now that's an extraordinary achievement. More than that, he plans this as a series, and over the next 4 or 5 years, he plans to publish every single rock art site in this state. I mean, what an ambition. That has not been done anywhere else in the world. Nowhere else has ever tried to do this or achieved it. You know, you are in an amazing place with very high aspirations and very high levels of achievement. Now, I stand here, and I've been told to say this by my university, but we have invested 5 billion rupees in Tamil Nadu this year. Now, why is my university, the University of Western Australia, investing 5 billion rupees here? Well, we're building our first international campus in Chennai. We chose this as the most exciting place to be in the whole world. We had the whole world to choose from. We're a top 100 global university. But we've chosen here, and we've chosen you, because we think that this is the most exciting place to be. You guys are the future. And our university is committed to you, to serving you, and to serving Tamil Nadu. What we've heard this week, is just quite an astounding set of papers that has given me blinding insights into an area that I knew fairly little about. But what more is going to come in the next 10, 20, 30 years when you're the ones standing up here rather than us, and you're the ones telling us about what you have found. You will have new tools. You guys will bring a new vision to this podium, and I'm sure you're going to be telling us, just as you have heard from us, that Tamil Nadu is one of the most important archaeological places to do research and one of the most exciting. You will have your own new stories, and I can't wait to come back here, if I'm still around, and hear some of those stories in 30 years' time. So I will end by just giving you a piece of advice. And that piece of advice is one that I'm sure everyone up here would agree with, is that you are currently in a university, you're studying archaeology, but you're probably wondering, is there a future for me in this discipline? Or am I going to get sucked into law or business studies or something that makes money? Well, money provides many things, but what it often doesn't do is to provide lifelong satisfaction and lifelong enjoyment. If you want that, stay in archaeology, give it your commitment, and achieve the same amazing things that Dr. Rajan and his team have achieved, and you will live a long, happy, and very fruitful life, and you will make a future. You will make a contribution to the world and our understanding of the human peopling of this world. So well done for choosing archaeology. Please stick with it. And I look forward to hearing more of the excellence that I've been hearing all this week. Thank you very much for inviting me, and congratulations everyone on such an achievement.
Thank you, sir. We have come to the end. Now, our Deputy Director, Dr. Yatish Kumar, will deliver the vote of thanks.
அனைவருக்கும் மாலை வணக்கம். Good evening to everyone. So, respected chairpersons and distinguished speakers and dear delegates, participants, and we are come to the conclusion of this international symposium. It is my privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of State Department of Archaeology, Government of Tamil Nadu. We express our sincere thanks to and heartfelt gratitude to Government of Tamil Nadu for providing the financial support for the organizing this 3-day international symposium. I extended my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Minister, Thiru Thangam Tennarasu, for graciously taking time his demanding schedule and to be present in the event, and is inspiring in the words and vision, and continued support has encouraged and motivated us. We also express our heartfelt thanks to the Additional Chief Secretary Manivasagan sir, and for his valuable guidance and cooperation. And we also express thanks to the Additional Chief Secretary through T. Chandran, IAS, and Finance Department, and Commissioner of Archaeology for his constant guidance, and encourage and visionary leadership throughout the planning and execution of this symposium. His invaluable support has played a very crucial role in ensuring this symposium meaningful and overall success. We also express our heartfelt thanks to the district collectors of Madurai and deputy mayors of Madurai, and as well as R. Balakrishnan IAS for their presence during the inauguration, and they given the valuable insight and powerful inspiration to our participants. We extended sincere thanks to heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Venkatesan, Member of Parliament, for gracing us with his presence. I must express sincere gratitude to our keynote speakers, Professor K.K. Basha sir. Thank you for sharing your expertise and experience for setting such high intellectual standard symposium. We are gradually grateful of all distinct speakers, both national and international, who join either in the physical and virtual mode. There is a gracious acceptance and for our invitation and active participation and delivery of the informative. It's a very thought-provoking of all the sessions. We having the great contributor for this meaningful international seminar, and exchange your knowledges, and also extended our sincere thanks to organizing committee. So those toilers behind the scenes made the successful symposium. Professor K. Rajan, Research and Academic Advisor, Tamil Nadu State Department of Archaeology, and Dr. R. Shivanandam sir, Joint Director, Tamil Nadu State Department of Archaeology. They guided and coordinated all the symposium works in the day and night. And through Shivanandam, Deputy Director, Admin, and Tirumati Baki Lakshmi Madam, Assistant Director, and all the Assistant Directors, both in Technical and Admin, and Archaeological Officer, and Accounts Officer, Engineers in Electrical and Civil, DTP, Press, and Chemist, and all the involvement and willingness of our all department officials and staff, and research associates, and PG diploma students, and other members and volunteers. Thanks to everyone, and we extended our sincere thanks to all our members, mentors, and supporters, Maksha Gandhi Madam, Badmavati Madam, and Vedachalam Sandalingam sir, and our Sundar from Roja Muttaya Library. And we also extended appreciation to all participants from the various universities and professors in the various institutions, and they are enthusiastically, they are involved, active participation and meaningful interaction through the sessions. We extended our sincere thanks to all the symposium heads, like the admin, travel, accommodation, food, finance, photo exhibition, antiquity display, and all the events. And thanks to Professor Kumaresan sir, MK University, making arrangements for the accommodation and hospitality to the PG diploma students. And thanks to our Chennai printers, they timely given the proceedings, and DTP designers and event managers, Evershine, Chennai. And thanks to the Courtyard by Marriott for the arrangements and hospitality, as well as GRT Hotel and Fortune Pandian and TTTC Hotel. And thanks to the video and photography and other technical teams and press and medias. And once again, and thanks to who contributed directly and indirectly to the success of Symposium. I wish you all safe journey to the home, and once you reach it, please message me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलति तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाता जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all. The participants are requested to collect the certificates.
Celebration